JL scrapping and Torshi looking down the barrel of this all. Oh, that's a lovely flick.
Yeah.
Torshi, why stop there? Some Pius is living on borrowed time, and that time's expired. Another 4K from Torshi.
Oh, so blind.
Very masterful.
Shout out.
Oh, so blind. Everyone's been blind. Oh, he's blind again. Select swing. And he's on for the ace.
Molly is good. Smoke coming down. He jumps up. In-air headshot. Still punished, but Ignacius had enough. Absolute destruction. 4 kills in the blink of an eye.
Footsteps heard by G2, and you're not mistaking the sound of Nerds picked up without a kill, and a chase for JL finds Hunter back in the spawn. Matt is playing through the smoke, needs his hero moment, wrestles with the Mattis knocks him down!
To save this round. But they're coming through that smoke behind him. Can he pick Dom? Yes, he can. To near 1v1, and 9-10 prioritizes the bomb.
2 kills to the good. Is he going to stop now? Out towards the window. Hunting for Tanir. The time is a big problem. 10 seconds left. 1 kill in the right place.
That's it.
And you could win this. Blitz dead. That's the bomb spotted, and Spirit looking to get here flawlessly in OT. The Cobra needs a lot to go right when so much could go wrong. Swing on out, nail Shiro, and we'll get this bomb plant. It's safe from the cave side. The spam gives away to Nir's position. Cobra's got him!
So it'll have to be Yuri to try to clutch out 1v2. xCloud's hands busy. Yuri opts not to jump out through the window immediately. But this is 52 health for Nilo, and he is sitting back by bench now. Yuri's got to figure out where he's at. He's messing it up. Yuri! No! Kyosuke catching him over through default. Monte's chance to clutch out 1v2. Does he know? He's going to peek in front of this.
Nasty shot.
I want me, almost green shot. No!
And now you've got Luchov 30 health versus 3. First frag's good. Now Monte's off to try to tiptoe its way.
Oh, that was sweet.
Luchov! If they jump the gun here and try to chase down the pistol, then Nico's got a chance! A triple from inside jungle.
1-on-1.
Whittling him even lower. Oh, but now he reloads himself! And Nico's quad kill finishes off the map.
Dives down the vent for the first, but thoughtful for a triple spray down.
It's tough here. The contact in towards B. Numbers-wise doesn't look too bad. Sasol chimes in. An impossible round here in the 2 versus 4 directly. Davigi though gets in good time. Surely Martinez gives his position away. He's not necessarily got himself into a good spot, and Fame will drop him. Pressure, unless Cedo, rotates to it, I suppose. Not going to be the case. He keeps it out towards long. He's ready for the fights here, though. Wow. Does find 2. Double spray down, knows about the third here.
A lot of bodies here, but Davigi doing well to deal with 2. And he's now just trying to get lost in the smoke. We already spoke about how low Alex is, so if he can find Davigi, there's a chance. He's on top of him. He Glooper stops him. And Quickly's going to get both.
Squall's pushed up into the tunnels. Wow. They've played it more patiently. That allows the CTs to recover. They've got a couple flashes that look really good, and shots as well to boot. Someone on the CT side exposed Bartak. I don't know that's going to make too much of a difference. Everybody else has fallen down around him. Wacardio.
Fisher College going to be going for the good old A rush execute. Oh, a lot of pressure though. Flash going over. Oh, it's a counter flash as well. You're right. It is a problem. He's got 12 seconds on the clock. Don't fight him now. Let him be forced to plant the bomb. He goes in for it with the dualies, takes the head off Neela. Now he's hunting for Krapowen. The bomb has been planted though, so they've got damage going on for them, but they're bleeding players very rapidly. Nice headshots from James. Maybe he was flashed as well. This is chaotic and maybe even a little bit ugly for Magic at the moment. Gizmi hiding in the smoke. Oh, they are getting bamboozled on the T side. Gizmi.
Okay.
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 All right.
I think we're back. There we go.
A little bit of a technical
There we
issue going
go.
in there. Sorry about that.
We can hear us.
Yeah.
We can hear everyone else, but you guys can hear us. We are now, here we go, live. And we can talk through a bit of a Swiss bracket as well. You got a bit of a muted intro from us. But hello, welcome. We are back for day 3 of PGL Astana. This is where we're at in the Swiss. It's essentially what we were talking through. We are now in towards kind of the latter stages, I think, of this. You know, we're getting some teams into 2-0s. Teams that some we would expect, some maybe not so much. 9Z in particular, I think, are one of those that have really, really impressed, especially that win yesterday over Falcons. The 13-1 map 3 was absolutely ridiculous from 9Z. Yeah, not exactly the you know, debut tournament that Carrigan would have wanted as well with his new squad. So pretty wild times there. Of course, got FURIA Team Spirit as well. Both of those sides, we should expect to see them in towards playoffs, but I think it would be really cool for FURIA and for MongolZ in particular to make it in towards the playoffs flawlessly, get that nice run in front of course, the home crowd for him eventually. That's what you want to see. Then we look on the flip side as well, in the O2, there isn't really that many surprises there. You know, it's a bit more of these tier 2, tier 3 teams, but the 1-1s are really interesting. We've got some really, really big matchups here as well. PARIVISION, Aurora, that's a huge one. Heroic Gentlemates as well, 2 sides and actually relatively similar spots. It's just that Gentlemates are just outside of that major cutoff where Heroic are just inside of it. Falcons Monte could be kind of spicy there, and then Mongols G2 has the potential to be a really, really, really cool game. So yeah, this 1-1 bracket is amazing.
Yeah, we're a little lucky, I think, that we get to go on those and, you know, really put in some good games, hopefully, if they do indeed deliver. But yeah, starting to shape up. Most of it makes sense, I think, is basically what you're getting at. 9Z are the big one that stand out, and we'll see if they can continue that run. They're often, you know, is a team, unfortunately, that maybe has a couple of upsets, gains some attention, and then struggles to actually qualify through to those playoffs. This, of course, is our schedule for today, as we have alluded to here. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a difficult one to predict. Pretty much all of these matchups, in all honesty.
It's true.
I think the last one, you know, you'd maybe lean the way of Huns. They feel like the more quote-unquote professional team, but I can certainly see them going down to Fisher College. Those are our two teams that have really struggled in their opening series. But yeah, I think that all these games are going to be very, very hard to split. And again, a pretty scary point in the bracket where you just want to be leaning more towards playoffs only one game away would be a much better feeling going into the last day of the Swiss.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. I think you're pretty safe to make the argument that if you had like K27 versus one of the Huns or Fisher College and Magic versus one of the Huns or Fisher College, both K27 and Magic probably would win that. Just by what we've seen from them so far, they actually do have a little bit about them. But unfortunately for the Huns and for Fisher College, we've not seen enough. We've not seen enough to really justify this. But these opening two games on the B-Scene are so sick. And especially this first one for me, Heroic Gentleface has the potential to be a real barn burner. This, even before we see anything like the veto, has the feeling that it could really be a long game. Like, these two sides have had some really long, drawn-out series, and there's a hell of a lot of talent in at the server. Here's your Heroic lineup as well. At this point, they should be all pretty notable to you. They've still technically, very technically, got the stand-in coming through, of course, of Youngster. But, of course, at this point, standing's a loose term. He's been standing in the whole year. So it's a bit of an awkward one. I think it's pretty kind of safe to say, where Alcaran's at, he's obviously had these issues with kind of his visa and whatnot, and it's been these sort of problems that have, made it difficult for him to travel and whatnot. But you also, as well, now in an event where he probably potentially could play, you actually want to play with the major lineup as well, right? And this is probably the issue that Heroic have got, hence why they're going for him. Flip side, though, gentlemen, we've casted this side a hell of a lot recently, and at times they're brilliant, and other times we see them go missing.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think a big thing, I was looking at like scoreboards and stuff of their previous matchups. A lot of inconsistency in terms of the firepower.
Yeah.
Some series you'll have, it was like Mopos in the game against K27 that's towards the top, but then the game against MOUZ, he's right at the bottom. So, it's really difficult, I think, for them to look at a matchup, look at a game and go, okay, this is the way we approach it. These are our fundamentals. They tend to play a bit more to the situation.
Yeah.
They have, great energy. They have a lot of belief in the system and maybe in the calling. Sometimes Alex is able to call from the front, and he's also towards the top end of the scoreboard. Yeah. So it's kind of all over the place in that sense, which can make them difficult to deal with in a matchup like this. It's all about, breaking through that ceiling. They sometimes struggle, or a big stressful matchup, they will kind of crumble, and that emotional style gets the better of them. We are into the veto here, of course. Relatively predictable here. The Inferno makes sense.
Last time they played as well, worth mentioning, you had that Ancient Mirage nuke. Now, granted, though, this was a while ago. So this is the thing. And it's kind of, I think, especially for Heroic, they've been slightly changing their veto process. So it's, for me, it feels like mainly, I think, we always kind of get the same sort of thing from Gentlemen. They have a couple of pocket maps they like to lean into. Nuke's obviously one of them that they're really, really positive with, that they like to go into a hell of a lot. I'm surprised that it gets floated, though, rather than picked into. But either way, kind of an interesting veto coming through. I think for me, generally, I said it even before the veto came through, I do feel like this one has the making to go all three maps.
No, absolutely fair, and I think all three maps that come out are expected in some kind of an order. Inferno, Mirage, Nuke makes a lot of sense. So, obviously trying to push the punish on that Mirage. We'll see if that will be the case for Heroic. But like you say, maybe wanting to lean a bit more into your own game and go towards that nuke just to be more confident. So it's always this kind of conversation that we have around trying to punish, trying to play your own game can be a little bit of a risk. Depends on the team, depends on the confidence. But again, this whole thing that gets sprinkled into the equation is that belief, is that, element of ego that you need, I think, to be a professional player in any kind of competitive realm.
And also, it's probably worth mentioning that, fundamentally, like, the way I look at these opening two maps, like, I just couldn't care less about stats. Like, they are the puggiest maps. These guys probably combined, like, all 10 in the server, I would say something in the region of probably, like, what, 15,000 pugs at least on those two maps. So that's probably the ultimate way of looking at this. You got Mirage, you got Inferno. We never see anything new on these maps. They are very standard. So it's very, very rarely about, like, how good a team is in terms of, at least for me, like the strat book. Honestly, it feels like, especially with these kind of early morning games, who wakes up the quickest? Like, who do we get on the server, especially Mirage? That's the one where, yes, it's a punish pick on paper, but, for Gentlemen, they get somebody like Davy G flying. His T-sides are excellent. When he gets going, he's really, really exciting to watch. He gets Sourcel on the server as well. And Heroic will struggle. And that's the flip side as well, for Gentlemen. So they get somebody like a Youngster going really crazy early doors on the AWP, getting really flicky in towards the action, and get Nilo quite aggressive early doors as well. Same sort of story. So that's the way I always look at Mirage. Like, I feel like I agree, on paper, definitely a punish pick, but it's one of the few maps where I feel like stats never really matter for me. I just feel like who's actually going to wake up in the server. And we've seen it a few times. You know, we call it this heroic side when they've had their moments of being absolutely dominant. You know, we caught them recently not too long ago where they were flying through the early stages of a tournament. But also, we've seen them kind of go missing at times. And this is an issue that Gentamates also have to deal with. So they both are kind of prone to the same errors. And I wonder who is going to be the one to kind of really wake up in towards the server early. With Inferno, Mirage, the two puggiest maps in the pool to start, that for me really feels like who's going to be the most awake. It's Nuke that's the interesting one because that kind of flips. It goes from being essentially the two puggiest maps in the pool to arguably the most complicated map in the pool, the most detailed, the one that requires the most kind of thought process behind it, and every single little micro movement has, you know, massive ramifications. So I'll see, you know, if we do get to 3, and I'm expecting we will, I wonder how the change-up feels there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're obviously on this Gentlemate side just looking to keep their heads in the game. That's always the big thing for me, a bit of like the head loss. We saw them against K27. Both teams in that matchup, to be fair, just had these moments of like going missing and, you know, 4 or 5 rounds where it was like, this is a totally different team. And if that came at the wrong time, it did indeed, you know, spell defeat. We perhaps felt that it should have potentially been a bit more of a 2-0, in fact, for Gentlemates on the K27 matchup. And they probably would have felt the same way that they could have done it that way, but yeah, not the case. So they just kind of have to watch that, and I think that Heroic are going to be able to punish that a bit harder and use those moments to their advantage more than a K27, for example, you know, similar to maybe MOUZ. But we are into the Inferno here. A lot to be said of this one. It could be very even. It could indeed be the likes of Heroic just able to use a bit more of their team structure to get this going quickly.
Yeah.
Going to be an A lean here, and quite a lot of Heroic players on the way to this bomb site as well. You can see Chrism backs off to give the space, allow them in. So it will be a retake with all these smokes coming down. It is going to be a difficult kind of game state to deal with for Heroic, unless you've got pistol players on the other side of that bomb site. They were incredibly ready there, weren't they? They looked isolated. They looked under threat, but between the two of them, they eliminate 5.
And they read it really well. You know, they got 4 players towards the A site early. You know, 2 on the site itself, 2 rotating in through library and long. So really, really nicely done. But it's just, you know, playing in towards the new graveyard in a sense. 3 kills to his name, and Youngster in towards Big Pit, who does brilliantly. Great start. And them getting hyped up early is great. We know this is a Gentamate side that are very vocal. They like to get loud as well in moments of success. So if you can kind of do it back to them, we know it can have a pretty big effect. They're going quick here. Nade out. Christen's in trouble. Christen's dead. M4 will swing in behind that flash, but X-File can't find anything. He drops the smoke. He's under pressure, though. He's getting run down as Mopos on the drive-by. This will crack open the B site quite quickly.
Indeed it does. Youngster's in from behind, though, as he is looking to try and even up those numbers. Could have had a pretty good spam there, but opts to play it slower. Big find from Martineza on that Deagle. Nilo punished for getting cheeky. His M4 will be recovered. Still definitely doable here. Low HP bars, but as Youngster goes down, another one from Martineza. Susp is going to take the save instead. And he will make it out. But Gentlemates immediately back on the board with the quick force buy. So letting you know they are also here to play this morning. It's been some pretty action-packed rounds to kick us off. I think by now you have to be acclimatized, similar to ourselves, you know what I mean? Like, first day, be like, oh yeah, jet lag, oh, a bit of an early start, whatever. That second and third day, you maybe don't have that excuse as much in your games. And indeed, that's what we're getting here. They look like they've played a couple BO3s already. Yeah,
and I will say as well, we don't see very many teams go for a T-side force buy off a lost pistol. Gentamates are one of the few teams that do it consistently, and they've won quite a few of them. Won one yesterday as well, doing the exact same thing. Lost a pistol on their T-side, they force buy him with Tech 9s, and they made it stick. We saw it happen on Nuke, and that basically gave them a huge streak of rounds. They ended up getting 6 on the bounce off the back of a force buy win like that. So they're hoping for more of the same. Heroic, of course, they don't really get a choice. They have to force, as they're in double eco territory. Susp saves the M4, and then alongside it, an MP9 and a few greater pistols. So it's not exactly bountiful for Heroic. They're going to quad stack A once again. No commitment on the bomb just yet. Double nade close corner, no one there. Heroic already, they're set up for a long hit, but now as the util comes down, they're starting to get proactive, and they're sending Suspin for the fight. The M4 will peek, gets a bit of damage off on towards daviG, but he stays alive.
And now everybody's got to be careful with their decision-making here. Gentlemates pull the bomb away. Still slightly leaning towards B, though.
Also, as well, they know it was one save rifle. There's two schools of thought here. Is it the rifle's alone A, because he's the rifle, and they're quad stacking the B site's pistols, or are they stacking around the rifle to support it, and therefore we're trying to avoid it? They're actually going to go into it, though.
Well, yeah, but Heroic is, we might say now, over-rotated. They tried to compensate, tried to get ahead of the read, as it were, thinking that it's like, oh, they've seen the rifle, so they're going to go towards B. But no, Gentlemates. Oh, they know what's up. Youngster on that CZ. A rare pistol purchase, but it will work out for him as he finds a clean one and an M4. The curious thing here is that Suspa's got a kit.
True.
They could certainly give this a look. One more kill comes their way, and I think they're going to be quite confident for it. Maybe halfway leaning towards the save, but they are indeed going to give this at least a go. To begin with, no utility to break in towards the site, though, is going to be very, very tough. And with that kill coming in, with nothing presenting itself, they'll set up for some aggressive exits. And now maybe start to think more heavily about a save, actually.
If they
Prison
can.
on the 5-7, has to fight his way out, and he will do just that. Team kill to help him out. And maybe a gun blasts its way towards him, not quite sure.
Can he get back to library? Yeah,
there you go.
One. There we go.
I think he actually got an M4 swapped to the Mac or something. Either way.
MP7, yeah.
Yeah, MP7 in the end.
Ran over an M4 and then was spamming E on an MP7. It happens to the best of us. I will say, though, not actually a terrible round from Heroic. Despite losing it, like, it's still so expensive towards Gentlemates. And I think that's a bit of a silver lining to take away. Like, 2 kills at the end there, one of which being a team kill, but Kristen will claim it all the same. But generally speaking, that's not bad.
I think you want a lot of return on those types of force buys. You know, one of the key things really is like, if you can get kills with the pistol, with the lack of utility, I think it is going to build that confidence. That's the way a lot of players will see it. Like, it's going to build that confidence when you have the full buy that you can do a lot more. So it's quite a curious thing, like the way the psychology of a force buy works out for you, and then keeping the econ low, feeling like you're just in the game. Yes, you've not won the round, but you've made it competitive, and there's always a chance, rather than all 5 dying and no kills coming in, you know. Bit of action over here in Banana, potentially. Prison on the half wall. They boost up to take him down. So pretty well calculated by Gentlemates, and what happens now, right? A players can't do too much about this round now.
Yeah, nice kind of due diligence as well, just to check below them. In towards B, no one's here. Quad stacking A once again, and it's something that, at least in the early portion, these first 4 rounds, Heroic have done a lot. They've quad stacked the A site, leaving one towards B, and it's become a bit more of a standard setup, because you leave that B player with a lot of utility to work with. A bunch of smokes down towards CT, maybe a Molotov as well there with him. A couple of flashes that he's got in the back pocket, and he can slow the roll to buy time for rotations if needed. But for Gentlemates, if they're starting to realize that this B site looks undermanned more often than not, they might be able to go for a bit more of a pacey around there. And Rennie for Heroic will just save. Sus has kept this M4 alive this whole time. And he'll wield it again in towards the next. And then for Nilo and Youngster, it's just keeping all of the armor, really. One last thing they don't have to reinvest into. So a simple one, only the 1 kill, but opens up the B site, bomb goes down, and that's the round. Flawless for Gentlemates as they find their 3rd. Not a bad start on their map pick of Inferno thus far. It feels like they've got a pretty decent read into what Heroic are trying to do. But this is the first proper round here, though. We've had the force buy wars up until round number 5. This is the one that we really get a little bit of a look into, right? This is, as we always like to say, the litmus test of this early portion of the map. If Heroic can come in towards it and pretty, defiantly win out this gun round, then we're not going to feel as comfortable about a Gentlemates lead.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how long Susp is able to remain deathless. Of course, now I've mentioned it, he's just going to die instantly in this round. But no, yeah, a big round, a very big round on the cards. Gentlemates are a home favourite for them at the moment here on Inferno, and I think, we have seen them Slowly build this map up. I don't know that it's necessarily one that traditionally they would have loved leaning on. I feel like Nuke in the past for like Iberian teams and whatnot has been a bit more popular.
The thing with this team is that Nuke was always their perma pick, and then everyone figured them out on it, and then they were like, we've got to change something up. I do like the variation. I still think Nuke is like their map that they're punishing a lot of teams on, but yeah, they got figured out on it.
Yeah, I mean, they play it a bit differently as well, very contact heavy.
Yeah.
Either way, we'll see if we get there, because with the way that Gentlemates are playing at the moment, off the back of that one force bite, it might be over a bit quicker than we were expecting here this morning. They've broken into B. As you mentioned, B is kind of vulnerable for Heroic at the moment. In a lot of these rounds, seems to be against the grain strategically.
Yeah.
They hope to corral Gentlemates in towards A, but it's just not happening. So really, really easy for the T side to break in there. And another save.
Yeah.
Susp, still not died.
He's still not died. You haven't cursed them just yet, but the more you mention it, the stronger the curse gets, really. Poor guy is, you know, demons looking down upon him to see him to death in at least one of these rounds. But yeah, he'll stay alive for now. He has upgraded, though, as well. He's gone from an M4 to an AK.
Very low action rounds for this guy, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
He's
just
thrown a nade.
Hovering around apartments, and they're not coming his way, but we are going to take an early time out. I think this is the right call. The thing is, as well, for Heroic, when they are leaving one man towards the B site, generally speaking, is Crizzen, right? He likes to kind of call around himself. He can call rotations, you know, either to his site or away. But he's also, I would say, mechanically not. Also, you might like, you know, they also sometimes have in the past of xCloud be your anchor on towards that B site. xCloud, I feel like he can back himself to hold his own. For Crizzen, you're asking a little bit more. I think he gets done a little bit dirty there. It's a one tap through the smoke. What can you really do? It's a nice shot from Alex, but we've got to find a way to shore things up. And I think for Heroic, maybe trying to take a little bit of early banana control, because in that round, you're playing xCloud and Crizzen in towards the B side. They're not super active. They, you know, the early U-Tour comes through, and they kind of, after, you know, a bit of time, Gentlemates basically don't go very quick at the start. They retake banana, and there's not really that much fight for it. I probably want to see Heroic try and take banana control a little bit earlier. You know, we got that standard smoke you can throw from spawn, which goes in towards front banana. Try and do something a little bit different.
Oh my.
Maybe like this.
Yeah, moving fast. I mean, again, it is towards A, but all the same, they're looking good. Susp able to find one, nearly in for the second, not quite. A lot of damage done.
He's dead.
That will be his first death, but not totally in vain. They have created an awful lot. Nilo's gone pushing in. Surely a kill for him on the cards with the low Martinez around the corner, but no. Martinez gets the drop on him. Able to keep that bomb as well. So really, really big find in a lot of different ways for Gentlemates. We'll see now what the plan is for them. Interesting spends here from that CT side as well. A few players with a lot of cash in the back pocket, some quite heavily spending, so maybe more saves on the cards and whatnot. They've got to boost up quick here. It is an eyeballed smoke towards CT, so certainly something for Crizzen to work with on that 5-7. Flash does get him. He manages to take one. That'll do for now. xCloud, not the same kind of success, but still a lot of low HP. Maybe the 5-7 can get a bit more done. Tries to spam away, taking more and more and more HP off of his opponents. Unfortunately, Youngster is late to the party. He's on this AWP as well, not feeling confident for a retaking situation like this. Nothing being handed to him. So it's going to be another round for the Spaniards. And it's kind of going from bad to worse here for Heroic.
And I will say as well, I like the idea that Heroic doing towards this round. A little bit more aggressive. You know, they try and take some early map control to make life uncomfortable, but it doesn't work. Youngster, nice shot from him. Crizzen maybe one at the end, but no, not to be. Davy G will clear his corners. Crizzen falls, so the best they'll get is that saved AWP. But a fifth on the board. This T side is rocking and rolling right now. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I will say off the back of the pause, I actually really like the idea by Heroic. You know, they do something a bit different. It's aggressive in towards second mid, which starts well. Sus gets a kill, then gets traded. That's fine. It's an information gather, but Nilo's got to win that fight towards Martinez. He's so low. He had like 15 points of HP. Has to kill him. If he does, that then gives him second mid control, allows them to wrap Banana as well, and puts you in a really decent spot. But the issue is, a couple of the 50-50s don't go their way, and before they know it, Gentlemates have such a stark numbers advantage. It's a 5-1. Heroic back into a bite. Gentlemates are in a really nice spot. And this is exactly the same as what we were saying about that nuke game just the other day. It was a force buy off the back of a lost pistol, Tech 9 rush, they win it out, and then they streak really well off the back of this. And that's exactly the same thing they've done here.
A matchup they know. A matchup they feel they have to win. And one that we can certainly see them doing despite, you know, a disparity in the rankings. Youngster flashed off, feeling like one of the main hopes here for Heroic. As he tries to get advanced, and it does work for the first. Smoke going to go down as well. He's acutely aware of something coming in from behind. There are threats everywhere at the moment. 5-7 out, down goes Youngster. Maybe his own smoke working against the CT side there, giving a bit too much space across. Still not over just yet, though. Nade and a molly. Mopoz's going to be left incredibly low and is unable to get the bomb down, so buys more time on these smokes and the rotations, of course. Martinez on the corner. Surely good for one. He is indeed as they walk into him. Can he get another? I mean, the spacing not quite good enough. He will keep them coming. Right round that corner, xFloud is waiting for him, but unfortunately also unable to capitalize. It's Sassol from the side as Gentle Mates will find yet another round.
That is such a good round as well. Really kind of well recovered because things weren't looking great. You know, you're into a position where, especially when that nade and molly comes over, there's actually decent space on the potential retake coming through. You can get a dink in towards the Balk player. You're put into a position where it actually feels like it's very doable, especially when, you know, you can see that last guy rotating in through long. He's just trying to dive in towards the motor. So he gets core. You're back into a 3 versus 3, and it feels like there's legs behind it. Gentlemates do so well. Martinez, 2 big kills from him, especially that second one. Little flick, but a really important find. The early spam will go the way of Gentlemates again. Everything's going right for the Spaniards at the moment. And Heroic, they are down in the dumps. Map control's been struggling. Opening doors, they've been struggling. This is a real stellar showing at the moment from Gentlemates.
Yep. Now they look fantastic. The Inferno not to be messed with, it would seem. See if they can keep it up. Another one that is definitely convertible here. Heroic will rotate across, and they look to press the attack. I mean, I'm certainly a fan of this as a concept.
Oh,
Youngster will trade out, but it's that bomb that actually seems to be softly bailing on the AIDs. It's a halfway fake, but now it becomes the main prong of the attack as they found quite a lot of space over here. Of course! I mean, if you're getting away with stuff like that, I don't know what Heroic can do. xFloud alone against the world with only 36 HP to his name, so not looking too good. And they are kind of after him as well, actually. 2 players up Banana, I think. They will eventually find him because there's just so much time to do this in. But yeah, 7-1, man. Gentle Mates looking unstoppable.
yeah, they're flying. xFloud trying to play a bit of an unorthodox angle as they are hunting. 2 right as well. They've got so much money. They're basically doing, you know, retake utility, it seems. They were setting up. A Mopoz's already cleared through the site. No one heard as well. No one taking in that molly. So where is he? He's clearing the ult. He's got to turn around. He'll spot xFloud in a second. And there it is. Mopoz gets the last. Nothing saved, nothing gained for Heroic. They are 6 rounds in the hole right now. And Gentlemates are flying. Next gun round, I probably wouldn't mind another pause from Heroic. They're already in a position where this first half's a write-off. But considering they probably can't full buy into us this round, it should be 8-1. At 8-1, best you can get 4 at the half. That's not good enough for Inferno, which is statistically quite an even map between the CT and the T side. I wouldn't mind Tobias getting involved prior to round number 10 getting underway. Just try and recover whatever you can at the tail end of this CT. But this is what we said, you know, I always feel like with these puggier maps, it's really about who just wakes up a little bit earlier. And at the moment, Heroic are just not looking on their game. Gentlemates feel considerably sharper in the server. It's working. 4 towards A once again. And loosely, the bomb is moving towards B. It's on the back of Martinez, but just going to let that rifling duo get the space first and see if they can find Krisen. But this is what I was saying. When they leave Krisen alone, it's obviously quite a difficult thing for him to do.
Smoke goes down. I mean, it's going to be behind the majority of the attack, so Krisen's timing is just way off. Down he goes. And really as simple as that, that it will be the round. I mean, there's a lot of armor and stuff to be saved here, but I think they just want a piece of the action, you know? They just want some closer moments. Heroic not getting anything. As they look really quite unimpressive. We talked about playing well first game of the day and whatnot, and initially it looked good. They had an explosive pistol, then they lost the force by. It's like, okay, here we go, some back and forth, right? Yeah. But they have just totally disappeared. And where's like the timeout and everything, you know? Like, I feel like you just really have to put all your chips into one of these gun rounds.
Yeah, which I hope is here. I really want to see them call for another pause, reset things, hopefully mentally a little bit, and see if they can in some ways recover. But a flawless one to come through. Fantastic work. No complaints at all. 8-1. Vibes do not look very good over on that side. And there is that timer that we're talking about.
Late, though, man.
Yeah, but
if this doesn't work, like, your map is just over.
I do also think as well, I can sort of understand it, because it feels like it's not really down to like a game plan. Like, they just lose in aim duels. Like, they're just not winning aim fights. I don't think like the idea behind the rounds are wrong. Like, if anything, like some of the rounds, Heroic feel like they got a nice approach to it. They're just not hitting their shots. They're losing aim duels like they shouldn't be. And it's small things like that that's costing them. So I can sort of see where the intervention by Tobis for the second time comes late. The first one, the call they made off the back of Tobis' timeout was really good. They just lost aim duels that they shouldn't have, especially that one on Nilo and Martineza. But I do think their idea has been good. It's just they're not winning fights, and that's a hard thing for Tobis to get back into, because then what does he say? Like, guys, aim better, you know what I mean? Yeah. I think, if anything, he needs to let things roll a little bit for them to warm up into the game. Yes, it might come at maybe the cost of this half, potentially the cost of this map. It's also their map pick, so maybe you softly are conceding it in a way and expecting that reverse sweep is the way for you. Let's see what changes, though. Second time that Tobis has got involved. The setup's relatively similar. Chris and an X-File playing out towards B. Bit of early utility, which... bit of damage towards Mopos, nothing crazy. But they do take top banana control really quickly. They fall off this, but Heroic don't know it yet. And they've drawn over Nilo as a supporting player. And now they're retaking top banana control. They're over towards A.
Young's has been a bit of a saving grace for me on the AWP. Yeah, remains ever consistent on the open angle. Sus will get one instantly traded. About 3 bullets fired and 2 kills come in. That is tough. Can't make it away. Nilo is here in good time, but he will also get taken down. 2 versus 2. Mopos going to be very, very low in the situation, but he's managed to get his hands onto an AWP. Oh, he can't really get in there, but it's Martineza who does. And they look so cool, even in a slightly more tense situation. The closest it's come for a while. And Gentlemate's still able to find it.
Yeah, they're just sharper. It's really, really quite a statement here by this Gentlemate side. I feel for Youngster, he does quite well, gets the first. His position for the second is decent. He just can't escape. He's so blind, doesn't know what he's running into. Down he goes. I will say this Mopos second swing, so risky. He didn't need to swing there. But it's fine. Martinez bails them out. 11 life, they get really fired up. No jet lag for these guys.
I mean, they love it, though. Like, you know, the power in that high five from Alex.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they're just so full of energy as a team and as a people, I suppose.
And I think it's a blessing and a curse, right? When things are going well, they're so hard to stop. I think Legacy, another great example of this. Duma and Lato, those guys get very, very loud. You know, they get really fired up. When they lose, though, they get in their own head quite a bit. They get quite tilted. It's quite visible as well to see that they're quite dejected when they're losing. But when they're winning, they're so difficult to stop because there's momentum. That's a terrible way to start as well. You really feel for Nilo. Double HE'd. What can you do? The spam's a good idea. Youngster's trying to escape, but he gets ran down by Mopos. And here's Soft. Goes for the first. Feigns the drop down as well, but he can't find the second. Kristen does get one. In the meanwhile, just on the edge of that smoke, but a swing and a fight and a double by Mopos. We'll see it off the round. Double digits for Gentlemates. They lock in 10. Heroic. This map is done. It's a write-off. Even if you get a second at the tail end of the half, there is no recovering this one.
Yeah, and just relentless, right? It's a bit of a classic. You win out in the clutch, and maybe you expect things to slow down a bit, and we need to take them up. But no, Gentlemates, yeah, straight in there. Heroic probably still got their minds a little bit like, okay, it's all right. Next time we're in a clutch, we need to do X, Y. And they're still considering the previous round and what they can learn from it. And then you get double naded at top banana, and suddenly
I'd be so
Everything
tilted.
comes crashing down. Yeah, I know.
I'd be so tilted. It's like, also as well, the first time Nilo started Banana, like all game, he's only ever rotated over there late round. He's never started there before that round, and then he gets double naded. Now he gets spammed as well. Like, you got to feel for him.
Nothing's working.
Yeah.
Nothing is working here. That's just the damn truth of it. So, gentle mates, by all accounts, we'll be seeing this one over swiftly, and then we have to find the fresh reset for Heroic on Mirage.
And it might be tough as well, right? This is...
Mirage as a pick, we always call it a risk.
Yeah. Especially because of how good Gentlemates look right now. They are looking electric. Aim-wise, so good. Sourceful gets a kill. At the same time, Alex will fall. daviG and Sourceful combine for more. This is it, right?
Yeah.
Does it? I think the read is actually not bad. They've got a good idea of where things are heading. They just can't win aim duels. It is as simple as that. Their plan is good. The ideas are fine. The numbers are there. That's 4 players towards the A site, and they only get 1 kill. Like, that is it. That sums up how this map has been. It's never about the game plan. Their read is actually quite good. It's just the fact they simply cannot hit their shots. The only man who's really looked consistently decent is Youngster. You've brought him up a couple of times. Like, that AWP's actually been okay. Susp's numbers are maybe a little bit inflated by that 3K on the pistol, right? Yeah. That'll kind of fluff it up a little bit, but it has been an absolutely dominant display here by Gentlemates. What a first half, 11-1, vibes are good, they're loving life. And this Spanish Flare is looking absolutely sick. There's nothing Heroic can do.
Yeah, which is just not what we expected at all. I thought this was going to be a very close matchup, some difficult splits, some big clutches, you know, the push and pull reads on Inferno. We've not even seen much of that, to be honest. A couple of rounds maybe where Gentlemates are like, looks like they're going A or they're going B. Like, most of the time, pretty simple.
Hugging his emotional support dog right now.
It's
like,
going to be needed.
Anything.
It's going to be needed. What have you got for me? You know, and the dog, I just got nothing, mate. Like,
yeah,
you know,
pal.
you're on your own. You're on your own in this one. Love that, though. Gonna have to get, you know, next tournament, he's gonna be turning up with like a different breed of dog.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's like,
or just a real one.
Yeah.
Just
well,
like,
yeah,
mate,
yeah. Just desperate.
Anything.
Distract them, you know. Yeah, it's rough. It is very, very rough here. But we'll see. Heroic might be able to buy themselves some space, get a pistol, convert it. You know, you just have to start with the baby steps, really, and show that you can do it into the series. But it's one of those things, if you get absolutely bounced on the first map, not your pick, you can just forget about it really quickly.
That's what we
Trying to find some straws here for Heroic to work with, but it is hard.
It's a lot of bodies spotted by daviG, and they're not exactly going quiet here. Heroic aren't feigning any presence. They have made it pretty clear they're taking mid-control. There's 4 players towards A. Now, generally, when Heroic had 4 players towards A, the result always ended up being Gentlemates. Will it be the same here, though? On the flip side, Heroic have not committed towards the A site, but they still feel like they're going to head in that direction. Alex is rotating away. Somebody's got to short up the long control. That's where you kind of have daviG keeping an eye, train them. They're going quick, and in they come. Martinez with the dualies gets cleared. The flash is fantastic, and that is a statement of a pistol. The pistol to open up things by Heroic was great, and the one to start the second half is fantastic as well.
Yeah, not holding my breath just yet. We'll see. They've got to convert this. Got to find quite a few rifle rounds as well before we really start believing in the comeback. But even, you know, just getting the pistol round off the ground is going to be some work. Gentlemates, I don't know. I think that CT force buy a little less likely for sure. Okay, if he found a kill, I was about to go crazy because Alex had a kit there. You could see what he was trying to do.
Smoke as well, right?
No, I think the smoke was on MOPOZ.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, not quite on the smoke, but I think if he'd found that kill, rush to the bomb, you never know. It's still pretty far away from it. Anyway, whatever. It's a good pistol for Heroic in the end. Just a question of getting this over the line. There you go, trying to keep the vibes high, I think, for the next map. And like you say, Tobers might have jumped in and been like, listen, fellas.
Yeah.
Let's just play this one out, see how it goes. They might stumble, you never know, but it's not looking good. Just try and keep it together for that next map, which Heroic feel like a really good team in terms of the mental. They look like they're always having fun. You know, I think we have a lot of players here who maybe didn't expect to find themselves out of that tier 2 scene, you know, into a really stable like organization, and I'd like to say roster, but you know, Youngster is the stand-in for like a year or whatever.
Yeah.
We still call him a stand-in, even though he just isn't really. He has just been a member of the team. But nonetheless, they always look to be in good spirits, even in a matchup like this. We'll see how good the spirits remain. Oh, come on, man.
I love the idea.
I wanted at least one.
Moppa's in trouble here, though. He's all alone. And potentially as well, if they just barrel in towards the B site, Moppa's might actually just go and join the rest of the pack towards A and save. They've gone for a force. It doesn't work first time. Shell up and save and reset until the next. I think he's already kind of conceding this round. I don't really blame. He's got double back.
He's going back.
Maybe goes for a little bit of a loose spam. I don't think he's going to commit to fighting here. This round is a write-off. DaviG's gone down. There's a deep smoke. He's just looking whether anybody pushes through it. But you can see on that mini-map, the other 3 from Gentlemates are not giving this one a look in. So that'll be that. One will go down. Will be a third locked in for Heroic, and a relatively long save. And on the flip side as well for Heroic, I don't think they need to go hunting. If anything, it might work against them.
Yeah, I think Mopaz saw the dollar signs, you know?
Yeah.
Opportunity to maybe make some cash. So nothing coming off. As I say, Heroic looking at the baby steps. Just getting bits and pieces over the line, proving that they can do it here against the Gentlemates. But still, every round has that pressure. They've got another force buy, quote unquote, to contend with.
Terrorists win.
So certainly not going to be easy. Might be some ideas here. Gentlemates with a buy coming up in the next round. Send it down mid, you know, really get in the face of your opponent, do something annoying. Timeout coming in here from Gentlemates. So full respect across, even though it's 11-3. They really are making sure that they're going to get this one over the line.
Yeah, and I think part of this as well for this timeout is just for them, like, okay, we've got to buy next round. What do we want to cook up here? Like, what kind of weird, slightly gimmicky round do we want to throw in? Bit of an opportunity to maybe throw some ideas around.
Again, Mopod's doing a lot of the talking.
He's a vet, though.
It's the same yesterday. No, it's true. It's just just interesting, like, how the dynamic really works, you know?
Yeah. Just, you know, and another, I mean, these guys have played together for years, right? I mean, I'm sure they probably just share those duties, to be honest. I think, you know, one of those where for Alex, it's like, he does the more tactical stuff. Morpos might be a little bit more of the kind of vibes guy, you know, like
management.
Yeah, exactly. Hyping up the troops and whatnot.
Not that they really need it here.
No, exactly that.
Come on, guys. What's going on? It's 11-3. We should be winning. Like, what are you talking about?
So I wonder what is actually the idea here. We've got a pretty defaulty setup, but they actually are going to dive in towards Banana. I like that. Mongols going to open up proceedings. And maybe that was part of the conversation. All right, back me. Give me the flashes, Alex. I'm going to fly in towards the fight. Might be in trouble if that molly spreads. Will it spread towards him? I cannot believe it. It hasn't cleared the corner. And that might become an oversight if Heroic go looking in towards Banana. They mollied that. They didn't hear a tick, but they're not going to head that direction. They've lost that control. They give it up. So they go back to A. And there is a naughty crossfire on long.
Yeah, I mean, they're headed straight into it as well. I was going to say it depends on which way they go. 5-7 to start. USB not quite as useful, but Martineza, he does take 2. He's revealed that bomb. He's given the man advantage across the Gentlemates here. Mopos indeed is low, coming in from behind and loses the battle at range. Sassol to go down. It's dicey for sure, but the stronger weaponry is just able to come out on top. It's going to be on the captain here of Alex. He hears all this happening. He's in on pretty good timing, honestly. At Mach 10, though, again, weaker weaponry. Nice little crossfire setup. Xcloud is low. Potentially that first player that you meet, Alex, could play this perfectly. Smoke out, creep your way in, but now they're going to know about him. He is revealed. Flash goes round. Take out the low HP player. Doesn't have a lot of time to get this next one, and unfortunately, Nilo has played it to perfection around that smoke. Selling his teammate down the river, but winning the round. And Heroic will see it off. But again, it's very close. You know, you want some breathing room, and Heroic are just not getting it.
And this, the other thing as well is that was sort of ultimately a throwaway round. Like, it's a bonus by, you've got kind of what's left off of your force by brought in towards this round, you know that essentially you've got full buy-in towards next round. This one's a throwaway. You don't really care too much. You've made it very expensive. 4 out of 5 kills on a round that you've ultimately already conceding mentally coming into. That's really not bad at all. And that's a nice day to start things off. The shot behind by Alex will find Chris, and he announced the call from the grave. Exile took some tag damage with him as they both try and take that banana control, and Youngster will creep on the edge of the smoke. There is 3 players here to meet them early, and they've got a hell of a lot of utility as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, we might just be right back to it once the guns have come into play. Gentlemates are looking to smash them here. Martineza will take out Youngster. It's looking really quite good. 5 on 3 in very, very quick succession. Nonetheless, trying to make a move towards the A bomb site, keep the dream alive here if they can. A lot of
Making it
players, yeah, really in a good position here. The nade is nice.
Yeah, nade's fantastic. How about the second one? How about that? It's just getting chipped away. That's the 3rd HE that's tagged Xcloud. You got a feel for it. It's awesome. Swinging lights him up as well. 2 bullets, 2 kills, and a 3rd on the spray down. Sourceful shuts down the A site and keeps it under lock and key.
How's that not 1 bullet on both of them, man? That was such a clean. They both like fallen, ragdolled the opposite directions. Can't wait to see that again.
Yeah, fair play. Fair play indeed. And then the 3rd as well, just the insult to injury. And the thing is, we come back into the buy, and it's right back to the same thing, right? This is the thing. You know, Heroic, this scoreline has been kind of buffed up a little bit by both pistols. But again, this is a storyline we like to bring up. They won both pistols, and they're on track to lose 13-4.
Yeah, it is very, very true. We will find out here if there is a little bit of an option available for the Heroic side. Opos nearly in for the double. Will get traded out, but started off quite strong. Again, a forward-facing Gentlemates looking to close things out here and now. And I think they might just be able to get away with that. Martineza at the sandbag with the AWP. He isn't backed up. Maybe there's a contact flash with his name on it. It's going to have to be good. It's going to have to be really good. He's still not fast enough to get in just yet. 3 versus 3 underway. Nilo on the lurk. Nilo on the lurk. Oh, man, he gets the kill, but it's going to cost him his life. That's messy, to say the least. And now down to this 2 versus 2.
Xcloud is low, so he's going to wield the AWP for now. All goes really quiet. 35 seconds on the clock. They are still committed to this B site. A contact play. It's Alex here to meet them. No utility, no kit. He's all alone in this endeavor. And he's going to play all the way back in towards Church, which could potentially work. You can see a bit of a temptation by Susps to start wrapping through CT, but they move forward. They made a step now as well. Bomb goes down. Alex has got a little bit of a gap. Xcloud should be dead, and he is. It's all on Alex. He can't quite close it as Susp finds the trade. So 1 versus 1. Susp is tagged. Source will have all to do. He avoids the first fight, but he wins the second. Susp deleted, and just like that, it is Gentlemate 13-4. Their map pick in map number 1. What a way to start off this series.
Never in doubt, I think, for this team, honestly. Yeah. Like, they have a super clean run of 11. Like, just absolutely insane stuff in that first half after winning out the force by Heroic. Just never really able to get into it. Maybe driving the game a tad bit better once they get onto that T side, but I don't think so, honestly. You know, Gentlemate's so far ahead that perhaps they take their eyes off the prize. They just lose that pistol, really, you know, and we say it a lot of the time, you know, some teams can be very, very good at them, but pistols have that random element, don't they? You know, one unlooked angle and suddenly 3 players are dead, and it's like, okay, you just can't recover that with like no utility, etc.
If anything, for that side of the argument, the pistols are RNG. You know, it's a bit of a debate, right? You know, and you kind of have to pick which side you support. This is the game that is kind of like really helping out the pistols RNG brigade, because every other round was one-sided.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man, absolutely. Gentlemates Pretty much perfect. And I think, as we've said a few times, that does come through as a surprise. A welcome one, a happy one for sure, but
Yeah.
Heroic, now you just don't have a lot to work off of. As we say, pistols and whatnot. There's no like rifle rounds in there. They weren't shooting back very well. There was the odd round where it came close, where you forced Gentlemates to clutch up or even retake a bomb site. But at the end of the day, I think this next map really could be tough for Heroic if they're just not able to bounce back. We saw, I think, quite an obvious directive kind of come in, maybe from the coach, maybe from the team in general, and the way they like to approach things. It's like, let's still try and keep the spirits high when they're winning rounds, you know, against ecos or against low force buys in that second half, still screaming the nices and whatnot. So yeah, obviously trying to remain present and just focus on the next two maps, get the swing back. Maybe that's what they were expecting as well, because this Inferno's looked pretty good from Gentlemates. If they were to win Inferno, it was probably going to be tough. Kind of sucks that you go down in this fashion. You don't at least bring it to like 8 or 9 or 10, that kind of scoreline. But in the end, they're really going to be relying on the Mirage, which hopefully does come through as that punish pick. We look once again to the big man of Mopos.
He keeps stepping up, doesn't he, right? You know, Unk still got it, and I think that's really, really good to see. But he keeps having really, really important maps. It's something, and there's been a talking point that we brought up yesterday, and we've kind of quite consistently talked about it with Gentlemates. There is inconsistency in terms of who's the hero of this side. So it'd be worth looking into the tail end of Mirage, regardless of win or lose, who's actually the main guy to step up. daviG didn't offer up a lot in towards Inferno, but at the same time wasn't really needed. And I wonder now in towards Mirage, this is going to be kind of what we saw so often. It was like, we saw this in yesterday's game. It was like, source of map number 1, not there at all. Map number 2, like it's like 22 kills or whatever, absolutely flying. Map number 3, not there. Vice versa, daviG, map number 1 on Nuke was like incredible. Map number 2, not there. Map number 3, back into it. So we get this kind of like flip of the scoreboard so often with Gentlemates. And it might be the same thing heading in towards Mirage, but the real question is it going to be the same Heroic heading in towards Mirage, right? Because that was so off their game. We didn't really see anything. There was nothing we can really grasp onto, bar maybe the pistols, but it doesn't really care. You know, we don't really matter. We don't really care about that, or it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It was bad. And I think the good news is, because it was so quick, I think you can just say, right, forget about it. It is what it is. Like, it happens. We've got our map pick now. It is a punish on towards them. We've got to shoot sharper, though, right? And that's the big thing for us. We've got Mirage coming up next. Heroic are looking for a completely different showing. We're not going to have to see whether that will be the case. For now, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, map number 2.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're starting off PGL Astana 2026, and I've got Heroics Krisen with me here, and I'm going to say this, it's been a grind for you guys. Everything, even from big events to some of the smaller ones and the LAN events, Heroic is taking part in. So how has this journey been? You did successfully qualify for the major as well. You still been able to push your way back up, but I can imagine it's been quite a tough period for you and the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has felt like a bit stressful throughout the last 2 months or so. A lot of traveling, a lot of grinding has been done. And we're very happy, of course, that we qualified. It was the main goal, and we made it a bit harder along the way with some stupid defeats or losses. But it was really good. I was very proud with everyone actually how they managed to deal with it, because of course the pressure, but also just the time management, going from one place to another within 3 days, all the time. So
yeah. You have quite a young team, but you also, as a young IGL, and even just for Toby as your coach, had to deal with the uncertainty of AWPing, the player changes. I just want to ask for you as an IGL, even though I would now consider Youngster basically is an AWPer, he's officially doing it. It's not any more hobby AWPing.
Yeah.
How hard was that whole process for you of understanding what's happening next event, not knowing what's going to be the case, and even just calling when you don't have maybe the dedicated AWPer who can have the same initiative as what other players would?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a bit tough. I think it's taken a long time since we got him Youngster, and I can confidently say now that I feel like we're playing up to par with most teams now.
Nice.
I think, of course, it's tough for him having to learn and all of this. But as you mentioned, it's also tough because usually you know what you kind of get with an AWP player from IGL side. So it's been a lot of trying to make him an AWPer, but also at the same time remember we should also compensate for some of the stuff, because of course we can't expect him to take on all the responsibility within such short time. So no, I think now I'm very happy with where we're at, and yes, there's a bit more certainty with also now the season coming to an end. So no, it's very nice.
Now looking at this, what I find interesting about the results, when I see what games you guys have played, you can put up a fight against FURIA, and this was FURIA when they were playing pretty well. You can beat a team like PARIVISION, who's right up there at the moment, but you can also lose to Astral. There's a whole big diversity of what happens in swinging around. Now, I know you're playing many games, but what difference do you notice? What does it come down to between the best version of Heroic and the flaw you guys have?
I think a lot of it just is preparation. I think for us, it varies so much, and you can feel it instantly. We are very young, so I think, at least for me, it's very easy to tell when we're gonna play really good or when we're gonna be a bit inconsistent. And when we have these games, and when we play a lot of games, of course, these inconsistencies are gonna show a bit more than maybe a tier 1 team where you have a bit more prep time, and you know when you're playing.
One game a day, stuff like that.
Yes, exactly. But when you're hitting the 6th game in 2 days, and it's you're still of course doing entry set and all of this, but it's also hard to keep evolving yourself through a tournament like this. I think sometimes you just get caught in these games, and I would say every time, and this is not to take anything away from all the people that have beat us, on these events, but it has been on our own conditions, it's our own fault that we're losing. And when you look back at it, it's we don't even understand how we're playing sometimes, that's how bad it is.
You're just kind of going through the motions.
Yeah, we're so no, I think it's definitely gonna be way different here. I think we have the confidence that we can go in and beat everyone. It's just about showing it, and I think we will also do so.
Nice. So lastly, I want to ask you, this is your first big event since Cluj-Napoca. So you're back at Astana a couple of months later. How much stronger is this Heroic compared to what we saw in Cluj-Napoca? With everything you've been through, man.
I would say we're 1,000 times better than we were.
Okay.
Yes.
So that builds some excitement for the Heroic fans.
Yes. Yeah.
You ready to show it?
Of course. I think okay. I'm gonna throw it out there already. We're beating Aurora first game.
Ooh, okay. Hey, I'm gonna leave it with that. That's a great ending, man. That's perfect. Thank you very much, Krisen, and good luck, man.
Thank you.
Hoping for more from Heroic, they really did not deliver on map number 1. It wasn't their pick. Maybe it doesn't come through as one of the strongest ones, but then it's Inferno, you know? It's a map that you need to have in your repertoire. It's a map that you need to at least start the conversation about being close. You know, let's bring it to like a 4-4 situation before the map starts getting away from you. But no, they found one round in the first half. That was it. And then it was kind of just over from there, really.
Yeah, it was a very strange map. I think for Heroic, it's definitely one to forget. Like, they just offered up nothing. And I think, I said it, you know, during the map itself, but the ultimate kind of story behind that Inferno was the ideas were pretty good. The execution was poor. They just couldn't hit their shots. Like, the calls were decent. They had stacks in the right places. It felt like they had reads in the right places. They just lost every aim duel. They had one guy who got into double-digit kills, being that a youngster, who actually looked pretty solid, and everybody else single-digit. We look at the flip side as well. There was so many pop-off moments. Mopos looked great. Martinez had some nice moments, and we've seen him go missing a little bit, right? It's a bit inconsistent. That was great. Saucer looked great as well, which was really, really good to see. The only man who really went missing was Davy, but at the same time, he wasn't required. He goes missing, and you still win 13-4. So, if anything, that is a hell of a statement. We've got this Mirage coming up next, though. Really quite excited to see how this one pans out. Now, when we look at this, again, it's on paper a punish pick over towards Gentlemate. Not a great kind of map for them statistically. However, we've just seen how sharp they look mechanically, and that might be the real difference maker.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the obvious veto, isn't it, when you come into this matchup? It's one they've played against each other in the past, one that they're probably, you know, pretty common scrimming partners, you would imagine. So I think that they will be pretty ready for this particular map. But it's just a question of whether they are still going to be able to match off. And as we touched on a bit, and I think as is obvious if you guys are paying attention at home, Heroic were clearly kind of writing off map number 1. Maybe at a certain point you're like, we'll see how it goes. But after that first half, it's like, okay, this is just not going to happen unless, you know, you get one of those FaZe-esque performances, which, you know, people don't really.
Yeah.
That's why they're so rare and revered. And so I think they were really, really ready for the second map to just get started. So hopefully clean slate for them and looking a lot better onto this one. But it's just very hard to say because, as you touched on an awful lot, they weren't really shooting back. It's not like, oh, damn, why have they rotated there? That's the wrong read or whatever. It was just they were in the right place, but they just couldn't land those shots.
Yeah.
Not a lot of clutch situations coming up, so not necessarily able to use, like, you know, the brain power of some of these guys. And yeah, Gentlemates just walked all over them. So you may be just banking on the fact that that's not going to happen again. How rare is it that we go down 2-0 to a team like this, or 0-2, I should say. And yeah, I think they're just trying to hopefully bounce back and indeed have the confidence on Mirage to take this to a third.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on as well. We'll have to see when this one gets underway, but it needs to be a completely different Heroic in towards the server, I think is ultimately the picture that we're painting here. And I will say for Gentlemates, all it requires from them is another kind of slightly strong start. Like, you get, you know, the first 2 gun rounds, for example, maybe a force buy in there, and Heroic already on such a back foot where you can sort of assume that maybe mentally they're in a bit of a problematic spot, and that's the real worry. The one thing they've got going for them is pistols. We've given them that. Both pistols in towards Inferno were absolutely fantastic from Heroic. It's everything else, right? Their gun rounds are going to be clean. And I think that's the way that they mentally are going to be able to find themselves into a position of success here, is actually the first kind of 1 or 2 rifle rounds. Can we make these stick for us?
Indeed, heard some ticks in the chat. I thought we weren't live. I was scared, but it seems like we are. As they are going for it. A little bit of ramp information for the Gentlemates. We've got a lot of Julies out here. Sassol with a smoke as well. Martinez up close is the one to watch. 3 round this corner. Could be devastating. Could go down fast. It's really all on what happens. They're ready for him to push in. They're on top of each other. It's dangerous. There's some team damage in there.
Yeah.
He's only able to find one. However, Davy with a nice little move. But the smoke comes out to slow them down and make them reconsider. They've dumped their utility, so not the best look here, unfortunately. As Heroic have to reconsider their options.
Also, Davy, he heard that rotation. He heard them run away through Palace. He actually looked like he was tempted to go through the smoke. He doesn't in the end, but they should know that it's rotating towards B.
Yeah.
He heard all this, and definitely now This can be heard. They are not going quiet as they're moving forward. Alex, how's this fighting towards bench up close? It might not matter. Sorsal, I'm close to the dualies of his own. Go kind of crazy here. He'll round the corner. He's got the support of Moppos. He 180s as he gets 2 for Moppos, 1 for Sorsal. Nilo, the lurking presence, all alone now. 1 versus 4, 25 seconds, and now a smoke in his face. Surely no chance in hell to make matters worse. Heroic had the one thing going for them of the pistols, and now they've lost this. Sorsal can hear him. He's dead to rights, knife in hand. What a start for the Spaniards. And things go from bad to worse for Heroic.
Yeah, just not what you wanted, man. Obviously, you've lost the pistol, so there's the scoreline factor, but also they had an A play, they had an execute, they bailed on it, they were heard, they were read, you know, so all these like indecisive moves that also work against them, they're just immediately on the back foot, immediately feeling like we're not in control, we didn't make the right call there, why did we do that, you know, depending on how things unfold, but this is where it could get very difficult, you know, you try and be positive, you try and move into your own map pick with good vibes, but when things start working against you, it can be tough, you know, everyone's got a plan till they get punched in the face, as the classic goes.
What's your plan when you get punched in the face?
Well, I don't know. I like to fancy myself in the boxing ring, but actually, I think I probably would run, yeah. If it were like in public, for sure.
I mean, that's what happened there, right? A bit of a punch in the face with the dualies in towards Palace, and they run.
Yeah, on the defensive.
Yeah. Well, it's a full eco here. We're not really expecting anything from Heroic. It'd be nice if they could get a bomb plant. They're on boost, immediately caught by Martinez. He gets 2 behind it as well. Nice work. MP9's going to collect some cash. Money to be made here for Alex, and he wants a little bit more of it. Seen off in the end. An easy shutdown in towards that mid-take. It was an eco, though, so you don't really read too much into it. It'd be nice to get a Constellation kill. It'd be lovely to get a bomb plant there, but very unlikely for Heroic. This round, however, very important. First gun round after a lackluster map 1 and a lackluster start to your own pick. You've got to get out the gates fast here with these gun rounds. We've got full AKs across the board by 1 Galil to shore up the utility for Crescent. This one has to stick, though. It doesn't. I think Heroic, it might be early, but I think they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to find out. This is indeed our early barometer. I've angled towards B here. A lot of noise in towards mid, as you would expect, but trying to create something. 3 players in the underpass. Feels like maybe 1 too many. Not all that common to have such an aggressive move in this area so early on in the round. A re-smoke towards window. Molotov comes in, nobody ticked by it. Not able to boost up into this window, and it seems like they are savvy. That's what you're going for. Yeah, youngster eats that. They will indeed still boost into the window, unfettered.
2.
By all this damage. 2, again, feels unorthodox, overstacking certain areas. Could definitely work out for them. Alex is ready, you know, he seems very savvy to the fact there's been a boost, but he moves into the angle. Heroic with the anti-read, as it were. Mopos there to trade 1, but not ready for that second. Sassol now finds himself under threat.
Needed that.
And he will go down. That should be the round as a 4 versus 2 unfolds. They do have pretty quick presence up short, but I don't think really fancying themselves here. Stick around for a moment, nothing presents, and they will move to save. So Heroic, it's kind of gimmicky, is what I will say. You know what I mean? It's kind of based on the information that seems obvious, and then it's like, aha, it was a trick. There's actually 2 of us here, you know.
Yeah.
Here's my assistant, but
I definitely don't think it's a replicable round.
Yes, exactly.
I think is the real issue. Like it's a good round to get, but it's a little bit of a pocket strat. It's still not kind of like, you know, a default in towards a nicely worked kind of mid round. But maybe that's still something that we're going to see going a little bit further forward for Heroic. At the very least, first gun round, good start. That's all we can really ask. The only counter argument really to it is that it's technically a bonus buy for Gentlefates. MP9's in play. They don't have kind of the full belt to util. So this is actually, again, where we get to see a bit more of a truer test. Now, I still think potentially for Sorsal, he might want to shore up the utility here. So maybe he even goes into like a FAMAS, just to have a little bit more in terms of that util, or like an MP9 himself. Just get dropped an M4. Okay, he's lucky. So we get the full belt for the most part. gets dropped over. But this is, again, now a bit more of a true test. That's a bonus buy. If Aurora can go back-to-back, though, they actually put themselves in a really good spot to start off this Mirage.
A lot in towards middle here. A little bit of a different approach from Heroic as they will try and send the fight. But nobody from Gentlemates is going to be holding. There is Pause on short, slightly open angle, but not necessarily anything in towards window. Alex on a dangerous timing here at TopCon. Really does need to be careful. They're going to smoke him off, though. Then he smokes them off, but then they're going to get inside the smoke. So still got the con control that they were after, I think.
Yeah, it's good information.
Push the volley. Nice. And a break on that smoke. That's actually really nicely played. I think they might have heard xCloud running in.
And a lovely reaggress. That's the bomb. That's huge. Alex done so well here. Tag on towards Youngster. There's two players who are fighting for this top con control from Heroic and two technically from Gentlemates. One of Alex who's inside and then at range you got MartinEza. But they get the support on MopOz. He swings down with his M4. He'll drop Youngster. Looks for two as Nilo will also fall. And what a response from Gentlemates. It's Sus left with it all to do. A 1 versus 4, 30 seconds on the clock. And there's the first showing presence. Another player in towards Palace as well. Should be dead to rights, but MartinEza does give him a freebie.
Yeah, 20 seconds. I mean, just not going to happen here with the bomb recovery and whatnot that is needed. Very fluid from both sides in towards that connector area. Honestly, you see that top con smoke come in, I think there's a lot of players that would just sit there and be like, I'll save my smoke. Doesn't really matter, but the CTs really confuse it with their utility.
That's kind of expensive at the end here. Like, those two deaths are actually going to have an effect over towards Gentlemates. They don't have loss bonus to fall back on. Yeah, 4 staying alive, you're fine. 2 staying alive does change things. They can get drops over, but it's at least going to keep that CT economy a little bit in check. If it was 4 players staying alive for Gentlemates, they're thriving financially. But with a couple going down, there's bits of reinvestment. But it's Heroic, I think, for me, in that mid round, they just run out of ideas. Like they panic, they get a little flustered there. So it's costly. But you can see what I mean, right? You look over towards it. MartinEza, MopOz, Sorcerer, all don't really have anything left in the back pocket. Granted, though, that's the same for everybody on Heroic. So generally, I would say it's a pretty big swing round. Heroic, you lose this, especially without a bomb plant. You're broke, can't buy next. Gentlemates found a 4th and probably a 5th behind it. Flip side is if Heroic can find this comfortably, get all of them, it's going to put them in a great spot. But it's MartinEza who opens up proceedings. He pushes the smoke and catches Prison.
Good to see the AWP getting active. He's really looking good in the early stages in terms of the kills. Not necessarily seen him have that impact all on the AWP, of course, but yeah, it could be dangerous to see MartinEza towards the top end. I mean, when you look at this team on paper, you would look to him as being the firepower man, you know, the danger player, but it's not always the case. Oh, a lot of the time it's this guy, but MopOz will go down in this round. A lot of open fights here. Sus with a key win. Weird timing from Sassol, misses the opportunity. The AWP misses its shot as well. It's this man at Tetris that you keep your eyes on, though. daviG's in a really good spot that could be difficult to deal with. They're trying to overwhelm. He has to go absolutely crazy. Not going to happen. It's close in a lot of places, but Gentlemates unable to capitalize. Maybe on a number of kills, you might even say.
Yeah.
So Heroic going to get another.
Yeah, it really does feel like a round lost by aim duels more than anything. Nicely done by Heroic, though. Good space taken, and then they just continue putting the pressure onto it. And like I said, it is going to have a pretty big effect here. I mean, daviG and Alex can buy, sure, so they potentially might force buy into this. Gentlemates love a force buy, but there's pretty big inherent risks behind that, too. I could even see a world in which Alex buys and drops, and then he uses maybe just like an upgraded pistol. They don't really have, you know, obviously any loss bonus really to fall back on. But then again, MopOz is kind of double eco. Sorcerer's pretty close. That might even sort of tempt them into buying here, nonetheless. But it's Heroic, an important one. This was a big fight as well for me. I feel like if Alex had won that sort of stuff, it might have changed things quite drastically. But in the end, not to be. Even this daviG fight too. Good work from Heroic. Looking already a lot sharper than we saw in towards Inferno. In Inferno, they would have lost that just by virtue of the 50-50s.
No, it's true. I think it's still going to be work, though. I really do think it's still going to be tough for them. Gentlemates are looking like the better team overall. Just got to keep this up. The Econ is in a disastrous spot, honestly. You've got 2 players, well, 3 with Sassol having, you know, saved in the previous round, but 3 players that would want to just save and not spend anything. 2 players were not quite on minimum loss bonus, but also not quite on enough money to save in this round, buy in the next. So, yeah, real mess for Gentlemates in terms of the Econ. And it goes back, doesn't it? You know, that one moment where at the end of the round, 2 kills came in, and it made it very costly. You know, their win was not clean.
Yeah.
Those few rounds ago. But we'll see here. This looks like a decent enough buy that they can definitely do something with. It's
Mopo just can't move.
Contact heavy.
Oh, that's seen. That's just definitely seen. They know he's dropping util. The orb spotted it getting thrown. Granted, though, smoke goes down. He's going to play inside of it.
Oh, my.
And I love it. It's going to work. Are you kidding me? It's going to work. There is a recoverable gun there. He doesn't want to take the risk of going in, and he feigns the jump down as well to start that roost, but nobody's close enough that they're really going to care about this. I think as that smoke fades, if they give it a little look in and spot nothing, I'd be going for that. That AK. Mopos is the only one without a gun to speak of, bar a pistol. That'll be a nice little addition to have.
I just got to make, like, no moves here on the CT side. Consmoke coming in could get up short. There's, of course, the info that he will give Nilo is left incredibly low. Mopos wants that AK, but just needs a bit of assistance. Meanwhile, Sassol's been so very ready for the short movement. Lovely correction. And Youngster finds himself alone. All of a sudden, he's also only on 16 HP, 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's
not happening. Huge win here for the Gentlemates, and only 1 player going down. So it's a massive boon that they could work from here. Heroic will be kicking themselves.
An immense amount of credit has to be given to Mopos. He does so well.
Yeah, on the 5-7,
yeah, exactly.
Like the weakest gun of the round.
But also the greatest gun in Counter-Strike.
Well, so they say.
I feel like I've been saying it for a while, that, like, you know, bang for buck, I think
yeah,
it's the
I don't
best.
know why. Because at one point in the game, we had the P250, this is a long time ago now, you know, showing my age slightly. We had the P250 that was in a similar spot where it's like, it was one tapping up close, dropping fully bought up players.
Yeah.
And they nerfed that relatively quick, you know, once it became a problem, especially in the comp scene. But the 5-7's been like this for the entirety of CS2.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, maybe we need one pistol that makes the force buys happen because force buys are exciting or whatever. But I feel maybe drop that headshot range way
closer,
down.
yeah.
You know, so that it's like, if he's a meter or 2 meters in front of you, fair enough, but it needs to feel a bit like the Glock maybe, where it's like, damn, that, I feel like that should have been a headshot or whatever, which you just don't often get on the 5-7.
Really hurts, of course, for Heroic, who forced buy in, but what they bring to the table was pretty tough. Kristen, low and now dead. The spam from Martineza eventually gets there, has found a few bullets, and nade placed perfectly as X-File takes the brunt of the damage. Nilo's here in support, but also taking a tag himself. Smoke flash over, MOUZ one held, Alex will find one. WG and Mopos combine, and it's all on the shoulders of Susp again, but it's only a couple of consolation kills as Gentlemates extend the lead to 3 rounds once again. And as pretty similarly we saw on towards Inferno, when it comes to the gun rounds, Gentlemates have kind of got the control here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not egregious as it was on that first map, but certainly looking better, and it's the way that it felt from the pistol, you know. Heroic make the wrong decision and they are red and whatnot, so it feels like Gentlemates really in a spot of just pure control. Might even argue the rounds that they lose are their own fault. If it feels that way, you're in a really good spot from a competitive standpoint. You know, if you lose a round, it's like, damn, what a read, or nobody got a kill, or whatever the case may be. But if it's down to you making the wrong move, or I should have had that kill, and certainly one of the rifle rounds that Gentlemates lost, it looked like it was 9 times out of 10 I'd give you that fight, and they just had 2 of those occur, and then the round sort of got out of hand. So you know the next time that happens, you're not going to lose that gunfight. Missed a bit of the timing here. daviG looking to try and pick up the pieces. Does have to be careful. Spotter at top mid. He goes down. Youngster will take Sassol. So just really got to watch things here. There's some trades coming back in. There's a lot of damage done off the back of the nade, courtesy of Alex. So not worried too much at this stage.
A nade placed nicely here by daviG can be kind of interesting. Speaking of missing timing, MongolZ misses his. Dink. Second time I'm asking. Alex and daviG. Nice work. MongolZ's shot on hitting. He takes another dink, but thankfully it's a Glock out range. So in the end, not a problem. daviG survives on 1 point of HP. And it's just a one consolation kill on towards Sorsal. 6-2. Worst case scenario, it's a tie game for Gentlemen. That's a nice bit of comfort to have here. An heroic buy back in. And one that's really important. You lose this, and especially if you don't get a bomb plant, we're in a similar spot where it's like, well, there's the 7th coming forward for them, and potentially the 8th behind it if the buy back in's brutal. So you can sort of see just how quickly this first half can continue running away from heroic.
Yeah, I mean, really surprising, you know, again, expecting a competition from this series, but certainly from this map, and we're just not getting it, so heroic need to open up and try something a bit different here. The aggression in multiple spots, it has gone south. It will force the sandwich player out into the open. He will fall, but maybe a fair trade of information. A lot of utility coming over the top here. Nades, flashes, everything to slow you down, confuse the situation, allow daviG in to find maybe a couple. Oh, he's going to be saved there, but ultimately only one player falling. Heroic try a pace change-up. It doesn't work. So timeout coming in here.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you would imagine from heroic, never too late for this kind of thing, but it is really, really starting to get out of hand, if not already there. You know, 7 is like that last point for me where you can still bring it to a 7-5, pistol the difference.
Yeah.
If it goes any deeper than this, which it actually probably will because of the money.
Yeah, that's it, right?
It becomes very, very tough to get back into the game.
It's sort of like, it's slightly what I foretold with it, where it's like, just because you don't get a bomb plant, you just don't have that extra little bit of cash that can facilitate an investment. But also, it's not getting the kills either. It's a similar thing. And, you know, a point that maybe wasn't as prevalent on towards Inferno, but it's definitely prevalent now, is that we're really just seeing the difference in terms of like synergy. You know, this Gentlemen side, they play off each other so well. The spacing is absolutely excellent in nearly every single engagement. And that's not the same for heroic. They're so easily isolated that there's no ability to trade. And that's what's making life so good for Gentlemen. They're positively trading every engagement, going 2 for 1 in basically every fight. That's where you want to be. And heroic just cannot seem to replicate. They need to stick a little bit closer. They need to have the right ideas. Like, I'm flashing for you to fight this, and I'll be there for the trade. These small things, the 3-2-1 swing, the things that Gentlemen are throwing in that heroic, it very much looks like they aren't. Small, but fundamentally incredibly important part of professional Counter-Strike that Gentlemen have just got a real added edge. 5-round lead. Should realistically be a 6-round buffer as well. This should be 8 for Gentlemen. Upgrade a pistol. Bit of half armor. It's a half buy. Again, a couple of kills, bomb plant. You'd be relatively happy. Winning the round feels unlikely, but we'll see.
Again, it's going to be a difficult one to deal with, though. The pace change-up. Molotov is good, but the kill is better. An M4 retrieved, so a pretty explosive way to start off the round, and now a revisit of what they do with not only the kill, but the map control that they gained.
Molly didn't do lows as well, right? Like, Susp is still above half HP, and X-File took 1 tag in it.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like just keep the rifle out there, right? Fight for your life.
Yeah, it's obviously just a panic, isn't it, really? Mopos predicting how fast they can really be on those pistols. And it is slight differences. With rifles, they might have been slow enough to eat that Molotov, but because they're on the pistols, they are just that margin faster.
Yeah.
In all fairness. They've really put a reset on this one. They were angling more towards B, actually, but because of the kill and the window control, opted to come towards this A side of things instead as well, all mostly through the palace. Oh, lovely little bait out, but unfortunately he's being nicely covered here. Alex has played well. He will go down. Surely enough has been done. 25 seconds, and X-Cloud is out of the round, as it were, at the moment. Nothing for him really presenting. Sassol just just handed to him. It's all going to be on Nilo here. Nice little fake on the bomb, but he can't find the kill. And that just sums it up. It's the right sort of idea. Try and isolate a fight, but the shots are just not landing today. Yeah. 8th round for Gentlemates. Slightly stressful, but they will be looking to hit double digits in the first half once again.
Yeah, brilliant work. See those odds as well. They're getting ever further apart, and, you know, rightfully so. Gentlemates are in such a good spot, and Heroic, we've just not seen them wake up in towards this series. And it comes back to the point I brought up in the pre-show. This is the issue when you look at a map like Mirage, and it's like, oh, it's a punish pick. These guys have got tens of thousands of maps played on this, whether it's officials, whether it's pugs, whether it's, you know, your FPLs, whatever you want to say. There's nothing new on this. Who is actually sharper? Who's playing better? And right now, it's all one direction. It's all Gentlemates. Nilo, he'll open things up. MongolZ for one. Make that two through the fire and the flames. He finds a second, and he falls away alive. Unstoppable at the moment. And this just sums up the difference. Gentlemates, everything that can go right is.
Yeah, I mean, it annoys me watching it. How does he ever get away with that? Youngster traded. Not over just yet. I'd like to back Heroic here. That's the big find. And MongolZ might just be aware of this next man. Not fully, but enough. Does go down. Slight overface with MongolZ being low. The AWP at range, though. Disconnects his head from his shoulders. And indeed a 9th coming in. They are feeling good. I mean, this is the thing with Gentlemates, right, as a team. It's like they play off of feeling, off of instinct. When those instincts are doing well, and then they're proven to do well on the scoreline like the first map, they could probably play like any map right now and still be putting up good numbers. So I just think that they're really quite confident, really unbelievably strong.
Honestly, give us a game on the perma Dust 2. Let's see what Gentlemates have got for us.
Experiment, just like...
Are they just that much
exhibition
sharper?
After they've won the series, it's like, can we just keep playing Heroic, actually?
Yeah.
But we also, I mean, we brought it up as well in another way that Heroic tried to angle this as a punish, but it's maybe not towards the top end of their map pool.
Yeah, for sure.
And sometimes, especially when maybe the tournament's been a bit shaky for you, could certainly be an idea to just lean into something that you're absolutely confident in your own game, ignore the game of your opponent. Also against Gentlemates, I don't think they're a team that are like readable.
Yeah.
Necessarily. You just kind of, there's certain moments where they've been like, okay, let's just freeze. Someone's going to push us here.
Yeah.
And they do find a kill off the back of that.
But I guess the issue is with Heroic, the only other map that they really could go to is Nuke.
Yeah,
and Nuke is, you know, used to be the pick of Gentlemates.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a tough one. It feels like, unfortunately, you just lose the veto, and by virtue of losing the veto before it's even done, the series follows suit. Full blind, MongolZ gets one, but he will get traded out by Susp. Still a 3 versus 3. xCloud is here, like spotted, and how does he win that fight? He has no right to get away with that, but Alex will fall. Davy creeping around the edge of this smoke. He might find a gap here. He might even try and get a denial, which he doesn't. It's close, but no cigar. MongolZ, 1 versus 3. Hit that 1 versus 2. Heading towards bottom con. Right idea as well, as he looks to try and isolate a fight, but it'll be seen off by xCloud. So a 9-3 half. At the very least, something at the tail end for Heroic, but my God, the road to recovery is long and it's treacherous. And let's be frank, if you don't win a pistol, I think it's all but done.
Yeah, just barely breathing. You know, they've been knocked down to the canvas. They've just about managed to stand back up, but looking a little bit shaky, a little bit woozy here for Heroic.
Yeah, survived the 10 count, but the knees are buckling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Tyson Fury.
Yeah. They do the whole thing with the gloves, like with the ref.
Yeah,
you know,
touch
and
gloves.
It's like, the commentators are like, well, I don't know if he's going to be able to last any longer. So there is potentially the knockout punch on the way.
It's like Daniel Dubois the other night. That might not mean anything.
I kind of know who.
He got knocked down first round.
Yeah.
And he went on to win.
Well,
good little fight for him.
Hey, let's see if Heroic could do it.
Do you know what spurred it on? This is only really going to be relevant to boxing fans, but he gets knocked down first round. He gets battered in the first round. Things aren't looking good. He goes to his corner, and his coach just slaps him, just says, "What are you doing? Wake up!" And he goes on to just win the rest of the fight.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So Tobias. Get smacking.
It's a technique. Listen, man, they're desperate. No more fist bumps. It's like straight just slap in the face.
Hey, that'll wake you up, though.
Yeah, it will. It will. Yeah.
Sometimes a bit of tough love is necessary. 9-3 and a necessity of a pistol here for Heroic. This CT side has to start well. We got 2 sets of dualies out. And they're already going to try and play a little aggro towards Valkyrie. I can get behind this as long as they can win their fights.
Well, that's it. First takes, yeah, contact. Second, round the corner. He will be dealt with immediately. It's not too bad, but at least they've got the info to work with. One more out here from xCloud. He's caught reloading, and he is shot from all sides. But the rotations have come in quite fast, quite thick, quite effective. Oh, so close for Alex. Just didn't have info on that last man. Heroic lucky to get it done in the end, but they will indeed take that pistol. And as you said, the long road to recovery, well, it begins here.
Yeah, it's a sigh of relief, that one. My God. By getting it. Now we can start trying to build on this CT side. 9-3 is not an unrecoverable scoreline. 10-2, more often than not, is. 9-3 is doable. You get a pistol, you get a force by first gun round, and before you know it, that gap is absolutely within arm's reach. See what I mean, though? Trying to fire them up, youngster, which is good to see that they still have that, you know, at least a little bit left in the tank,
with
right?
this Heroic team, always.
Yeah.
They're kind of in the same boat. It's been a bit of a weird situation for a lot of these players. You know, Nilo is one of them, to be fair. Youngster is another. And then the rest of the team kind of not quite knowing what project they're getting involved in, I suppose.
It's so hard. You can never really predict what the future of this roster is.
Yeah, but I think it's a bit of an interesting experiment. You have a few players in here who, yes, might be able to make the high heights, but it's one of those teams fits into the middle of the pack in World Counter-Strike. And I think, unfortunately, they know that maybe they're not going to be part of that Vitality-type team.
Yeah.
You know, they have to be realistic about their careers at certain points. So it feels good to make a major, to play well, and to play with some friends in a good environment. Nice, clean round there. Didn't
Alex
necessarily.
with the martyrdom.
Yeah, of course.
HE after his death. That was a force buy, though, as we, have come pretty accustomed to with Gentlemates. Force buying on the T side after losing the pistol. However, that one just never gets off the ground. So there's actually a really nice runway for Heroic. Up to a 5th now. The 6th is basically a guarantee. There's no money to work with. You win that gun round. Like I said, it's pistol, force buy, first gun round. They're the 3 ticks you've got to get. There's pistol. There's force buy. This one's a throwaway. So in round number 16, that first gun round. So Heroic, you find that. That's arm's reach. And this is still a recoverable map. But Source has got other ideas, and that is a insane shot to get. How about a second? Oh, yes! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! More of those, please. A second for Sourcel. And a bomb to come through.
Yeah, this is really not a good-looking round because Alex found that killing towards middle. So the last thing they wanted was Sourcel with the highlight moment.
I think they're saving.
I feel like you have to be honest. Well,
I feel like you should go for this.
Yeah, I think they have a bit of money.
Yeah.
They've got kits. Another one recovered. They just really have to try and bank on it. xCloud, unfortunately, caught out in the open.
Oh,
wow. Wow. Just slapped the loose deco, as we've been trying to throw back in for Gentlemates, and they will make it work. That is a wild, wild round to be winning. Double digits for Gentlemates, but yeah, just the super, super unlikely. Should not be happening, and yet it is. And just goes to show how much confidence and almost calm nature the Gentlemates have got. There you go.
I love it. I love it. Oh, vibes are good, man. Vibes are seriously good. That is sick to see. It really is.
Nobody expects the Spanish deco, mate.
That's
what I'm saying. Those
first 2 shots from Sourcel are so nice as well. And then Martin aces to close it. Pretty beautiful. That's such a punch in the gut as well for Heroic. You feel like finally something's going right. Pistol, force buy, both super clean. We had the 5th. The 6th felt like a guarantee. And then it's like, okay, actually, we're within reach and distance. And it just all, unfortunately, falls apart. And Heroic now on that back foot. And now in actually kind of a do-or-die round, I'd say here. Round number 16, you lose this. Gentlemates 11 and then 12 at that point, map and series points. And before you know Heroic, you're dead to rights. And you're in the 1-2 bracket.
Yeah. Alex eats a nade. However, in midair is able to find a kill. Unbelievable. Youngster going to get traded out, so I think that's kind of your main threat. Yeah, what can you do?
You actually got a feel for them. Like, what can you do?
I'm straight on his Steam profile. If that happened to me, I'm straight
Report.
on. .rip. I am straight in there. Yeah. And if he's not 3k elo on Face It, he's getting reported.
If he is 3k elo on Face It, I'm saying he's bought his account.
Yeah,
so
yeah, exactly. Yeah, true. You can't win, guy. You cannot win. If you're finding a kill like that, I don't believe it.
Jumping one tap to me, I'm instantly reporting
you know. Yeah.
It's exits. That's really all Heroic can go for here. At least Nilo, he scoops up an AK. Feels like a silver lining. It's really probably not, though. Doesn't really matter what's going on. Gentlemates are absolutely flying. They're not giving it a look in. They decide to change up the exit plan. They exit in through CT, and that might actually mean a slight hunt on towards Suspect. Even if they get traded out, I don't think Gentlemates are really going to care. They swing in, and no one even dies. Maybe to the bomb, Davy will go down, but it will be a kill for him. And a nice call to hunt. So an AK save, that's it. And now, Gentlemates are getting closer and closer to seeing off this map and series. It's brilliant. And again, we talk about trading, we talk about spacing. It's something that's just so excellent for Gentlemates. Every engagement, you can see what it does to you. It's so tilting. You're swinging towards two, and yeah, tough spot to be in. Kristen looks super dejected. Nothing he's calling is going to plan.
No, I mean, it's true. There's little moments, though. Youngster there, maybe indeed bringing the vibes, but he sort of overswings in towards Con. I think certainly could have worked off of his trade. And there's definitely little individual moments that are just not being tightened up here, and I think Heroic still, you know, trying to have a good time, but also recognizing that maybe this series is just not for them.
Yeah, not their day.
It's a fine line of how do you figure it out. You know, you don't want things to spiral into the rest of the tournament. Also, these guys, you know, were all a part of that VRS major run. So you've got bigger things to consider at times, and still a pretty good season for them. All things considered, yet another tournament without Alcarin.
Yeah.
Will we ever see him? We asked the same thing of Nilo. We did see him eventually.
It's true.
But, you know, the whole momentum that he might have had kind of fizzled out.
I mean, we're going to need to see him here. 50 seconds, 2 versus 4. 2 versus 5 even. I think it's just a little bit one foot in the grave, but he is alive for now. And they move forward in towards their site. It's all on the shoulders of Sus, really. I think Nilo might even be soft saving, to be honest. But Sus is sort of locked into fighting here, and a nade at his feet, and a bullet through the cranium. That'll do it. Nilo, I think, potentially. One way to spot him. Well, now we know about him. I don't think he's any escaping this. Down he goes. Nilo gets his consolation kill, but that'll be it. 12-5. Nothing saved, nothing gained. This is surely all she wrote in this series. What a dominant display. 13-4 map number 1, on track for the 13-5 in map number 2. Gentlemates have made a mockery of Heroic in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's that eco as well that has just absolutely killed them, to be honest. Like, the Gentlemates, the Deagle round, it's too much. Heroic just cannot handle it, and I think the
if you think about it,
has given up, you know.
It's both maps where there's 2 pivotal rounds. The force by T side in the first map, that gave them that massive streak, which led to 11-1/2.
Yeah.
And then you're right there. That deco completely flips the script.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a conversation. Maybe it was happening yesterday around, like, we just need to not lose the force buys, guys. Let's really focus on the force buys and the low buy rounds. Yeah. And then they've just lost key ones.
Yeah. 2 massive ones, yeah.
And it just really puts a crimp in their plans. Window control coming in really quickly here for the Gentlemates. Nilo is up above, holding, ready for some action. He might just get it. Break of that smoke does come in, but they're not able to spot anything. Sassol finding both is crazy. Wild stuff to get away with. 5-on-3 very quickly turned into just 3-on-3, in fact. Oh. That bomb's going to be denied going down. It's all onto Sassol, and he gets overwhelmed. Wow. They maybe jumped the gun a bit too quickly towards the A-bomb site. They will pay the price, and Heroic keep us going here.
Yeah, I think they actually take their foot off the gas a little bit there, Gentlemates. They move forward and towards the A side. They don't really clear anything. So in doing so, they can never get themselves into a nice post plant. Nicely played by Heroic by just virtue of essentially taking a bit of early space and a bit of early map control, you know, pushing in towards Palace, having that kind of deeper CT angle, and they just wait for Gensmates to walk into them. So the numbers didn't favor them, but they bring it back very quickly. Get another on the board. It's still a long, long way to go. However, you fire around number 19, it's going to help, but that's not exactly the start you'd want. Martinez will open up proceedings. How about a second? Are you kidding me? How does he find xCloud? He should be dead to rights every day of the week, but the quick flicker to find keeps the numbers favorable for the Spanish, and they're looking for more. daviG makes his move as he lurks through the apartment, and they dive out B. This is surely curtains in this series. Susp and Nilo are so far away.
Yeah, Gentlemates maybe having to dig in and find a nice clean round in order to get this one over the line, but so much room, so much ability to get that done. MongolZ watching the backside here. If he played it with patience, he would have ended the game there and then, but will be traded out. Still gathered a lot of information to work from. Susp has picked up this AWP here. He does have the bench player in his sights, but whether he's able to find it or not is, of course, another question. Lands the tag. Nade going to finish it off, but the game's over, so it doesn't matter in the end, and it will indeed be the Gentlemates to take it 2-0. No real sweat off their brow here now. An incredibly clean find as Heroic. It was a great start to the tournament with the win against Aurora, but unfortunately they have spiraled in Game 2 and Game 3. Unable to put double digits in the last 2 series they've played. Yeah,
and now in that 1-2 bracket as well, and they're kind of looking like they're going to bow out of a bit of a whimper here. It's not exactly the tournament for them that they've wanted. The recovery required as well to get to playoffs really feels quite unlikely with the level of Counter-Strike we're seeing from Heroic. It's not been good, and this series was quite a statement by Gentlemates. You know, Slido, of course, are one of the very few that haven't made it to the major, but are looking absolutely brilliant in doing so. And, you know, a good run here for Gentlemates. You get yourself into towards playoff. It starts that second kind of season of the VRS maxing and all the rest really good. And, of course, we've got PGL Singapore tail end of the year as well, and they would love to be there. Maybe kind of PGL was a little bit of their blessing in a way, because they're looking really good. That was a fantastic series. 13-4 in that first map felt super dominant, but that one was really clean as well. That deco is what absolutely kills them. It's this round here. If it wasn't for that, I think Heroic can actually make this a really doable recovery. But you can just see the second they find that deco, all the light in their eyes go, and the momentum they know it's too hard to get a grasp onto. So fantastic work, Gentlemates. Really, really nice series. 13-4, 13-6. Brilliant work. And man, you love to see it. Martinez, a fantastic map for him. 20-8, just shy of 100 ADR. Same for Alex as well, who went 16-12. Brilliant work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure as well, Martinez, who might have been a little bit more towards the top end for MOUZ, but like when we saw against K27, he didn't really deliver all that much, to be honest with you. We had the Sasso map, we had the MOPOZ map, but, you know, it is Martinez that you, generally speaking, would look towards on this team. You want him to be punching, you want him to be in the carry position, and he's maybe not quite delivered in the tournament so far, so it's good to see him have a really, really great map there, and, you know, hopefully going to be able to continue that for Gentlemates. They are going to need it. We do still see some of those individual inconsistencies in places, but ultimately a pretty one-sided affair, so you can't complain too much. It will indeed be Martinez as that standout player, looking absolutely fantastic on Mirage, taking full control with that AWP, and like I say, something that they are going to need to continue on into this tournament. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on him. Hopefully he can continue. He's towards that top end as well for the series in general. Yeah. Very, very impressive stuff all round.
Yeah, 1.6 rating for him for the entirety of the series, which is really, really sick. Of course, the bulk of it really coming from that Mirage, where he walks away with, you know, 1.63. It's ever so slight. But, you know, a really, really decent consistency across it. You know, but it really has to be MOPOZ who kind of walks away as the overall MVP. Just basically because of that Inferno. He was so damn good. Really, really looked unbelievably solid. I would have actually loved to have seen that nuke. I think that for me feels like a real handshake between these two sides. It feels like a really good map to kind of maybe actually discuss who actually is the better side, a little bit more tactically deep. But when it comes towards just raw mechanics, it was all Gentlemates. And I think that's the big talking point for me off the back of that series. Heroic never really turned up to play. They never looked like they were like awake or in the server or really actually able to go toe-to-toe in a lot of those aim duels, and that's what lost them that game. I'll say it again, as much as it may look on paper really one-sided, I thought the game plan for Heroic, especially in Inferno, wasn't terrible. Like, the reads are okay, they just couldn't hit their shots, and it felt very similar towards Mirage. So it's a brutal one, it's a tough one to learn from as well, because how do you demo review, you know, when you can't hit shots, essentially, right? There's not really you can change there. So I feel for them. Either way, though, that's only our first series of the day. We got plenty more Counter-Strike. Our next one is an absolute banger as well. It's the Mongols taking on G2. You do not want to miss it. Sit tight. We're back in about 15 minutes.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Joining us here in Astana is the Mongols. I think it's your favorite players, favorite team. That's how I would describe these guys. I've got Blitz with me here, the IGL of the team, going through it all. Blitz, you had a bit of time off since Bucharest. Last tournament you guys played, you got third place there. I want to just start by asking you, how do you feel so far with Mongols' performance this year in 2026 overall?
In this year, maybe we did not make it good because we just reached all the playoffs and no trophies, and maybe it's not good, but not bad. We just made it to so many playoffs. It's not bad.
Do you feel like, say, Krakow, I know you guys did not practice before that tournament so much. It was like a harder one to go through. Cluj-Napoca, there was some very good teams there. But Bucharest, PGL Bucharest, that was an event where it looked like you could be a team that could win the whole event. What was missing? Why was this not possible for Mongols to go further?
We lost to Put. Maybe I just overthink them, but Yeah, it was my mistake. I just played default Counter-Strike, but they not. Maybe it's maybe IGL difference.
Okay, so you're taking it on yourself about not reading the game?
Yeah. I just played bad and I just read bad. I call bad.
What do you think right now, inside the Mongols, you guys have the biggest problem with that is stopping you from being able to lift the trophy or make grand finals again?
We made some changes. It's about a chef and our doctor. It's a new member of team. Okay. And they also come here with us.
Wow.
And they are helping our food and also our health.
Awesome.
Yeah, we just made a little bit things and they are helping us so much. We are so comfortable here.
Now, what are your expectations for this event? You should make playoffs, you should have a chance to lift trophy, or where's your confidence at?
In this event, maybe we will reach the playoffs easily, I think. And I think we must reach the playoffs. And trophy chances, I think 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah, 50% is good for us, I think, right now. Right now, there is so many good teams. And yeah.
All right, well, we'll have to see how it goes for you guys. Blitz, thank you very much for the insight. It's really cool that you have some new support staff here as well helping you. And good luck in Astana. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back. We said it would only be a short break before we get underway with our second series of the day, and we're really looking forward to this one. This is all the ramifications to be a banger. We've got Mongols taking on G2. This one, it could be really, really, really spicy. I'm looking forward to it. But at the same time, we've seen the best and the worst of both of these two sides as well. So who knows, similar to our first game of the day, who actually steps up to play?
No, it's very true. Both these teams having some, close runs and some overtimes in there. Mongols, we caught them in like a triple overtime against Magic, which I think, really confused a lot of people, probably including themselves ever so slightly. But some of their other matchups that they've been playing, against the likes of Spirit and MOUZ, have come very, very close and been a little bit difficult to stomach. So, yeah, both of these teams are capable of making deep runs, are capable of maybe vying for like a top 4 spot, but they're maybe not in the best of their form at the moment. It's the big thing. So we'll see, therefore, as they meet, what kind of game we get. And how things sort of pan out. I think that veto gets quite interesting as, both teams ban away kind of favorable bans, as it were, in a sense. So, yeah, I think it'll be very, very interesting here to see how they play out. But a pretty important game as well. I think you want to be potentially just getting another W in that win column because you need all the points you can get. There's going to be some very, very scary teams to contend off against now that you find yourself somewhere in the middle. We got that Mongols side, though, on your screens. Bunch of legends, great guys, of course, as personalities a lot of the time and in the skits, but how are they going to do on the server here today?
Yeah, we're still really trying to figure out really what is the ceiling and maybe even the floor of this new look side without Senzo and with Cobra's era in play, right? Cobra obviously offers a lot in terms of he's mechanically quite sharp, but it is generally quite a big loss. Senzo, of course, was so important to what made the side really tick. And I think now, with him not in the server, they lean a lot more on the likes of 910. He's been really trying to pull them through. Flip side as well, we've got G2 on the other side. And this is a team who also recently made a change, bringing in that man there, Nerds. But what an injection of firepower. MOUZ, it looked like individually wasn't really doing too well. He was struggling in terms of his roles, his positions. It wasn't really clicking with G2, and it feels like Nerds can be a real nice addition towards the side. There's a lot to like about this team too. The real look for me is how active do we get that rifling core? Because that's the big test when you play against the Mongols. They've got some really sharp aimers, right? Cobra, we know, can hit hard, but Techno has his moments. Xenio has his moments as well, right? We look towards these guys who can be really mechanically crisp, but that's the same story over towards G2. Heavy God is a beast. Recently, he's been absolutely flying for this side. Hunter's looked really solid as well. We've seen him look really, really sharp, and Matty's too, as that core have looked really, really solid. So we'll see. We're ready for the veto. We've kind of spoken about it. There's the permabans that come through Nuke and Anubis. Pretty simple stuff. I think G2 are probably pretty happy that Anubis is that permaban because they are bad on it. There's no two ways about it. It's not a good map for G2. So I think by virtue of that, kind of win the veto initially. We get that Inferno pick coming through, as well as the Dust 2. Dust 2, of course, to kickstart things, picked by G2. Inferno picked by the likes of the Mongols, but it's two relatively even maps. Both sides aren't too upset to see that come through. You get Overpass and Mirage banned out, which leaves Ancient as the decider. And I will say, Ancient was the one I thought G2 would pick into, rather than it being floated.
Yeah, maybe. I think, G2, the reps on the Dust 2, though, they're really, I think, angling towards it.
Yeah.
Perhaps whenever they can, but yeah, in this particular matchup, you might take a little bit of a step back and just look towards that Ancient because it has been quite good recently and one that Mongols play, but again, don't prefer. Interesting also not to see the Mirage from the Mongols, as that would be sort of their version of Dust 2, the one that they play the most and like to pick into the most. So they've tried to angle slightly differently with the Inferno, perhaps some recency bias there on this particular map. I think the nuke being banned away certainly messes them up slightly. That you might argue has been one of their better maps recently.
Yes.
So, there's some decisions that could have gone the other way. How do you want to play it? What have you been working on behind the scenes, I suppose, is the big question coming into this tournament. We just sort of have a bit more of a flat showing in that sense. They're obviously going to know a bit more of where their heads are at. But the D2 as well, I think G2 got it out recently. Might have been the map that they won against MOUZ, or certainly one that came very close. So, a lot of recency bias in for these particular choices here.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I'm looking forward to kind of seeing how this one pans out. But I think in a very, very similar vein, we look towards kind of the way in which that previous series was who really comes in towards the early portion of this game early. We've got quite puggy maps to start things off. It's the same sort of narrative here as well. So we'll see really how things kind of pan out, but I'm looking forward to this. I think it has the makings to be really, really exciting. With that CT side, I think, you know, we need to see kind of like, for example, the likes of the Mongols. When they're on the CT side, I want to see them get proactive. I think what you see with G2 is when they play against teams that are a little bit more passive, a little bit more standoffish, I think they struggle to really, you know, if you're a CT side and you allow G2 all of this control, they find it so easy just to maneuver around and find openings, find space. For the Mongols, the best way that they're going to be able to counter that is actually trying to get up in their face, try and get aggressive, not overextend, but just don't allow them comfort and rotations. That's where G2 really thrive, I think, a little bit. Their default's quite heavy. It's quite strong in terms of early aggression, and then they freeze up a little bit. So Mongols have got to find a way to change that tempo a bit themselves. But I'm looking forward to this. Dust2 has the makings to be really, really exciting. 9-10, something I'm really going to look towards on this map. I think he has a lot of efficacy to be really, really strong. And I would actually make the argument, especially in terms of current form, I'd favor him over Sunpius at the moment in that AWP head-to-head. Yeah. Sunpius hasn't exactly been thriving. He's had a couple of maps and series here and there, but I don't think the argument that 9-10 is stronger overall. And it should be very important here because I'd say maybe the rifling core towards G2 is stronger.
Okay. You wanna lay down a prediction?
I'm gonna go G2 2-0.
Okay, all right. That's certainly putting your money where your mouth is. Mongols have got other ideas in the early stage here, Nia, so they've certainly heard you. Techno at the back end of the site, looking to take another few down if he can, but they're getting crunched from all sides at the moment. Nerds will be the only one that's chimed in. He's going to keep it coming. He's left incredibly low. Surely dead to rights here. Denied a bomb plant, but he will take 3 heads. Some kill bonus for him. That'll help out with the early rifle, maybe, but you never know. He might pick up a deagle here. Or, indeed, yeah, he might be like, let's buy. I would have forced that buyout. I'm feeling confident.
It's just a slower control. That's what kills them. 2 sets of dualies, Mazzinho and Cobra, do so well. And Cobra has a really good map as a really good round, may I say, to start off this map as a whole. Like, for him, to get him awake and alive early, I think it's really important. We've seen times where it's maybe been, you know, just the teething issues of integrating a new player in towards this system, but I've seen a couple of times where he hasn't looked super, super sharp. You know, not so much kind of passing the eye test at this tier 1 level. That's a really nice way for him to just relax the shoulders a little bit. Look at that force, as you mentioned. Nerds. Galil for him, scout for some Pius, which has already dealt a tag towards Cobra on the cross. A few upgraded pistols, and similar thing. You take that mid to short control, and they freeze up. G2 like to see what the reaction is.
Look, smoke at B. Just keep some attention drawn over there, but it is mostly going to be a short hit here for G2.
That's them trying to sell the fate that they're dropping down from short.
Yeah, might have been heard by that CT guy. Not necessarily over-rotating anything. And it is a, you know, mid to B smoke as well. So they definitely have a game plan here, yeah.
This is good. They've sold the fake of the drop down, which did get heard. Now mid to B smoke. They're trying to draw numbers off A.
Not biting, though.
Yeah.
As they smoke off short themselves here, the Mongols. Just keeping the setup as is. And actually pulling Blitz closer towards that A bomb site. It's going to be pretty ready for this one. Hunter.
Canceling.
Oh, the flash goes down. He drops. They see the top of his head. So they know what's up. They fancy themselves on the mid to B split in the end. Maybe thinking, in fact, it's the other way that A has been bolstered.
Oh.
Not quite the case. Meanwhile, Techno's able to keep bits of control. His teammates coming in from behind and just catching those stragglers, dropping that bomb with only a few seconds on the clock as well. So they panically try and get back towards it. Not going to work. The Mongols just about able to stop them, but it's millimeters of play. Could have been pretty dicey.
And even if Heavy got to hit that Deagle shot as well, I don't even think he can recover the bomb properly anyway. There's just too many bodies just outside of the B doors. So well done for the Mongols. It was a really kind of wild late round call there by Hunter. Because the initial setup was a fake mid to B split with actual short presence, but then because of a smoke and a flash and a nade behind it from the Mongols, they cancel with like 28 seconds on the clock, pull away. And it nearly works. They do get in towards the site. They do get a couple of nice shots, Nerds in particular, but not to be in the end. This one, a lower buy, and it should be pretty simple to put to bed. Cobra will find Matties. Will cross their Nerds just about, but as long as you make this round inexpensive, I don't think the Mongols will care all too much how they win it. Just don't want too many casualties. So far, so good. There you go. No casualties. Flawless. No complaints. Make sure a round like that really doesn't do anything, unlike the Gentlemaid's heroic one.
Sure. Big money to be made for that Mongol side, so they'll be feeling good. You would call this their bonus, but it's only a FAMAS. It doesn't look all that ugly. Sometimes you have like 2 MP9s, a FAMAS, and 2 M4s, and it's like, I don't know if you're going to win with that.
Yeah.
So we'll find out here. As the Mongols have started quickly, started effectively. G2 have to make themselves known. A little bit of a decoy down to hopefully draw presence. Some Pius, though, not getting those peaks. They will get some tunnels control, trying to work their way through lower here. It looks to be a end on short kind of default, at least to start off the round.
Yeah. Where did G2 want to go here? Short molly for the corner, that'll give them a bit of coverage, but unresponded by the Mongols. Just keep them at bay. Blitz and 8 behind. Could be pretty nice here. Will bounce. Doesn't do as much damage on towards Nerds as probably hoped. I think by virtue of the fact that the molly keeps him a little bit further away from that corner. Gonna boost up 9-10. Makes that mid to B smoke not as strong. You haven't seen a proper A hit here either, then this is probably what I'm looking for G2. Give me a solid A hit. Kind of prove to yourselves, also to the Mongols, that you've got that in the locker, and that's where then you have, you know, the luxury of choice, basically. So far, it's been B hits that haven't really worked.
Yeah, got to start bits of conditioning here, don't they? Nade goes in, it's tiny damage. But it could certainly help. Ooh,
Second one could be good.
Yeah.
Actually goes late. He's got another. They're everywhere.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Masinio holding the line. What is that? And I mean, that's where the nade comes in, because those headshots are instantaneous. Capitalization is crazy. Absolutely monstrous stuff from the babyface killer. He will indeed write them off. G2 never get that round off the ground. But yeah, you can see, man, all those kills come in with just the one bullet.
Yeah. And also that supporting flash from 9-10 is so good.
Yeah.
Blinds 4 people. And it's the first 3 running in, which makes Mazinio's fight all the more easier. No one's clearing his corner. Mongols looking really good right now. There is very, very little to complain about. Techno takes a tag on the cross. Oh, and Heavy God wins out the Scout versus AWP. Plenty of nades to be picked up. It's a really nice shot there from Heavy God. He'll keep hold of the Scout for now. So Pius just wheels the upgraded pistol.
Could be able to do something with this. They've got some short control coming in. Still have that lurker towards B. Heavy contact, which is indeed against the grain. It's going to give you a false sense of security as a CT. So after Mazinio's insane round in the previous, unfortunately not quite delivered in the same way.
Wrong
Lovely
nade.
little, nade lineup, but it's on the wrong side of the box.
Yeah, that's for the safe one. Not for the front side. Oh, sure.
Oh, gonna need another one here, I think, if they want to go for this. Blitz is holding a line, able to do some damage, maybe create some space. It's gonna be a tough retake. But CobraZera, the one who's often under the microscope on this team as the new blood in a team that did not change for a while, does an awful lot. Matties, what can he really do? I mean, if he went for the jump peek here, I would fancy his chances, but he plays it slower, hoping they were faking. Doesn't work out, and it's a kick in the teeth. G2 actually had a very, very nice round on the cards there. Just could not convert.
Yeah, just looked like as well. So I might just call it attack. I think this is the right call. They need a breather. G2, this is not the start that they wanted here to this Dust 2. The Mongols have got a great read and a great understanding of what they're trying to throw. And I don't think that Mara needs to change up anything, to be perfectly honest. Like, it seems at the moment that they've got the right ideas. Like, it's decent little bits of tactical aggression, but I think the real thing that has given Mongols their advantage, their utility usage at the moment is excellent. They've got such a good kind of read on when's the perfect time to get these smokes down, when's the perfect time to drop these nades. Again, we spoke about that nade damage earlier, but they're utilizing those smokes and flashes so well to draw G2 into fights they don't want to be taking, and for them to be spaced out so they can't trade properly. It's nicely done. I was kind of hoping that Matties did go for the jump. you know, the jump shot, kind of Kukli shot.
Yeah.
But how low they were, it did actually feel like it might have had some legs behind it. Even just one bullet would have been enough, but not to be. 5 on the bounce for Mongols on G2's map pick is a perfect way to start off this series. If you're the Mongols, for G2, anything but. And that's what that tactical timeout was all about. What changes now, though?
I was going to say, you can tell it's a serious game here. You got both coaches fully tracksuited up, fully zipped up all the way. Tight neck, kind of turtleneck type thing going on, as the tracksuits can have sometimes. So, very serious. Very serious. Indeed. They are correct. Feels like a big game here. You know, a team that you would potentially expect to meet, or two teams that you would expect to meet in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And yet here they are, maybe with a chance of actually knocking this team down into a scary place way before you would have expected. 9-10 on the crack angle, as is Sumpires, who moves first. Sumpires got to be very careful. He is carrying that bomb. So Needy will move away. They look to push up short here. Oh, big nade onto Nerds. Really big nade, in fact. I think that's max damage. I didn't quite catch his HP before if he had, you know, taken a little bit, but pretty sure 60 is about as high as the number goes.
Poor guy.
And Nerds has not had a round here as he gets demolished. There's more damage onto the rest of the cards as well. 9-10 will miss his shot. There's so many players around the same bomb site that surely Mongols are able to hold. Blitz has done so well.
How?
Blitz has done so well. We've got another case of maybe a few cold players here. Heavy God from Long does what he can, but it's not enough. Mongols looking really, really good. Sumpires got to be careful. Need to survive here, sir.
What
and he does. He does. He just, you know, he knew he would survive. Calculated.
Oh my God, that is so risky. I think you're spot on, though. This really feels like G2 need to, you know, hit the DM. Like, this is not good in terms of the mechanics. Like, we're seeing a couple of times here, like, how in God's name Blitz gets away with a reload in towards Goose and then the second kill onto Hunter. Like, that shouldn't happen. Hunter should trade that every day of the week, and not by, you know, I'm not even going to critique, like, the spacing or the trading. It's actually just purely he just misses. And Blitz is able to be a little bit crisper than M4. 6-0. You know, you understand why you get another timeout coming through. Like, and I feel like if I'm G2 here, and, you know, you can kind of see for Saul, like, at this point, I'm burning all my timeouts on this T side. Like, you actually have to get foundations here on Dust2 T side. If anything, we see a lot of teams struggle on the CT side because they're not proactive enough and they sit back a little bit too much and they shell up and they get sort of overwhelmed. And this is anything but. Mongols, you know, highlighted it already, but it's the one thing I wanted to see from them, like, actually make life uncomfortable for G2, and that's what they're doing. They're getting up in their face. They're not allowing them to play this map at their tempo so far, and G2 are having to do a lot of late round or kind of mid-round adjustments that are making life super difficult. It's fun to watch because Mongols tactically are destroying them at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the G2 pick as well. You gotta that comes into the conversation around the two timeouts and, you know, things just not looking good. I've said it a few times. I'm not really a big fan of stacking things together. You know, it feels quite desperate, but then you are desperate. Nothing's working. So yeah. It's a catch-22.
Look at this, triple stack B early round. No mid presence though. That's quite interesting. Normally you'd have 2 towards B, 2 towards A, 1 mid if you're going to go for like a spread setup. Having no mid presence, completely giving them, it actually kind of, if anything, baits them in to the stack. They're like, okay, I don't see anyone in towards mid. Maybe they're playing, you know, 2 short, 1 long, that kind of area. Yeah. And because of that, it means that we can actually move forward, but they fall away. They don't fall for the ruse of B, and they're doubling back towards the lesser man site of the A.
Yeah, there's a few things in play, right? Like, A, you just had a timeout. Quite common, especially when you're a bit desperate, nothing's working, is to just like burst out on towards B.
Yeah.
Then you also have, if it's not that, it's going to be kind of calculated. So therefore, if they go mid, they're going to make noise. You know, you lay down a smoke, some flash, you make your presence known that you are looking towards middle. So of course, as we've seen, K27's got half an eye on it. The move towards A is smart.
That's bomb.
But 9-10 is here. He looks dangerous. Oh, the trigger discipline. He somehow stays alive, though.
360.
Oh, I mean, we're going to count it. We're going to count it.
It's a 360.
We're going to count it. It's a little late, but it was a 360. Goodness me, Mongols are
on him.
Absolutely ruining G2 here, because while all that's going on, kind of looks funny. Oh, you've bailed him out. Mazinho also gets a 2-piece.
Oh, I love it. Look at the spin.
We're going to count it.
We're counting it all day. All day.
Wow.
Mazzino looks really sharp, though.
Yeah. And he has just held beautifully there. Saved his teammate, who then gets a kill, and he just ends the round himself. So I would attribute most of that round to him, honestly.
Yeah, Mazzino's done super, super well, but, you know, it's hard not to give your favor to the pirouette there by 9-10.
I know.
It's really quite elegant, if anything. Yeah. We might go for a bit more of a standard B here, potentially. We've got a few upgraded pistols, but a deep smoke and a molly behind it. Now a nade, just to try and chip them away. Techno's up close. This is a bit of a dicey crossfire. He's not playing the close corner, though. Off angle. So Techno's gone overlooked here. He's in behind them all, but he only gets one before he traded. Cobra for a double. 9-10s quickly over there to support. A pop shot through the box. Doesn't quite convert. Heavy God's Deagle only gets one. So the B pop is shut down pretty simply, all things considered.
Crazy.
They barely get out of the tunnel itself. 8-0. The Mongols are flying.
Everything's working, you know, like that round they're able to defend against the B rush. Yes, it's on pistols, but you know, it's often something that can catch you off when the game's been going pretty well.
Nobody get a bomb plant out of
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That.
You know, it ends up being a bit stressful. You have to cast your mind back as well on this point to that previous rifle round. They had the majority of their resources over on B, and yet they're still able to hold A pretty well. So, you know, everything is falling into place for the Mongols. And I really do now start to get worried for G2. Going to have to give us this rifle round, otherwise I fancy myself a Mongols fan. It's going to be another burst out.
So many flashes.
Oh, this could be much better. Techno looks caught off. They've taken down the B hold in an instant, and I think it's an instant save, in fact, as those A players are nowhere near. So G2, lovely, send the feelers out there in that previous round, figure out how they're playing their default, and then they put it into action here to find their first.
That's it. So, needs to be the first of many to see off this first half. Like, if you can recover to an 8-4, absolutely doable. 9-3, it's borderline. A lot of things have got to go right for a 9-3 to be recovered, and it does really have to be a complete crumble by the Mongols as well, realistically speaking, but 8-4 is doable. 8-4 with a pistol, force buy, first gun run before you know it's a one-round game, right? And that's where it actually feels like it has some legs behind it. That's asking a lot. For all we know, it could be a complete flash in the pan, but that is at least a decent hit. And also, I will say, for Hunter, it's a bold call. You've just been massacred towards B, and you go back there with the rifles. It's a really bold call to make, but it works. So I can get behind this. Timeout taken. This is a Mongols timeout, potentially. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Mara wants to shut it down immediately. He wants to cut the bleeding instantaneously, which is respect being shown towards G2. I think he knows that this is a side that can scale quite quickly themselves.
The thing is, though, I feel like we frame it as respect. I think they might frame it as a little bit of disrespect, that it's like they're just immediately, you got around, well, that's all you're going to get. And it is sort of the mind games, because G2 are like, okay, we got one on the board, let's go. You know, they want to keep moving into the next round. They've got some ideas. They've maybe got information on A that can now work with. They're a bit more confident. Let's try that A round that didn't quite work last time, now that we've managed to get one. So I feel like they might frame it in a way of being quite confident. If you know, you lose at few, it's like 8-3 or something, then you'd be like, yeah, it's a respect thing. Maybe it's a mixture. It's hard to tell. Maybe it depends on the team. You know?
That's it.
So we'll never know.
This is quite important, though, right? For G2, you go back-to-back, you give yourself a bit of a springboard to see off the tail end of this half. If you don't, however, you get an instant response from the Mongols, you're in a troublesome spot. And, of course, for G2, this recovery is going to have to come essentially the hard way. There's money to work with for Mongols basically the rest of this half. They're never going to get into a position, really, of being ecoed. Basically, everybody is sitting so comfortably, bar Cobra, who's gone for that secondary orb. And last time we caught the Mongols, we highlighted this. Cobra on that secondary orb looks really, really good.
This feels predictable to me. This feels really, really predictable. I think that the Mongols so ready for this after taking a timeout, that this was going to be the approach. 9-10 in a great spot. Blitz able to watch the drop in towards CT. Pays off for him. Down to some Pius and Hunter now for G2, and they are just being picked apart. Not
a shot in the smoke.
Yeah, single chance. It's just so predictable.
I don't know if we can actually catch that. I swear 910 gets both of those kills, he just pops a shot in the smoke. I don't think he can see anything.
Yeah, I would have thought
He's just standing on the box and just shooting and hoping.
Might have been above it, so to say.
Either way, I think you're spot on though, like really predictable. This first one is fine. He then drops the smoke. And I just feel like he's just taking random shots. Oh, he does get that one just on the edge.
What?
Okay.
How is that through a smoke?
Yeah, that's just not through a smoke then. I was going to say, I thought he's like on the box.
Unless there was one that was fully broken.
Yeah.
With the timing of that replay, but all right, whatever.
9-1.
Still clean.
And G2 right now calling 9-1-1. Things are not looking good. Instant response from the Mongols, and a flash in the pan round from G2 is just not enough to recover this T side, which has offered up so little. They take long control early, and to be honest, the Mongols kind of give them that control. They don't fight for it. Information gain, and they are going to throw that CT lurk smoke that just keeps them there. Once this one fades, it's going to replenish it. There we go. Blitz is lining it up. Flash over.
Yeah.
Is it going to come a little bit late, though?
No, they want the fight. I think they won the fight. There you go. Like you say, it is late.
Yeah, they're going to get ahead of it.
Half the team is ahead of that. Maybe that's part of the bait, though. They were kind of expecting it on the dry swing from Mazinho. Would have been nice to see a flash on the back of it. Break of the smoke here as well to try and work from. 910, of course, been looking fantastic, and he keeps that trend up. Absolutely brilliant. Drops back to Gandalf here. Will be beaten eventually. Blitz can't quite trade the direct kill, but he's still able to keep bits of control here. A quick attempt at the bomb plant will be successful. Matty's, he wants it out of his hands so he can just take the fights here and remove some of that pressure. They are all over the place right now. It's so hard to work around, so hard to predict. It is going to be the stick. The AWP misses the shot, and Techno goes down. Hunter, though, cannot save the day. Cobra misses the easy one, lands the hard one, and gets the double digits, making himself a name on this Mongols side.
Yeah, new boy on the block, makes his presence known. It's a huge two-piece from him. It's also a huge start this round from 910. This shot here is so valuable. Two master ones. I think Blitz pushing the smoke as well. It just really throws that kind of seeds of worry over towards G2. They're panicking. They're so flustered. They don't know how many's gone through the smoke, but Cobra's done so well. We said his secondary AWP looks great, and there it is again.
Yeah, do you reckon it's all part of like why they might have picked him up? Because Sensu loved the secondary AWP as well. You know what I mean? That it's like it's really a key part of their plan on the Mongols.
I like your thinking. However, from knowing the Mongolian scene, he's just the only one that was good enough.
Right. Okay.
Like this, you know, unfortunately, there really isn't any other player that could have gone in towards this team. Like Controllers, when he obviously stood in, he was the only free agent.
Yeah,
Cobra was qualified with the Huns, so he obviously was roster locked. But yeah, he's like the only one who was really like able to go in. I mean, I guess technically there's like Yami's
that's one that comes into my head.
But he's already had his time, really. It didn't work.
I think
you know
Yami has his own issues, let's just say. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I think a lot of people at one point were like, why has this guy not been picked up?
Yeah, mechanically good enough, but so I think you're right.
Yeah.
But no, Cobra feels like, I think he was just at the time the only one. Also, he's young enough that he can be molded. So yeah, I don't remember him that much on the Huns picking up all the time. Because nine picks up basically all the time, right? I feel like every time we would cast that side, they were always sort of like slightly struggling. So we'd never see them have the money available to be double AWPing, let's say. That's a nice way of putting it. So I didn't see how often that he was double AWPing on the Huns, but whether it's something that he always had in the locker or they've molded him into it, I think you're right. You know, it's obviously something that Sendu like to do, and it's nice to always have that ability. We don't see many teams double AWP these days anyway, so it's nice having a team that have two really efficient AWPs.
It's just so expensive.
Exactly. It's so risky. But this is a great map for it, right? I feel like there's like, for me, there's two maps that you can wheel the double AWP like really effectively on. Actually, three, I would say, technically. I think Ancient potentially is there as well. One towards B ramp, one towards mid, right? That's one, but also it's kind of loose because your mid control can come through from Donut anyway. But then the other one I would say is Nuke. I think Nuke is real decent efficiency.
I thought you were going to say Mirage, honestly.
No, because I actually think Mirage is too puggy for two AWPs. It's too quick.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I think Nuke's long enough range that I think you can actually double up. I've seen it plenty of times. We have an AWP towards ramp and an AWP towards outside, and that feels decent to me. Or AWP towards heaven, AWP towards ramp, that kind of thing. Also, Nuke's one of those maps that maybe kind of similar to Inferno. Like, you know, let's say it's a man disadvantage retake, you're just safe. Like,
Yeah, no, for sure.
I'm not giving this retake a go, so.
Well, good chat for sure. Saw G2 find the last round of that first half, but of course I think
doesn't mean a
everybody's
lot.
starting to think, yeah, it might just be over here. Crazy comebacks are indeed possible. I believe we've already had one out from 9Z, so
it's true.
You know, we'll see if they are able to get things done here on that G2 side. Starts with the pistol.
Has to go well.
It does indeed. Flash over the top. Nothing created just yet. Bits of damage. But yeah, no kills just yet.
Yeah, Nerds has gained a bit of information at the cost of half his HP. The Mongols aren't exactly going too pacey about this. The Hunter up close with the dualies. Cobra's keeping an eye on this, and Blitz will come and join him. This is an A split. 2 in towards short. The others coming through long. As Cobra finds the first, this will draw off Matty's from that long angle, and this gives them a free run of things. And a flash over now as well. Matty's can avoid it first time. Swings in for the first. Looks and needs a second, which he does get. So it keeps G2 ever so slightly in this round, but numbers don't favor them. So somebody's got to be a hero here. Bomb will go down, tough post plant, and a numbers disadvantage retake.
Julie's not landing. He had an opportunity to maybe take one down. Well, maybe take 2 down, I suppose, but the car frag would have been crazy. Loses his head. Heavy God coming in from a different angle. Clean on the first. Probably going to make them put some respect on his name. Maybe not what he wants. He wants some nice open fights to come his way, to be honest. Okay, going to get another. Playing the bomb now. Got to be careful. I mean, fight being taken. There's not a lot of time left on this one. It's planted quite nicely for 9-10 as well.
Yeah, no kit.
Heavy God can't do it. Might be able to take the kill for good measure. Yeah, that just kind of feels worse, though.
Yeah,
mechanically fine. Time gets away from him, and Mongols to get the pistol probably starts to hammer this one home sooner rather than later.
Definitely an overfight, though. And they make it a little bit too easy for Heavy God. They just don't need to face him. Like,
yeah, it's 10-2 confidence, man.
Yeah, 100%. You could easily just sit there as well with like one player towards Gandalf, the guy in towards Pit because the bomb's planted for him for 9-10, and just the third guy is maybe a bit of a floater around to see what they can do. But the jump on towards the box by Blitz is bold, and then not sticking towards Gandalf fighting from short is a little bit wild. It does give Heavy God an ever so slight chance. And not to be. Nade comes through as Mongols waited out.
Oh,
stop. Zenio continues to impress.
Yeah, not right at the top, but
exactly.
He's had those.
It's the kills he gets are like
highlights.
Really impactful, yeah.
Just so clinical,
yeah,
I think, as well.
For sure. It's like all headshots. I love to see his headshot percentage at the end of this. I feel like he's got to be like at least 80%.
It is true. Lot of utility to get them through the mid to B here. It's a bit of a gap above, but 9-10 finds the only kill that you need.
Just gotta get the bomb.
Yeah, just gotta be careful. Not learning their lessons. The regular smoke doesn't fully cover it, guy.
Yeah.
You gotta, land it on the box, but whatever. It's all good in the end. Soft save here from G2 as that bomb goes down. Will be the round. Takes a second for them to get it planted, but all the same. All about saving now, which even that might come into question.
Oh my god.
Oh, the nade.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, now going to be Heavy God there. Vaguely aware of him. Definitely aware of him now. He's low on ammunition. Surely has to go down. And I don't think G2 are really going to be able to do anything about this. Their Dust 2 is all but over here, folks. My goodness. I mean, we were expecting 2 absolute barn burners here on Astana today, but it has not been the case. So G2 going to have to turn things around on their opponent's map pick. One that they're capable on themselves, but still not looking good.
Yeah, really, where are G2 at the moment? Not seeing them show up to play at all. 10 map points for the Mongols on their opponent's map pick. Brilliant spot to be in. And of course, after force buy in the previous round, of course, they've got a force buy here again. It's not great, but Nerds will open up proceedings at the very least. Mazzinho first to fall. Oh, that didn't make it out, guy.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, it's a Khalil, I guess.
I meant to do that.
It's all part of the plan, actually. I wanted them to hear that.
That's so funny. 12-2. Who cares?
Yeah.
You know?
Give him a
It doesn't
Galil.
matter,
You know what I mean? Like, it's fine.
You know, he tries to be cool about it. Like, you know, a guy falling over or whatever, trying to play it off. Nice and cool. Will be a return frag as Nerds goes down in towards mid. That really threatens the B side of things, honestly. So, yeah, these players are going to be a little panicky, a little on edge for sure. The contact out through short has worked pretty well here. Hunter may well have been heard. That was some wood steps. Does take them a second to react. All the same, shots are just landing, man. The Mongols doing what they do. This is certainly into last year, maybe even the year before. Really, really what they came up on was that sharpness, and they've got it in spades here this morning. Beautiful find from them on G2's pick of Dust 2. They went for the rep-heavy map, maybe could have picked into the Ancient, we said. Bet they're wishing they did now.
Yeah, absolutely in hindsight, right? That was an absolute non-starter coming through, and a real rough one to kind of mentally recover from. You wanted to kickstart this series well. Your map pick, a map in which allows for your individuals to shine, and none of them do. And that's the issue when you go in towards these buggy maps. Who is going to be the one to step up mechanically? And it was the Mongols by a landslide as well. So G2, a real kind of wake-up call for them. This 10 to 15 minute break, you know, generally teams normally like to go outside and have a little kind of talk and a little brainstorm. I think they need to hit the DM. Like, that's the big thing for me. They offered up so little.
It is wild. It is really, really wild, honestly, with just how one-sided it was. You know, I could certainly have seen the Mongols taking it, and a map that they have a history on, but in that fashion feels kind of crazy. Just goes to show sometimes what the gap could be between top 10 playoff vying, top 4 relatively consistently, maybe not so much this year, but in the past, of course, you know, major finalists, things like this. And then G2, who are a team that are scraping the top 10. They have the odd win if a playoff bracket goes their way. But yeah, the Mongols, obviously so much history behind them, and just, man, some crazy shots. And it's Cobra Zero towards the top there, which is really nice to see.
And nearly 3 separate players on 100 ADR. You know, 910 just misses out. I mean, that's mental. You're getting 3 different guys who step up in such a way. I thought 910 looked good all the way from the get-go, but Cobra, new boy, looking brilliant. Only 5 deaths as well. Like, he was just unstoppable. And Blitz having his moments too. So really, really sick to see. But Cobra starting to find his form, starting to find his, you know, efficacy as a rifler in this team. I think at the start, he was really uncomfortable. He didn't know really, like, how he should play, what aggression, how should I lurk, how should I entry, how should I kind of be supporting the pack, and he's now starting to find that comfort. And you can see, again, and this is kind of the story with Cobra when he came into us as team, is that mechanically he's got it, it's just whether he can take that step up. Like, from the Huns to the Mongols, it's a pretty large step. Those two sides are in completely different scenes within Counter-Strike. One's a tier 2, and one's obviously was at that top end of tier 1. So really interesting to see. We got the Inferno coming up next, though, and this is potentially really, really, you know, worrying signs for G2. You know, alarm bells are ringing off. I think it's kind of a statement we're saying. Inferno could be more of the same. Another puggy map, another map which feels like it relies on the individuals, and another map which we look at it and say, if G2, if you are not there in the server, you are in a hell of a lot of trouble. So we're feeling quite concerned, and surprisingly somehow this is looking exactly like the first series of the day. We didn't think that one would be, you know, one-sided. It somehow was. We could get the same here. We thought both of these would be barn burners, 3 mappers, but we might be wrong. We're going to have to find out, though. It's early doors, only map 1. We've got Inferno coming up next. Sit tight. I'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
G2 are coming into Astana as one of our elite and top teams. I got Hunter with me, leading his way through all of this. I just want to ask you, right, because I haven't got to speak to you for a little while. It's obviously, you had your foot thing, you went in one event, out one event, you came back to it. How are you? Like, how's life? How is it all going, being the IGL and going through all this?
I mean, it's been a bit tough period, especially when I fucked up my leg, let's say that way. It was really painful at the beginning, and I felt bad skipping this FURIA event because I felt we were in a good shape, in a good mood overall to just play more, especially with nerds. And yeah, but I mean, this is how it is. I'm recovering still. It's not the best, but it's getting better. I'm able to play, that's the most important, and I'm just looking forward to play more. Yeah, in Dallas we didn't do what we wanted to do. I think we had some better chances to go until the end. But yeah, I hope this event will be better, and that's what we'll try to do.
Talk to me right now just about where you feel the team is at, where some of the peaks I see in G2, it looks good, but then some of the games you almost have in your hands falls away. What discussion is G2 having around what it could be? Like, what are you noticing in the game that maybe we don't see on the cameras? Because people will just say, oh, they threw the round. But what is it from your perspective?
Like that?
You're just throwing it?
Just like that. Like, I think overall we are playing good. When people watch us, I think they are happy with the way we are playing, and we are happy most of the time. It's just some small details, 1 or 2 kills, 1 or 2 rounds overall, especially when you play against top teams. I mean, MR12, if you lose 1 or 2 crucial rounds by making a mistake, or they are getting lucky, because against us people are getting so much luck, I don't know why, what's wrong with us, but I hope it will stop soon. But yeah, overall, it's just, if you play against top teams, you need to be focused at every moment, every kill matters, and that's what we need to work on, because I think individually and as a team, we can play anyone, and we showed it already, just some small details that we need to fix, and I hope that will be an event that we'll fix, and then for the major to be full ready.
Now, someone who is not missing at all at the moment is Pius. He seems to be in better form right now. What have you guys been doing to enable that? What has changed?
Nothing really special has changed overall in like how we deal with the game together as a team and how we are playing. It's just about him deciding to do some adjustments for himself that will make me more comfortable, and that will make team more comfortable. Of course, we talk as a team how to make everybody comfortable in the team and confident. And of course, if you want to be a top team, if you want to be a consistent team, you need Oper who is consistent, and that's what we are getting lately. And I'm really happy because of that, because he's the guy who really deserves that stats, I would say, that he has lately, because since he joined G2 he had a tough time, but he was working really hard, he was helping everyone in the team, he's always trying to lift up the mood overall, and we are all happy to have him in the team. I just hope that he will continue this way, and if he continues that way, it will be easier for me and for all of us.
When you say it'll be easier for you, does it also give you some more options as an IGL, how you want to play out around the call around, knowing that you can rely on him some more?
Definitely, especially because he improved a lot playing clutches overall, and doesn't matter what is happening, that you know that your Oper can clutch. For example, that's why MongoZ is one of the best, and he can win some unwinnable situations, not some, but a lot of them. So yeah, that's Zaiwu as well. That's what makes difference, because you need to support some rounds, and if you stay at the end of the round, obviously 1v2 or 2v3, 2v4, that you are able to clutch those rounds, because those rounds are making a big difference mentally for us and for opponent.
Do you see yourselves as title contenders, as a team that can challenge for that? Could this be where we see the good performance from G2, the one that you can be happy and proud of?
I mean, we didn't discuss too much about the goal of this event, like where we want to go. Of course, if we get a chance to go until the end, we will take the chance, definitely. But our goal is just try to improve now with Nerds. This is like second tier 1 event for me and Nerds together in the team. I didn't play Rio. So yeah, our goal is just to be better every day, to try to improve, and then to be 100% ready and real G2 for the major.
Real G2 for the major. Okay, yes. You've got the plan, you've got the vision, you know what it's going to be. Yes. So let's see if you beat your expectations and go further than what's ever possible when it comes to this Astana.
Hopefully.
Hunter, thank you very much, and good luck going into the tournament, my man.
Thank you, James.
The Mongols Horde certainly in town here for our second game of the day, looking really, really damn good. G2, I don't know, can you recover it now? You know, is going to be the difficult thing, I think.
Yeah.
A very, very tough run on their own map pick. similar to our first series, it is once again all about this. What can you really derive from that? Like, can you be happy about certain rounds? Not really, because it just didn't happen. So you have to kind of ignore it, move into Inferno, a map they're capable on, then Ancient they're also capable on. So, you know, the veto is not an awful thing here, but Mongols just looking so good, man. Really a vintage performance from them, I think.
Yeah, they barely broke a sweat, I think, is ultimately kind of the talking point off the back of that. And I think now as we look in towards map number 2, it kind of has potential to be the same sort of feeling. You know, obviously we speak about this map as what was generally in this veto process, we kind of thought, right, G2 take their Dust 2 nice and easy, Inferno then taken by Mongols, and then Ancient gets interesting because it favors G2. But where we're at now, G2's map pick has fallen apart completely, mainly due to just the individuals. Cobra looking so unbelievably good. And then on top of that, it's a G2 side who are not awake, they're not on the server, and now you go to the Mongols map pick.
Right.
Like, all signs are pointing really, really poor at the moment here. So I don't know what you can really say in that like 10 to 15 minute break in between maps. Like, we always talk about this, like what sort of conversations can you have? But realistically, it's quite difficult to just sort of, you know, if you're Hunter, if you're Sword, just sort of say, right, forget about it, it's happened, it's done, start from fresh. We kind of say this in football all the time, right? It's still 0-0. That's obviously the kind of the standard saying, right? It's still 0-0. But it's actually really difficult to do that. So we'll see. These are their past encounters, of course. They play each other a couple of times. Last time out, though, Ancient, Dust 2, 2-0 towards the Mongols. And then, of course, in Krakow, 2-0 towards G2, Ancient and Dust 2 as well. So it's a change up in the veto, of course. We get that Inferno. There's a bit of a curveball in here. But then again, while statistically Ancient favors G2, past results say otherwise.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of these things, man. It's like maybe they think the Dust 2 is not going to go so well for them on the Mongol side. There's been some pretty one-sided affairs there against them. I could have seen the Mirage being picked up here. That feels like a more direct punish, but then we have kind of been criticizing a few teams in this tournament for looking for those punishers rather than just being confident in their own game.
Also, how many times have we said, all right, a team's picked in towards Mirage and they've lost it? I feel like we're saying like every series now. It's actually ridiculous. Picking in towards Mirage and losing
the
it.
Mirage, like towards the end of Go, we had like Dust 2 as this great equalizer, and it can go either way and at all levels of the game. And sometimes you would see, you know, a low-ranked team qualifies for a tournament such as Astana, and then they punch up and they take a Dust 2 off of, you know, one of the great teams at the tournament.
For sure.
Mirage has kind of become that, I think, as the Face It Pugs, and it seems to be a sentiment that is a bit shared. I'd love to pick the brains of some of the slightly higher up players, but we've had a couple interviews with some mid-level guys on things we've been working on, and they've said, yeah, well, you know, Mirage, sometimes you just win it. Sometimes it just happens because unless it is your permaban as a team, a lot of these players are built from spamming Mirage for like your first 2,000 hours of trying to be a pro player. It's like, right, how am I going to get to Face It 10? How am I going to push to higher elo on Face It to really get noticed these days? It's on Mirage, you know, until you start to broaden your horizons.
No, exactly that. And they kind of echo the sentiments that we say. It's not really about the stats. It's about the individuals and who really shows up. And that's exactly what we saw in the previous series. And Inferno can be the same as well, right? We looked towards that previous series, and Gentleman's looked so good on this because they found consistent gaps. That T-side was excellent from them when we got to see it. And even on the CT as well, similar thing where they weren't really given any control over to Heroic. And that's the worry that I have here, is that it could be the same. You know, we get a strong start from the Mongols, pistol, force buy, those kind of things, and they get an early little springboard. I'm worried that G2 are going to once again regress, right? You know, go back in towards their shell, and that's what makes life really, really difficult. At the very least as well, for G2, they get that CT side start. It's not always a blessing, though, I would say. While a lot of teams prefer that CT side, the Mongols are dictating the pace, the tempo on T side, and that's the big thing for me, and that's kind of where the real worry comes in for G2. It always felt like they were being pulled out of position, left, right, and center, and that's the issue of that. If Mongols do start on the T side, which is expected because it's their map pick, it could be more of the same like that. I think Blitz is just calling really well.
Yeah, no, it is also a fair point to raise. I'm very, very curious to see how this map gets kicked off. We are obviously on a little bit of a delay getting in. Maybe some headphone issues or something like this by the looks of things, but hopefully should be into the action sooner rather than later. I think that's definitely what everybody wants here. Just don't want to be waiting and brewing, stewing, getting into this second map, of course. I think particularly if you are G2, just get it started and let's fresh slate, new team.
I've been kind of wanting to like try in-ears recently, like for gaming. Like, I want to see how much.
Do you know, I used them for casting at one point.
Oh, is it?
They were sort of like, you know, more on the comfort side rather than your audio quality.
Yeah.
My ears are really not suited to like in-ears, even with all the different rubber types, and there were like memory foam ones. So maybe I got to pay like 10 grand to get those
like
fully
molded.
shaped,
Yeah,
molded,
yeah.
that, like rock stars use and stuff. But
because I had the same issue. Like,
I don't got that kind of money.
I had
myself.
I forget what they're called. Like a certain type of AirPods, like AirPods. Like not Max, but like Pros or whatever, with the rubber tips.
Right.
And I couldn't, they wouldn't stay in my ear. Exactly. So I had to get the other AirPods that don't have the rubber tips that still have noise cancellation just because of that exact thing. Like, they don't stay in my ears.
Yeah,
I think I've maybe got like
for me.
small ear canals, which is strange because my ears are massive. So it's flapping about like Dumbo. But either way, we're on the way into the game.
They don't do any hearing for you, you know? That's the
they just
shame,
catch
really.
wind, unfortunately. We are live, though, in towards the game. Mongols do get that T-side start. They're map pick. So this is the worry, right? If G2 cannot start well, I wonder how their mental state is going to be. This pistol round could be very, very telling.
Indeed. P250 in Banana by itself. Just also have a flash over there. So really trying to keep attention, throw them off. Flash on towards Blitz. He will go down.
Nice start.
Heavy God, though, unable to spot them. Oh, in the apartments. 9-10 overzealous as he's got knife in hand. Wow, a dominant pistol here by the looks of things. Cobra Zero, the only one left. Fade away.
Harden with the 3.
Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful from Heavy God.
Yeah, that's a really good pistol round. What a way to start. They absolutely not only needed the pistol round, but honestly, getting a pistol round like that adds even more to the table, right? It's kind of that talking point of like, right now we can really start ramping up, right? Map number 1, we weren't there, we weren't warm. But Inferno, here's where we can start bringing a little bit of something to the table. That's great to see. Heavy God looks so good. This final kill as well. A beaut. 3 to his name. And you get your superstar shining nice and early, which is great. Never really got to see that, unfortunately, towards that map number 1. Triple nade. How has Nerd survived that? Somehow, some way, with a sliver of HP, he's still alive.
I mean, that is crazy. I mean, it's the absolute perfect place for them.
They all
Perfect
look like they're
call.
on him as well.
Yeah, those nades, man. Not as bad in this version of the game. They have had a bad reputation for being inconsistent. A lot of damage done by these Glocks, you know. Hunter comes round, though, to bail them out. It would seem. Another eco ace for Hunter, as he has been absolutely farming. Last time we caught G2, he also was able to take a round very similar to that. So he's good on the stats, good at collecting those ecos.
Yeah, against Fisher College was on Ancient, wasn't it? On that A side. They just ran at him nice and easy, and it's kind of similar here.
Yeah, he's a bloodhound for it, it would seem.
You can smell the lack of armor.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess so. It's a very in tune kind of sense, but very specific usage. Anyway, we've got the big key round here, of course. The Mongols straight in with the buy as soon as possible. And a good test to see what is on the horizons here for G2. It's headshots galore. They find 2 kills like it's nothing. And they will be able to reset for this 5-on-3.
Yeah, they cut through that initial B defense like a hot knife through butter, and now they've got a lot of space to work with. But G2 have replenished the defenses towards B quite quickly. They've rotated 2 over there. It's only some Pius left towards A, and he's got a lot to do to hold down the fort. Oh my god, no, that 1 kill by some Pius. They're going to cancel. They're going to go back towards B, and this is the wrong call. Matty's up close with an MP7. This could all crumble right in front of our eyes. Heavy God's on the corner with an MP9. The second contact's taken. Heavy God will swing. There's the first. He then moves. He only gets 1. So B-side now opened up again for a second time. And again, it's 9-10 that gets the pivotal kill. But they might also cancel again as they fall back. 50 seconds. They've got time to play with. It's a 1 versus 3. All they have to do is stick together. And on top of that, they know they dinked some Pius.
There's a few things here. They want to keep it successful economically. I think also it's getting in the heads of your opponent. You know what I mean? Like throwing unpredictability into a moment like this, into just all rounds. I think it's going to keep G2 therefore a bit nervous. And now you can
with them.
play fakes in future that are not really fakes and things like this. You know, going to be very, very difficult for G2 to seemingly get the read on you. but also just goes to show discipline at every turn for the Mongols as well. Never overstep, never consider a round done until it truly is done.
Yeah, agreed.
So I like it. I like it. It might seem a little silly. They're just sort of rotating and rotating and no, now we're going B, now we're going A. Oh, you can't catch us, but actually there's a lot of logic here, I think.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, some pious will get serenaded by the hymns here in the chapel, but...
Yeah, where are those speakers? Or is it just...
It's divine intervention, mate. It's just
aura.
this, yeah.
It's a nice touch to the map.
It is, to be fair. Got two nice little bits of music. I've also got the Spawn one as well.
Yeah, classic.
Over towards T-Spawn.
I need to get Fallen to teach me how to play that.
I've learned Baby Shark on the bells.
Okay.
Yeah, on the bells and T-Spawn.
Yeah, valid.
Yeah, if we get like an eco,
I'm sure that's just amazing to watch.
My teammates aren't happy, but I am, and that's really what matters.
I bet you could play a lot, though, because there's a lot more on this than there was in Go.
Yes, there is, to be fair.
You know, so I bet there's a lot of scope.
I might have to start teaching myself some other songs.
Yeah, right.
Baby Shark was quite intuitive. It's quite a simple tune.
Yeah,
I didn't really even learn it. I just figured it out.
That's why it's one of the greatest songs ever written. You know,
it's true.
Just so
musical
unanimous.
masterpiece. The second you sing it once, you can't get out of your head.
Well, exactly.
And now everybody at home, hum Baby Shark, and it'll be stuck in your head for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's cruel.
An important round here for G2 to get a response. Of course, you get that Sunfire save. He'll drop it over and he'll reinvest in towards an orb. But quite an important one. You lose this G2, Mongols tie up the game and probably take a lead by virtue of you having no money to fall back on. And how do they respond after the kind of push and pull of that previous round and, you know, they're kind of toying with them a little bit? How do things change here? Nice little double from Techno and Cobra, but Nerds will find one just before that to give a little bit of life towards G2. Even still, though, numbers favor the Mongols.
Yeah, it gets a bit weird. We have all that going down on long, then they're like pushing Banana, but there was a guy on the other side of the smoke. Now they're wrapping in towards CT, which, you know, can be very, very difficult, but they are looking sharp here. Hunter still around. They're not expecting him. He needs trading. Oh, man. Brings it down to the 2 versus 2. Blitz as well, distracted away as Heavy God coming in at the bottom. Banana, he does well to keep his cool. Hunter, however, still has a chance here. Very, very, very low time as he looks to try and maybe drop that bomb once again on the spam. Not quite going to be able to get away with it.
8 seconds.
He's cancelling the plan. Molotov comes in, forces him forwards. And it's Blitz to get it done. Beautiful round coming out from Blitz, actually.
Yeah.
He found that killing Banana, stopped them advancing. Also catches Heavy God on the flank and then closes out the round.
He also catches the guy in Church, right? So he has a really, really important round. That kill on towards Church, the first guy, was the one that worried me. It's a pretty difficult angle to kind of clear properly. I think it's very common that you can trade positively there, especially with that second guy who was over by Coffins. This kill here, massively important for me. But even this rotation, I'm so surprised that Heavy God is not being relayed over. Hunter knows Blitz is there. He knows he's not peeking Hunter, so therefore, I feel like Hunter should be saying, be careful, he could be looking Banana. He's not facing me.
In all that quickness, I think Hunter is just trying to stay alive. One Banana, sure, but they think that they're after Hunter, that they're going to be zoned in on him. So, you know, Heavy God's sort of trying to help his teammate out a bit. And that's why it's smart from Blitz to dip back and not get caught up in Hunter, who has just picked up a 2-piece and, he's the, you know, new danger man of the round. Blitz keeps his calm head on, as you would expect from IGL.
Yeah. It was a 1 to 4 B to A split, respectively, but then 3 from that A stack have rotated over off the back of the very small amount of contact from the Mongols. Basically, an early bit of the utility. Now they're gambling B, and unfortunately, it's the wrong call. The bomb is heading towards A. So it's just Heavy God here. Feels like at most he can really do is a consolation kill. That long smoke that was thrown by the Mongols now fades, and they can start moving their way forward. A wrap through. If they overcook it and start wrapping in towards that CT spawn, that's when I'm going to get worried. And I feel like they might. Yeah, and part of the reason is because Techno's heard nothing. Oh!
Okay,
where
well,
are we going?
They start to maybe consider their options. Bomb not quite dedicating just yet, but gonna have to. 20 seconds remain. Could get very bloody over here. One well-placed shot could actually change things massively. My goodness, it is close, but they do manage to clear out the site and indeed ready for Heavy God. There's about 8 seconds to get that bomb down, so, you know, if they don't molly Nubox or something like that and one of those players goes overlooked, it would have been the other way. Really, really, really dangerous stuff, but all the same, the Mongols get it. They get the lead here now. And it's a slower going beast, but they are starting to get that ball rolling. G2 are going to have to put a stop to it with a big buy.
Yeah, it was definitely a little dicey. No two ways about it. Oh, with that being said, Mongols lead taken, and they can snowball this to a few more to kickstart this C-side. They put themselves in a fantastic spot. Early nades over. Nert's going to run through the flames to get out of there. But triple stack B early. Again, it's not a committal, but they're getting good map control early. And they do it early enough in the round for the Mongols that they have time to rotate away. We've seen them do this the last few. Blitz is now stuck, though. He needs help.
Oh, the Molotov. Trying to force their way to help. It's 3 on B, though. And very scary to deal with. Hunter going to be able to find multiple. Really forced the issue there over towards B, haven't they? I think, you know, he's mollied in the corner. Get the smoke down. Let's play around that. Zenio for a moment gets my hopes up, but not able to get it done. It's going to be 9-10. With the AWP, does have the drop on 1. Has to take the kill, though. And the bomb is just so far away from the action, so you don't really fancy his chances. It's not impossible, but pretty improbable here. 9-10, picking up the pace as he's trying to just force some more kills. And he'll keep them coming. He's left very low there.
It's completely expensive, though. I mean, honestly, you'll take that. There's money to fall back on for the C side, so he's definitely keeping this a little bit pricey, but he can't find off Nerds. I don't think you're too upset. I mean, obviously, you're upset losing the round.
Best of a bad situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think that round, unfortunately, though, is completely lost the second that Blitz gets stuck. Like, that's it. Like, there's nothing really else you can do at that point because they have to spend so much time, resources, and essentially lives to save him. 2 other players go down before then Blitz, and by that point, the round's a lost cause. I think, unfortunately...
You have to leave him alone.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can really do, and we can only really say that with the benefit of hindsight. That essentially, you have to just say, yeah, you're dead, mate. Like, that's it. Like, we're going to go do something else. Like, he probably has to make the call a little bit of, say, leave me here. I'm just going to just start chaining my utility and keep attention drawn, and maybe you guys can go and hit A. But I think by the time you figure that out, it's too little too late. Nice response from G2.
Indeed it is, so already looking to make things a bit more competitive here, although I would argue that's not that hard. Have to keep it.
Well, they've already done it, technically,
good.
haven't they?
Yeah,
so.
yeah, I suppose. But yeah, they definitely have to keep it looking good here. And it's rounds like these that are going to be key, you know, forced into a tough economic situation here for the Mongols. They decide to go for it rather than playing it super safe. And therefore, G2 have got to capitalize on the fact that there's 2 Tech 9s on the other side of all this. Dangerous games in and around that fire. Quick trade comes in. They will take that. That's one of those Tech players that goes down for a rifle on the other side. So, not a bad result on the 4-on-4. Flash ineffective. Heavy God, despite being out in the open, is completely unblinded. 9-10 finds himself all alone again here. He is looking good. But surely not any more than this, being left on low HP. Flank comes in. And G2 will get it. I mean, find that trade in Banana. They opt to go for a waterfall play through a smoke.
Yeah.
Mongols are playing confidently, I think it's safe to say. You know, that first map might have done a bit more damage to their mental than you might actually expect.
Yeah, loose and fast, I think, is obviously kind of that Mongol style where it's very much like just on the fly. But the real thing that kind of kills the Mongols there, unfortunately, is the waterfall idea is nice until just as they're about to pop a smoke plume. So like, well, I guess like in for a penny, in for a pound,
Flash
right?
also misses.
Yeah, exactly. And then the second flash takes too long to come. And at that point, you know, too little, too late. And that kind of is the story at the moment for the Mongols. G2 a lot more to like. 9-10 though, no matter what's happening, he continues to be a real difference maker. Not another deco. We had one in our previous series, a beautiful one from Gentlemates on that B-side of Mirage, and yeah, you might get more here. And I like the way that a lot of teams doing it. This is actually exactly the same as what Gentlemates were doing. Only 2 players investing towards the Eagles, everyone else low buys.
If you got the money, why not? You know, they were probably the guys that found the most kills in the previous round, and it doesn't affect their buy too much. Trying to stack up here, it's a clean crossfire. We'll take one, got to find this second nicely, and they do.
No.
They do. 1 on 3.
Do you give this a go if you're Matties? I think there's an argument to be made no.
You have to try and save this, though, to be honest.
Yeah, they don't have the money. Hunter, Sampires, Heavy God, they're all low in terms of the cash.
Yeah, no, I'd suppose save is the wrong, you know, rescue.
Yeah.
You have to rescue the round is what I meant.
But I actually don't think you can give it a look in. I think financially it's the wrong call. I think you have to save this.
Nothing comes his way early, so he will indeed move away. That is rough. That is very, very rough. Yeah, absolutely. They'll still be able to create a bit of a buy in the next round, but even then, it's just 1 drop. Probably needed 2, if not 3.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they actually do with it. I'd be a little miffed if they don't try and put together a buy, if it does end up just being M4 and some upgraded pistols.
Yeah, because he can drop 1 is the thing, right?
Heavy God's on like
1.8.
Minimal, yeah. Not quite the worst.
Oh yeah,
wow.
sound. Yeah. All right, cool.
That's insane. That's a watch the clock and then take the shot kind of move.
Even that one from Cobra.
Yeah.
That's an insane round.
He's feeling good.
He's feeling good. Which is great to see because he was so sick on that first map. He's been a little quiet to start off here, but I'll be interested to see what we get. They don't buy around this though. Full eco. Here's the play. So
that just annoys me, man. Like on an eco like that, I know it's tough and futile, whatever, but I think you just, if the plan is to not do anything, just send it in there. You know, you might get away with it. They're unarmored and you've got a kit.
They are moving to the stack here though. This could be a little funky. Keep a little eye on this B here. Chain of utility. Nade on towards CT. Not really going to affect some Pius. And with the lack of response, Mongols are going to go searching elsewhere. I think this is the right call. Just have a little poke and prod, see what else we can uncover. And, you know, potentially if Mizzino keeps looking, he'll realize there's no one here towards A. I'm worried they're going towards this stack, though. That bomb's coming to join them.
Yeah. Could be really dangerous. Good smoke. I think what you do here is Mizzino scales, advances, gathers info, but he's not.
He's come to join them.
Yeah.
It's going to be a blood bomb. It's too little time to cancel.
I think you have to throw Mizzino in towards that A-bomb side before you fully go for it here. Player spotted up on the boost for sure. First one comes in. Few USPs dotting about, but they've dropped that M4 importantly. Really, really quickly and easily, actually. So it's going to be Nerds, low HP. Down he goes. They will see it off. But yeah, the M4 actually not able to get anything done up on that boost. You would expect it to thread through all those USPs, get lost in the source, as it were. But somebody one-tapped him, and indeed not able to get anything done. So Mongols starting to streak ahead a little. Yes, it's 5-4, but it feels a bit more Mongol-sided, to be honest. Just the nature of the rounds, the fact they've got a few more gun rounds on the notches. So G2 going to take a timeout ahead of this one.
I'll say also kind of a bit of a sigh of relief just to only take a couple of casualties there. Like, it really could have been a lot more expensive. So well done that they make sure it is clean enough in the trades. We've seen rounds of that not only kind of either like fall apart, yes, but even if there's still one, it's like only like one staying alive. And that's where it maybe have a bit of a knock-on effect. It's not exactly like the Mongols are flushed for cash. But either way, lead taken. G2, they ecoed that previous, they'll buy back in, but a must-win one to keep this first half competitive. There's still a chance that Mongols can streak at the tail end for an 8-4 half, and that would put you in a really uncomfortable spot. So for me, this round number 10, probably the most important round we've had so far in the series. For G2 to really keep this competitive. I think if they lose this, they're in trouble for things dwindling quite quickly.
Does certainly feel that way. Pretty tense round there for.
Nice angle.
Zinio going to go down. Yeah, pretty unbeatable, to be honest with you. So nice from Heavy God, but the brackets move far more successful. And I'm not sure if both players would have been spotted out, heard out in the apartments. All the same, Sunpius in the advanced position here, trying to maybe get another kill for his squad. A minute left on the clock. Plenty of options for the Mongols.
Clearing this angle is so difficult. 9-10 sort of hoping that Sunpius walks into him. Flash. How is Cobra getting away with that? Sunpius will get a shot off. As he repositions Molly on towards the corner, swing behind this. Everyone's blind as Techno will deliver one, but Heavy God's still alive, still cooking, still finding kills, but Techno will see him off. And 1 versus 2 for Matties, but Techno's 1 foot in the grave. Blitz gets him behind. The flank is beautiful. It's bountiful as Mongols find 6. And a really important gun round does not go the way of G2. So the Mongols, not only now, worst case scenario tie game, they should be taking a lead at the half.
Yeah.
That 7 should come through here.
So frustrating, I think, to be honest. They're really, really quite close to getting it done. Matties narrowly misses out on the kill. Would have advanced forwards probably, you know, doesn't get sideswiped. So it's pretty unlucky in a lot of senses of the word. We're going to get that low buy into this round for G2. Heavy God with a slightly heavier investment into the MP9. But yeah, should be 7 like you say, and 8 more likely than not. So a bit more work required here. I think that's to be expected, right? Because Dust 2 is just so ridiculously one-sided. You can't really bank on both maps going that way. But Mongols obviously have a lot of knowledge of this map. We got another stack coming in from G2.
Hunter, I'm close. There's 1 smoke left for G2 to work with. Double stack on short and long, so we'll see if these sort of 2-pronged attacks can actually find anything. But the Mongols are walking into it. However, they've walked into a few stacks already and come out on top, so I'm going to discount the contact here. The fight all fall in place for the Mongols, and it's just really the benefit of the firepower. Matty's nice kind of double from him, but I can't really see too much more coming behind this. The molly and the smoke is a bit of a miscom, and it does allow him to repeat because there's a gap there, and they are also being flanked. Nerds makes his move. He then drops the smoke. The Mongols are getting suffocated in here. They have to go to A.
Yeah, not a lot of time. It does look a little scary for a moment, but just that stronger weaponry is what allows them to stay on top. Nerd's going to be the only one left here. I was going to say he might think about a cheaper head armor, but then Techno finds him. So, yeah, Techno really the eco-warrior in the past couple of rounds. At times, it is going to be that 7th. They managed to take the lead. G2 looking a little stressed out in places, but Heavy God with a smile on his face could be a good sign.
Yeah.
Saw not so much.
Either for Hunter. Stern words for him. Looks like he'll be speaking to Nerds as well, so we'll see what Nerds cooks up with this. He's got a FAMAS in the round. Round number 12, final of this half. If Mongols get the 8th, I don't really see that much chance of recovery, and that's what they were cooking. A re-aggression towards top banana, and it felt like Techno was ready for it. He just doesn't win out the aim duel. The flash doesn't actually affect him.
Big pickup. And maybe part of what Hunter was talking about with him. Trying to get some space in the early round. Mongols, though, they move fast. They look to exploit gaps as quickly as possible. Blitz will go down, so things not looking too bad, but it's a big find from 9-10 on the crack angle. Mazzinho appears out of nowhere, silently dropping like Batman to find that frag. And G2, it would be a save, but of course it's that final round. Gotta try and go for this. Unchecked angle, Matties will fall. Nerds, surely not long for this world either. Does manage to find the first. Wall of smokes to move through here. Cobra's era is low, but this becomes, yeah, really weird kind of way to get in towards that bomb site, so he will go down. 8-4. I think no real stress. We had G2 picking up the pistol as well, you got to bear in mind, so Yeah, Mongols looking really, really good.
Yeah. Cannot complain about what I'm seeing so far from this Mongol side. And they just look quite dejected now, unfortunately. G2, it's safe to say a bit of tilt coming through. You can kind of see it on Hunter's face and the way in which they talk in this halftime break. But everything that can go right is. And I think for the Mongols, the bulk of these gun rounds going their way is what's shoring up the success of this side. And realistically, we look towards the second half now. Moving on towards the CT, if the Mongols start with a pistol, for me, that's it. That's this map, this series done. In a pretty quick fashion as well. You know, it's kind of one of those, like, we were heading in towards our 4th map of the day before the second series even started on the A stream. So we've had some really, really quick maps to Counter-Strike, especially when we both were sort of the same camp thinking, like, these could actually both be 3 mappers. Like, they had the potential to be really quite even games. And they've been anything but. So 8-4. This pistol is massively important for G2. That's an understatement, to be completely honest. You lose this, I think you lose the map in the series. And then they go to the 1-2, which is crazy.
Yeah. It's a scary place to be. It is a very scary place to be. You might end up facing off against some difficult teams in the 2-2 bracket, you know? Like, maybe a Spirit ends up there, you know, or something like this. It's going to be, Falcons, you know, it's going to be a pretty worrying spot. The long run back for whoever loses this one. And both teams, I think, want to be making it to playoffs with a matchup like this.
And both
it might not be the case, you know.
Expected to as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the rest of the scene and everything would expect you to get there. So, and it's a bit of a barometer, you know, headed into the major and everything, right? So if you don't perform well here, probably going to scare you in terms of how you're going to perform into the biggest tournament of the season, of course. They will break in towards the B bomb site.
Flank.
Arguably been given that space. Julie's leading the charge and finding the first. Lovely pickup from Mazzinho. Blitz going to chime in as well. In from CT, so looking good. 5 versus 3, straight out of the gate. There is no kit available, but they should be able to overwhelm, and that's exactly what they're doing. Any kills at all for G2 now becomes the question. Tapping a hold onto that bomb. They look to fight their way through here, G2. They can't drop the defusing player, though. And it will be Mongols to take the pistol in very dominant fashion.
They're flawless as well. I mean, if that isn't a statement, I don't know what is. G2, non-existent here in this series. Only 2 rounds in that entirety of their map. Pick a dust 2 and 4 so far is, I mean, it's a horrible spot to be in. Bomb plant does always mean force buy, or generally means force buy, but that retake is so well done. The first couple of shots that come through. But I also love the way that Blitz approaches this. You know, he's a solo B anchor, and a smoke comes down towards Coffins. He realizes, I shouldn't really fight through this. I'm just going to pull back. And he plays all the way back deep CT, and he sort of invites them into his territory rather than fighting on their terms. I respect it, and it works. This goes quick, though, on the pace. But I also love Cobras there on the angle. Has he got 2 in it? Yes, he does.
Big finds, but the A-bomb site itself has fallen, unfortunately.
Ooh.
A little bit of a...
It's the spam through the...
Tie?
Yeah, from the barrel.
Looks weird. Either way, still looking to give this a go here. There's no kit immediately available.
Loads of util.
Maybe could soften them up. Maybe could take one down, in fact. Yeah, lovely off the barrel here. Nerd's going to be really, really weak. And actually goes down to the second Molotov. However, Heavy... hidden away in key angle here, and he will just mow them all down. Goes overlooked. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Delivers when called upon. As the Mongols will lose out against the Force Buys. So, colour me intrigued now.
And you know, I think part of that probably comes from the fact that they thought Nerds was the only one there, and they thought the Molly would spread to Heavy God's angle, and it doesn't. Molly is all around him. You can see the scorch marks on the floor, but it just doesn't spread to his position. Really, really well done from Heavy God. Keeps them afloat. Such an important round to take. Puts Mongols in a weird spot where they have to force buy back in themselves, where they can bring even less to the table.
Pistols out for the Mongols here, as they will have plenty of utility to go at. And may well be able to find some damage. Hunter left very, very low, in fact. And a lot of smokes over on B you would expect. So cover off the choke point, cover off the choke point. Looking to get really good timing on these. Yeah, all the smokes over there. Blitz going to get another one in towards CT. Cobra got one of his own. So you have to be really, really, really careful with moving in towards B like this. Ada CT. Maybe follow that up. The timing of all these smokes has to be perfect. And there it is, as maybe G2 have actually released their main attack. They are going to start moving through. They break the smoke open. They will indeed look to go for the hit. The flash is pretty good on the first. Blitz is close, but not close enough. They will still try and give this a go, the remaining two players. Hunter very, very low from the earlier nade. Lucky to be alive.
9-10's the Eagle. Don't count it out.
Well,
we've seen the shots.
Tell the Mongols that.
Yeah.
So I think they're off.
Also one of those, like, is it really even worth saving like half armor and a couple of like maybe if you had like a couple of rifles here or like even like SMGs, I could sort of understand it. Try and reuse them in towards the next. But a Deagle on a 5-7, I don't think it's going to really bring that much to the table. Right. I mean, who knows? We've seen 2 decos already this game, this day, man. I say we saw one in the previous game, one in this game. So I guess I shouldn't talk too soon, but either way, safe call gets made, and for G2, it was looking a little dicey. I thought the util was really good. That dive through the CT smoke was a nice idea as well. Gets a little close, gets a little expensive, but in the end, all that really G2 care about is another round on the board and chipping away that deficit slowly but surely.
One more kill from one of the pistols there, I think, could have turned the tides for sure. But not the case, so G2 hanging on. Maybe starting to close the gap, make Mongols worry. Perhaps a timeout to come through for the Mongols. Headed into their first rifle, it's going to be the eco here. 9-10 goes down early. He was one of those pistols that we spoke of. Not looking so good this time around. Techno finds himself alone. Late smoke comes in, confirms the location of another player. Meanwhile, out towards mid, they will see him off. So G2 looking good here. No funny business this time around.
Yeah, nice and easy. Techno the last round. They know he's towards B as well. They've just seen a pop shot on that smoke. So simple stuff. They'll go and hunt to see him off. They may as well. They know there's going to be a buy-in towards the next round anyway, but they've got enough residual cash. They can afford to lose a rifle. Maybe not 2, but they can trade something out at the very least. Techno's still hovering around Coffins and Church. And they are showing him quite a lot of respect here. They think he's going to re-aggress in towards Banana, which may still happen late in towards the round. He's clearing every angle. And maybe the patience might pay off. Hang on. He's going exactly to where they are. And there it is. No, to see it off. Simple stuff, flawless for G2 as well, which is really good to see. And now they're reaching distance. It's a 2-round game and a reinvestment for the Mongols, which is massively important. You lose this, G2 will have tied this game up, basically. They get the 8th and you've got no money heading in towards, so the 9th should follow up pretty simply.
Kind of interesting on the VRS.
Yeah, nothing changes for G2,
that
but Mongols who are higher
go up to, but they will go down to. I suppose they have more to lose.
Yeah.
In a way, gets very, very tight in towards that top 10, of course, but also getting into the top 10 itself can be a bit tough. Big round on the cards here. The Mongols in with something that looks a little shaky. You know, we got the FAMASI, not quite sure. But there's a couple of them.
I think it's FAMI, mate, actually.
Yeah, FAMI, yeah. It's always tough to make them work all the same, no matter what a collection of FAMASs would be called, a gaggle of FAMASs. I don't know. Just not that often that you see them brought up so readily, you know what I mean? Like, they've really wanted to lean into the utility for this round.
And so far done nothing with it, really. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really getting a lot of early damage, and they still, you know, for the remainder of this round, it's a couple of smokes, 1 molly, and a few flashbangs. I wouldn't even say it's like perfect retake utility either. Let's see. What can one of that said Famai do? On the corner. Cobra's under pressure. He's really struggling here. Needs to support Presidio, who's struggling to hit his shots as well. The second half asking will deliver. 180, can't find it. He needed that so desperately. And there's so many fights on so many fronts. And that gives G2 the sight. Great nade, though.
Oh, Blitz going to go down. However, I think he tried to make a move through that smoke before his teammate was necessarily in position to help. It's all so very low. It really is close. Mongols losing sight of this map
quickly as well.
I think they have very, very firmly taken their eyes off of it, thinking that they'd done enough. Decent first half, pistol in the second. The G2 have turned things around here. There's still work to be done, but looking very, very comfortable at the moment.
Yeah. Hit 8-4 at the half, and then obviously 9 to follow up, and you're feeling like at this point we're so close to that finish line, and well, they're further away from us than we are to seeing off the series, and it's all slipped away. Taking their foot off the gas, they've started to kind of cruise a little bit, and it's been too simple for G2 to catch up. Now a one-round game, which should be very easily tied up by G2. It's one saved FAMAS and a couple of upgraded pistols, a little bit of utility to work with. Well, by all metrics, this one should be pretty simple to find. Out of 18. And what does Techno do with that saved FAMAS as well? How do they try and facilitate him?
No, it is true. I mean, just kind of leaving him to his own devices at the moment. Yeah. Over in towards long.
Anchor him.
Oh. Flash goes in. It is good. Oh, it's very good. Matty sees them off. So again, one would presume no funny business here. Techno opens. Oh my
it's close. It's close.
It's very close. He got some bullets off onto Hunter, but not able to fully transfer. So G2 going to even things up. Mongols, where the hell has the game gone? How has this happened, they will be asking, but indeed G2 are now starting to threaten map number 3.
Does Blitz save this? I feel like he may as well. I mean, obviously you're buying in towards the next round, but there are issues that we've seen over the last kind of few rounds of play have really been about finances. So shoring it up in any way will have some long-term help. And for him on 39 points of HP, yes, he's got the full belt of utility, but there's no way that he can comfortably give a 1 versus 3 a look in. So with that being said, game tied up 9-all. And G2, who have looked lackluster for essentially what was 3 out of the 4 halves played here, and they looked so poor all the way throughout. This is now finally with their awake and kicking, and all it took was a little bit of a streak. A few rounds in succession allowed them to snowball, and they're in a good spot. The Mongols unworried. 9 to get his AWP out. Saved them 4 in the buy around it.
First time out.
Yeah.
Feel like, I don't know, whatever. I'm always critiquing when they come out, but sometimes, you know, you've got 3 left.
I'll join you here in saying this is way too late.
I think the last gun round, we should have had one.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to be really pedantic, it's something that we've spoken about is actually the second they lost that first round in this half, call a timeout.
Well,
yeah,
out, right? Yeah, you know, they did that on map 1. Why not do it here? And you've got so many to play with. If you're not needing to use timeouts until your second half, you can be very liberal. It's a privilege. It's a benefit of playing well in that first half, not having to really worry about things.
No, I think you're spot on.
A lot of chatter on the G2 side. See what they are going to go for here. Some Pious there getting very vocal, but having another rough map. It is awkward to say. Nade's coming in. Techno. He can't see. He goes down, as does Blitz. Despite Hunter being pretty blinded, there's a lot of nades in towards CT here. Whether they're going to get used is another question. Cobra with a crazy find does get traded back. Has he bought enough for his teammates? Maybe. We're going to find out, of course. A break of the smoke here comes in. A nice advanced position, however, for Nerds. It's over. It is absolutely over. Mazzinio going to pick up the AWP and try and get out of here. He knows they're on him. We'll take one. Fakes it out a bit. It's definitely not locked in that he's not going to try and go for this, but
he knows he's going to get flanked as well.
The game has gotten away from them.
Yeah, he's trying to hide in plain sight. He knows the flank's a possibility. They also basically know where he is by virtue of the position of Heavy God, and now for Matties. Oh no, should have stuck with the pistol. Double digits, the first side to crack into it after an 8-4 half in favor of the Mongols. He's G2, 10-9. Techno just couldn't get his smoke down in time. He was so
I was going to say,
blind.
I feel like he had one out.
Yeah.
He needed maybe Blitz to tell him, like, you're dying. Tough. Really, really tough.
Hunter gets his second full blind as well. Like a little bit of fortune goes the way of G2 there, but nonetheless, it's a really nice execute towards B. Pacey, punchy, get up in the face of the Mongols, and they panic. They get flustered.
Mental that the Mongols are able to fluster together a buy here, though.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Don't think it's going to make a difference. G2 are really just in the groove at the moment. Sights firmly set on that third map. And really looking comfortable as this T-side's gotten going. Opening kill for them, of course. And Mongols right back to square one. I think that might just be another save, to be honest.
I think you're right.
Zenio's not far away. He's trying to upgrade his gun if he can.
I think he wants to get the orb.
And I believe it might already have been yoinked, you know?
Yeah.
I think he might just have missed the timing on that. Yeah. Lovely. Clever. Maybe a nade's done that, to be fair, but all the same. No AWP for you.
Yikes. Remaining 2. All save, and I do think for G2, you know, what they're doing here, the hunt, I think it's the right call. You've got money to burn. And you're already making this side suffocate. You may as well try and get the last 2. Cobra's in towards new box, Technos on the cross as well. Flash, try and still take the fight to stay alive, but it won't be the case. Heavy got a Nerds combined. And things go from bad to worse. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away from G2 pushing this towards the decider as the Mongols call for their second timeout, but at this point it's too little too late. You either force buy here with not a great investment, or you save and you play for overtime. Pick your poison. Neither choice is good.
No. I mean, you can certainly say that again. It is really going to be a challenge here for the Mongols, who have just hit a brick wall. Where this has come from, I think, is very, very surprising and kind of unknown. They will opt to buy in, as they can just about make it look okay. Rough around the edges, but a bit of a fluff of the pillow and nobody will be able to tell.
I do think it's the right call, though, especially just specifically for the Mongols. They love a force buy, you know what I mean? But also, I feel like with things falling so quickly out of their control, like, I think you need a round out of nowhere to break the deadlock. One that is sort of unexpected, let's say, to have any sort of chance.
Nice nade. The double molly setup as well. Again, it's really successful at the moment for G2. Ooh, big find from Blitz, though, as 9-10 managed to get one up through apartments. Techno looking to just upgrade his weaponry. There's a lot of this going on. You have to be careful not to get caught scrambling for guns, as has happened a couple of times. Meanwhile, contact out, 9-10, eyes. Maybe not quite on the prize there. Blitz has rotated quite fast, however. Oh, he could have gone. They really were not considering him. Mazzinho hidden away in the mini pit. Dangerous game to be playing here. They've advanced as well to take him down, but he still manages to find one. It's going to be into the 2 versus 1 now for Heavy God.
Bomb dropped.
Feels like this might be for all the marbles. Gets that bomb back. It's been heard, of course. Plant coming in. There's a gap on the smoke, though, bro. And Techno will abuse it. The Mongols nick of time stuff, skin of their teeth stuff, but they do manage to finally answer back.
Yeah, and that's really, I think, going to open up a little bit of a door here. Couple of guns to be upgraded, but they've finally broken the deadlock of this run of form from G2, and a timeout to be called as well. So instantly realizing that that could be something that swings this map potentially back in favor of the Mongols, and they want to make sure it doesn't happen. But it does, of course, give an opportunity for Mara to discuss what is the game plan here going forward. 2 AK scooped up. Zinho, who continues to wield the FAMAS. And unfortunately for the Mongols, to win this in regulation, they do have to do it like, what I like to say, the hard way. There's money to work with for G2 for the rest of regulation. So I think the only way that the Mongols win this map now is if they can take it to overtime. I still see G2 getting at least kind of the up to that 12. So yeah, for me, the Mongols, overtime really feels like the first step. I can't see them going flawless from here on out, just because G2 have so much money to fall back on.
Yeah, I mean, it just has to be a totally different team from the Mongols, really. Which, again, is a lot to ask for. For me, I think you have to be the one to hit 12 first as well.
Yeah.
Mongols changing things up a little bit. More prep this time for the top banana play, but Blitz has been thought of. And I mean, Mongols just really forcing the issue at top banana. I think you have to concede that you're not going to be able to hold it without a miracle. And maybe Techno is that miracle. Slows them down. He's playing up close here for a bit more, and he's going to be able to get it. They're both fighting fire with fire. The break open seems to catch Techno off guard, even though I'm sure it would have been communicated. So into the 2 versus 2. But yeah, really messy from both sides. G2, despite a gift of a frag to kick things off, still try and send it B.
Mizzio's making a move here. If he's smart about this, he can actually wrap. He doesn't. He goes back into his apartments.
It could still be. It's just going to take so long to get here.
Yeah. I think for 9-10, he really has to shell up. He does have a smoke. Now would be a great time to get it down. But he has, maybe he doesn't want to let them know that he's here. I would have got that smoke down, though.
He's playing it safe. I mean, he has managed to creep in towards New Box. It might be unexpected. It really might. Sumpire has half an eye on it. Will go down. Oh, and it's perfection from 9-10 in terms of the timing and in terms of the shots. Incredible stuff.
9-10 is so good today. That first map was all him and Cobra Zero, who both combined so well, and that's another really good showing of what 9-10 can do. Just so unbelievably crisp. Techno, though, he's the hero of this round. 9-10 wins that clutch to the end, but it's these 3 kills from Techno. Without that, that round has no legs behind it. Sure, this 1v2 on the site itself is immaculate. But my God, without Techno, they're in serious, serious trouble. He's gone huge. Game tied, 11 apiece. We've got something brewing here. Blitz gonna go for something a bit bold, but maybe too bold. Cobra and Blitz both fall, and they get an opener, but it gets immediately thrown back in their face, and 9-10 is basically all but dead with 5 points of HP. This is dicey.
These players are crazy, man. These players are so crazy, but the craziness, the method in the madness might just be what they need. Unpredictable, and yet still able to take over the round. It is absolute carnage over here on A. I do not believe it, man. The push down mid, that's a 2-for-1, that just leaves you scratching your head. Low HP on 9-10, and yet somehow they're able to come away with it. I think they like putting pressure on themselves. They like creating chaos. They like bringing that Asian counter-strike. Like, 11-11, and the call is push mid.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Mental. And then have, you know, your 5 HP AWPer be your solo anchor of the site. I mean, just ridiculous. You love to see it, though. You really
good round,
do.
guys. Yeah, really good. Yeah, totally goes to plan.
Exactly how we thought. They're doing it again.
Yeah.
They're doing it again. We're pushing mid here, and there's an inherent risk because some Pius is posted with the AWP. Sure, damage dealt with an AIDS is great, but God, they like, again, making life hard for themselves. We're going to boost them in towards apartments here. Natties will go up. Yeah, just keep an eye on Nerds and Hunter. They are both very low.
And we have seen Mongols on that knife edge flip it in their favor. It really is possible. Nade onto 9-10 is pretty good. He takes the re-peek on the corner, despite the nade, despite being a man down. Smokes over towards A. They are faking it. No way we both rotate here.
No.
Oh my God.
But
then the
Bomb's going
bomb is indeed thinking about A.
Oh, this is such a big call from Blitz.
I think you contact someone up Banana, surely, but I mean, it doesn't look like that's what they're going to do.
This is such a big call from Blitz.
9-10 goes back. It's not quite as good, and maybe Techno joins him, thinking about it. Another smoke comes in. That keeps his attention for now, and they will perhaps start to confirm that it's going to be that A hit. Flash towards short, slows them down. Mazzinho has a little look, but doesn't spot anything just yet, so timing is in favor of G2 at the moment. Mazzinho blinds himself up. It's Techno on the side. The unexpected player who keeps them coming. Blitz in the mini pit as well to try and hold the line. It's not quite enough, but the bomb has spilled in an awkward spot.
6 seconds. Oh.
They managed to get it in, right? A good, clean plant to work with. It's still not over just yet.
He needs a gun. There we go.
He wanted to get rid of the AWP, moves on to the AK. Flash over. Not spotted. Does manage to creep in. No HP for Nerds. Keeping his cool thus far. 9-10, the best performer can't land that flick. Surely has to be dead to rights here. Clearing out the angles. The AWP plays it patient. And we go again in the overtime.
Okay, this map's finally delivering. This is what we wanted to see. Back and forth. I did say if the Mongols are going to win this, I think they have to do it in OT. But it's the great reset now, and a chance at a bit of a sigh of relief. That, I will say again, that second push of mid, like going again for another push, that feels like a road call. I can understand throwing it in as a bit of a curveball, right, in the previous round. That feels kind of cool and ends up working out sort of in the in the grand scheme. It doesn't work in the exact play, but the round as a whole works. But going for it again there, for me, feels super road.
I think this is the problem. They feel like they lost control of the game. How do we take it back? By just, you know, sending a wave of attacks.
Yeah.
And it is up and down. I mean, you could even feel it in that round. They were very, very close to Blitz in the mini pit. The one overlooked player. He only gets one, but could have had multiple. So, you know, it's all over the place at times. 9-10. Nice and aggressive, going for a little bit more here as well.
I'll also say it probably didn't help that, you know, 9-10 for me is obviously, like, he has been the difference maker, I think, in a lot of these rounds. He was the only guy who was not present at that AXQ. He had to rotate in. If he was there, you know, who knows? He liked to hypothesize about what potentially could have come under fire then. Moving up. This is a really, really heavy, like, top mid play here by the Mongols. They've essentially got 4 different players keeping eyes trained on this. If G2 try and pop through, this could be really dicey.
Unless the kills come to you, the whole thing breaks apart. They had a player rotate into CT as well as that B smoke comes in. So just one kill to even things back. 30 seconds remain on this clock. It's not loads of time, but still feels like plenty. They get out brackets. They're looking to just work their way around here for a crunch. We've got Blitz in the library. Needs to be careful not to overface. 15 seconds now. Oh, they line up for him. He's going to find 2. Meanwhile, player on the cold zero box. It's a great crossfire here. They do smoke off library, so maybe they can clear things out, but no, not the case.
No.
And he's dropped that bomb. I think even if he went down, they wouldn't have had time to plant. It would have been close. Maybe they would have, but it really, really would have been far too close. But Techno delivers, cleans up the round, and the Mongols hit 13 in that OT.
Yeah, like a second to spare as well. I guess that last kill just as like a insult to injury. Round's already all but won, but he wants the numbers on the scoreboard. 13-12. Advantage taken. And for Mongols, that is huge. You know, you lost control of this map. Things were looking so out of order. They were in such disarray, this Mongol side. And tail end of the half, they finally rekindled the flame a little bit. Now it's not OT, they're looking good, but we are going with pace here. G2 are not slowing down. They don't care that they're a round down. They still want to keep the pressure on, and it's working. Hunter, again, another entry for him. He is really keeping G2 in contention. The amount of times he has got entries towards that B site is huge, and Heavy God will find another as Cobra goes poking for info.
Nice nade, finishes off Heavy God.
Another overfight, though.
Ever so slightly, but I think they might feel like they need to force the issue. There's a lot of low HP bars here. But both of these CTs are split. It's going to be Techno. He's been a pretty good bailout player in a lot of these latter rounds.
He's got a rifle. Rifle's good against the low HP. If it was 9-10 here, I'd be a bit more worried.
think he does get traded quickly. Doesn't have the utility to keep him at bay. Ah, there's fire where he wants to go. He's turning away from flashes that never come. He will indeed go down. They've done well to lead the charge with Nerds. Good, clean fight. 9-10. You don't really save in the overtime, but it's Inferno. It's a 1v4. There's no way that he gets this done.
He's got an AK. I feel like at the very least, it's like, you take that. I mean, technically, he could go back onto his AWP if he really wants to. Like, 10K, you still can't run out of money.
Yeah, it's true. We've seen it a couple times, actually. The 10K overtimes.
Like,
you know, they've made it a bit interesting. Experimenting, I suppose, with the money in OT. Because, you know, 16K, way too much.
Yeah. 12.5 as well.
12.5
was also
is kind of the way to go.
Yeah. Also, as well, I feel like with 12.5, it feels like potentially also you could say maybe a little too much.
Perhaps you should be punished for weak performances.
Yeah. Like if you're dying and buying an AWP every round, you shouldn't have one in the third.
Yeah.
Save our eyes, if anything.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's great. They're 13 apiece, and final round, getting that advantage heading into the second half is huge. The big thing is really, though, if the Mongols find this, their C-Tab was obviously the weaker side of the two. That's really where they struggled. Same for G2. So if the Mongols can take an advantage, then heading in towards their T side, if things follow the same suit as they did in towards regulation, you'd assume Mongols would be on track to closing out the map. If G2 find it, who knows?
Yeah, it's unlucky. I mean, a lot of the kills come their way, but a lot of damage done in these exchanges. So I think the Mongols will perhaps be a bit frustrated that they didn't just get one or two of the key fights swinging their way. Nonetheless, important round, like you say, timeout coming in as well. So the Mongols really hoping to convert this one. Be a bit of a sting as, you know, they battled pretty hard to get it into the OT. Then they find the first round, then they've taken a timeout here. So if they don't find that round advantage, I think they will be a little worried about their half-2 life cycle.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, 9-10. Just threads the needle. Spots 2 there, but can't hit either. Flash on that corner, swinging out. It's Dicey, and they walk straight in towards Massinio. He can't get the third, but information gained as 9-10 will just relinquish a little bit of this space as he goes back for long control. That, however, is a wild move by Techno, and this resets the round back into a 3 versus 3. That felt unnecessary.
Yeah. Just drop back, play the site, let your teammates play 3 on A.
Yeah. Or even just go for like a 2-2 stack towards A and B and just hope that you can trade each other.
Crazy. And now Nerds really has the onus. This is some of the versatility that he can be able to bring. He's kind of a Swiss Army knife player, comfortable on the lurk, comfortable on the entry at times. But it is a fake out towards B.
Yeah, it's good smoke. We're throwing out a lot of util there from Blitz, which obviously could have been very valuable in a potential retake. They're leaving this late though. It's 15 seconds as they're moving towards A.
Yeah, and a great position from Cobra Zero. If he just plays it safe, he's stopping them up. 9-10, nice and close. This is how he likes it. It's a late peek from Cobra, and it works out well. The Mongols to find it, and they will get that advantage. It is, again, dicey, and I don't know, Techno, man. Got to check that.
Yeah.
Got to check that kind of aggression in the OT. But this is, of course, where Mongols looked a little better, I think, for our money. Much more in control on that T side.
Yeah, thankfully, it doesn't come back to bite them. Massinio does very well. The 2 he gets here, super important. Close on the third as well, but double from Cobra too. They just line up perfectly for him. And they're also both so low. Yeah. Lead taken by the Mongols. 8 rounds they got on the T side, similar to G2. See where they did their best work, and we'll see if they can rekindle that flame. It's obviously been a while since we've seen the Mongols on the T side. Was it more a case of their T side was so good, or were G2 still not awake?
Been a long old series for G2 and some very difficult situations to contend with.
How quick's your flick? Oh, leg spotted.
Might not be needed on the flick. Sumpire's going to get it. They boost up quickly to try and find him, though, and they will indeed take him down. Mini pit checked. Cobra Zero's like, I've seen this before. You're not getting away with it this time.
What a great angle as well.
Yeah, that's so funny. Just like the Willem Dafoe thing.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
he's like scared or whatever. Yeah. So there you go, social media manager, if you're listening.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's a freebie.
Nonetheless, still going to go for this retake, of course.
It's confirmed damage on Cobra at least, right? So they know at least one player's low. It's just the others they're not too sure of. But why not give it a late look?
Yeah, this doesn't look good, though.
It's very late.
Smoke goes down towards the pit. Slow moving. Nate comes in, finishes off Cobra. Flash over the top. Maybe if you get a player on that bomb, but it's just not quite going to happen. Too many numbers. That would have been a save usually.
Yes.
That's a good example as to why you don't really retake A. You lack so much information. And the crossfires, the hidden angles, hide behind a wall as long as possible, that kind of thing. Really, really, really effective for a post plan.
I can understand though why you give it a look in. Because if you're G2, right, there's that mindset, right? If we just save, they're on map point and series point anyway, right? If we give it a look in, the same result there anyway, but it's still map and series point. So if we lose it, we lose the map.
Yeah.
If we win it though, and get up to a 14th, we're gonna have money. So then not saving doesn't end up coming back to bite us. That's sort of that thought process. It's do or die, but they need to take the gamble there. And unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. A couple of kills here and there, sure, but not enough in the end. Mongols slow down this round. Early bits of utility, but they're smoked out from top mid and from Banana, so not really by their choice, but they've just got to pump the brakes. They've just got to wait.
Nice fight from Sunpius. Really came alive into that second half.
Yeah, he's been warming up.
So good to see him entering here. Slight little singe will give away the information on Cobra Zero. Mongols have their work cut out to close this one. If they are to do it in the first bout of overtime, not looking likely in this round though. Mattis finds another. So hero plays certainly needed. 9-10 on that AWP is maybe one you look towards.
That's too easy.
Well, he will be the only one you look towards now because he's got to take them all on.
Yeah, much too easy, unfortunately, for G2 to isolate fights it. Really, really simple stuff. 25 seconds, and I think he might just shell up here. It's all right. Bit of util. Got money to work with towards the next round, so why not? He's going to go have a look. Just good for the stats at the very least. There's one. Getting the round out of this is unlikely. He wants to try and plant, and you know what? He's given that luxury, which I'm surprised by, but some players make sure it's only a brief moment of respite as G2 pounce back and take the round.
Yeah, I mean, confirm the kill, right? There's not really any risk of letting that bomb go down and, ooh, we got to stop them buying in the next round. You just confirm the kill, you know? Don't let him have one of those highlight moments that often crop up in overtime when it's been a long series and a long game.
There you go, nice little head-to-head there.
Yeah, kind of interesting.
Multi-kills, but opening duels going the way of some Pius.
Yeah.
Direct duels, 5 apiece.
Yeah.
Nice little head-to-head. So they're pretty evenly matched right now. And we said it was quite an important kind of head-to-head. And sort of
Pius was missing as well.
It was, exactly.
Like 6 and 13, something like this. So
yeah.
he's kind of turned his KD around as best he can.
We sort of said as well, like at the start of this game, like I would say like the rifling core maybe have like a slightly higher ceiling towards G2, but the AWPing, I'm taking 9-10 every day of the week. And that's kind of how things have panned out a little bit in this map. It looks like the rifling core been doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but 9-10 has been bailing them out a hell of a lot. That's great util. On to 9-10. It's Nerds to open up things. The support of Matty's holding down MOUZ one, desperately looking for more kills, but they can't quite find it. And Hunter comes over, no. He'll lose his life, and they lose control of the B site. They've overfought, they've overswung, and they've given opportunities to Mongols, who now can get in towards the site, but some Pius has something to say.
Second time on the nade. I thought it might even find a kill. It doesn't, but it's so valuable for him to bring it down to the 2 versus 2. Yeah, the combined HP, 42. Feels like not enough, really. 9-10 on the AWP of his own is, I think, going to have to find Heavy God quick, or it could get scary. Bomb halfway ticked. This is where it looks pretty worrisome. Flash comes in. Oh my goodness, Sumpire's just moving through that smoke very, very cheekily. Will drop the first, and 910 misses. It's close on the defuse as well, man. A few more seconds in there. The Mongols cannot get it done. G2 have been saved, and they will take us again into another overtime. Absolutely crazy. I thought surely as Hunter goes down killless, that was it. But not the case.
What a retake. What a retake from G2. How does that shot miss though on Heavy God? It looks like the crosshair is dead on, but not to be, and the lack of HP is what ends up costing them. I'm not even too sure what happens to Techno as well, because Sumpire's jumps up onto his coffins, but it looks like he's holding that. So I don't really know how he ends up losing that fight, unless he just unfortunately turned at the worst possible time. But a tied game, 15 apiece. We go again, double OT here. We said we wanted something in this series. Our opening whole series of Gentlemates and Heroic, it was a bit of a non-starter there. Our opening map was a non-starter at 13-2. So we're finally getting something we can sink our teeth into as 910 will open up proceedings in towards that double OT of a kill on Nerds.
Yeah, angry to say the least. Not going to miss those ones. Mongols, this is a thing, you know, the beehive gets upset and they can suddenly become a deadly swarm. Nading towards CT. Good damage. Sumpire's still sticking around, and they will move into his crosshair, but an incredibly quick trade and sliding away. Matty's going to be caught on the corner and burns down quite low, actually. Wow.
How?
Crazy. The fact that it hits him, I think, so that it bounces away from him.
Yeah, into that little wall, I think.
If it had gone, like, you know, behind him, missed him by an inch,
yeah,
would have actually killed him. All the same, 4 versus 3, low HP Matty's. Not a good look here. This retake looks a hell of a lot better than the previous one. 9-10, just before the smoke goes. We'll find a kill. So one of those where it just feels like it isn't happening here. Slow backs away. Hold on. Yeah, it tempts you back in.
It does.
But they're just really stats at the end of the day. We knew that Mongols had that one in the bag. So they will start off strong once again into the early stage of the second bout of overtime.
Yeah, nice work. I'm still favouring Mongols, and I'd have to agree. And G2 are going to take...
though.
Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of surprising. But yeah, G2 take their timeout. You get an extra timeout for every overtime. The Mongols are pretty lax with calling theirs. You know, we kind of spoke about it when things were really crumbling. It took a long time for them to actually get Mara on the mic. Shaw, on the other hand, is more than happy to enter into these conversations a lot earlier. And I think for him, wants to cut the bleeding as soon as possible. And maybe also potentially spotted something in the way that they approach their T side. I guess we'll see what changes heading in towards the second round of the second OT.
Yeah, been a long one here, of course. The fatigue really starts to set in. Can be very, very troublesome. G2 have got to try and keep it together, and I think a good way to do that is, of course, to win rounds, convince yourself that you are still in the game. So an immediate answer back would be so beneficial for them.
Nice move by Heavy God. Catches Cobra. Nobody until second mid to keep an eye on that bedroom position, so it's a freebie for him. He gets so much control there. He might go reaggressing, which could cost him because he actually gets caught on the jump up. Mazzinho, his timing is excellent. Sumpire's on the angle, misses his opportunity, and a Techno drive-by will crack open the B side. No one's here. They gambled A, and Mongols go back for another B here, and it's looking like the round should go back to back.
Yeah, that's difficult. That is difficult. G2 try and make a call, try and get ahead of things. What else can you do when you're in that man-down situation? Not easy. Not easy at all. 9-10 going to find Hunter as the CT smoke has been left open. Another look at soft saving here for G2. Yeesh, this is a rough start into the second bout of overtime. You know, two situations where they have really had to look for saves more than anything. Mongols kind of annoyed they didn't get it done in the first bout.
Yeah.
But also just taking the pressure off, you know. We're already a map up, guys. let's play this out. Let's play it how we want to play it. Maybe just make flat calls and believe in that rather than trying to get the reads and whatnot. And it's just working a lot better, you know, remove the mind games and just click some heads. Like, you know, Techno, despite we're in the double overtime, still feeling good, got a smile on his face, not too stressed. Here's a bit of the vibes guy, to be fair.
Yeah, going 2 for 2 as well to start off this second OT is really, really important. It's going to put G2 in a bit of an uncomfortable spot, I think, mentally, where they can quite, you know, rapidly see this fading away from them. We do have a pause. Looks like a pause of a technical nature, though. Not too sure as to why. Everyone seemed to be there for the Mongols. I wasn't sure, you know, we kind of get this late in towards series, especially when we do things that are online, where it's, you know, just like a toilet break or something of the sorts. But the fist bumps did come through. So I assume we're good to go. And there we are. Nice and sharpish as we get things back underway. Mongols up to 17. Yeah. First to 19, though. They're getting pretty close. You got 3 for 3 on T side, and G2 might be basically all but dead and buried.
Yep. Yep, definitely in agreement. Really could be the case. Oh, gotta watch out here. Lots of bullets raining on down, Banana. But no kills. A lot of damage done to Techno and Blitz, but no early kills. Still plenty of time to recover.
Minute 15 to work with. No real map control gathered here so far. You got a smoke towards long. At the same time, Hunter's rotating back over to shore up these B defenses. So looks like he's got the right read of the situation. So Molly down as well. I mean, if aim broke, don't fix it. Mongols going for their third attempt back towards B. The first 2 have worked in this half, so why not go again? But this time, there's more players here to meet them.
Uh-oh. I'm scared.
They can't cancel, really, at this point, either.
Looks like they want a full contact in, yeah. I mean, this could be effective, actually. Matty's up top, gets caught. Got to be ready to take fights at all angles, though. And they do indeed check around.
No.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah, the contact works. G2 have run out of gas. Caught a bit sleeping just mechanically. Obviously, they were ready on paper, but I think in terms of hitting a shot, reacting fast, it's just not happening for them. It's a decent one from Sumpires. It happens quite quickly into the retake here. The smoke does get in the way. It's going to dissipate quickly. He's made a step, though. He has been heard. Double swing to come through. One from Banana, one from the AWP there, of course. It's all on Heavy God now. Barely any time. AWP to get through is the difficult thing. He will find it, but it's cost him so much time to just wait for that peak that there's no way he gets this done. Mongols will find the flawless first half, so surely you would say able to hit 19 here. Stranger things have happened in the world of Counter-Strike, however.
It's true.
So they need to be careful, as they have maybe a couple times already on this map, not to get ahead of themselves.
Yeah, it really just doesn't feel like it's going to be possible, though. It is the big issue, right? You're looking at this now for G2 to go flawless when they're so dejected. I just don't really feel like it has legs behind it. Now or never for this side. Back on towards their more preferred T side, I will say. They've done a lot better work here than they have on the CT, evidently, as we've just seen from that half. But to go flawless 3 for 3 is asking a lot. Mongols obviously had their woes as well, but when things did click, it felt like there was something about them. And that previous OT, it felt like they were finally starting to figure out what G2 were throwing at them. It's very chaotic, but in the chaos is sort of where the Mongols thrive, and it's been catching G2 a little bit off guard towards that late stage of regulation into OT.
Well, let's see if they have what it takes.
Nice nade.
Good start. Sumpires with a hell of a performance, man. He's been looking really good in that second half of regulation into the overtime. Really bounced back, but he will be left low here, unfortunately. As will Blitz. Flash comes in. You know what? I think G2 are trying to steal a leaf from that Mongols book. Another good nade.
Great timing on that smoke as well, actually.
Contact doesn't work out, and they are forced away.
And now they've got, 40 seconds to make a really kind of horrible decision of, like, do we commit towards this B here, or do we completely go back? But we've got so little time to clear all these angles towards A, and there's 3 people here. This is not going to be easy. Moto Smoke will come through. 910 still on that long angle as he flashes in Cobra for the fight, but Cobra will lose his life. 910 wins his, and that's when Azenio can start to pounce. The babyface killer is going to shut it down, and 910 will close off the series. What a statement to seal the deal by Mongols. 2-0 in this one, and G2, as much as they fought back, it was not enough.
Monstrous in that second bout of overtime, of course. I think they were a little bit frustrated they couldn't finish it out with that clutch in the first bout, you know, just a few unlucky missed shots in the 2 versus 2. It wasn't 3 versus 2 even, if you cast your mind back. But ultimately, Mongols, I think, looking like the better side. There was a slip-up in that second half of regulation, right? They let the game get away from them. It ends up being a really, really tough run, and G2 very effective from them to gain the lead, to also keep their heads in it and take it to another overtime. But yeah, a really difficult finish, I think, unfortunately, for them to not take a map here against the Mongols. A bit of a rivalry with this team. Sometimes they win, sometimes Mongols win, sometimes it's one-sided, sometimes it's really close. So, you know, there has been this back and forth for the past 6 months or so. And unfortunately here today, it's a bit more Mongols-sided, but even then, I guess they do put down the double OT. Maybe you can be happy with that in the near future, but in the immediate moment, it's going to be tough. And G2 find themselves in that 1-2 bracket, close against MOUZ yesterday as well. So, you know, they're going to be disappointed that they, in fact, do not get a chance at qualification this early on, and it is that run back that's going to be required, which I feel like the 1-2 spot is kind of the worst to be in. You know, if you're 0-2, you're just looking for a win, and maybe you are a team that doesn't necessarily expect to get that deep. You're just kind of happy to be here, take the matchups as they come. But 1-2 for a team like G2, you're capable of qualifying, but you might not get there because you've had MOUZ, you've had Mongols, and now, yes, you might win your next game because it's going to be against like K27 or whatever, but you're going to have a 2-2 game in your head against anybody.
Yeah.
You know, it really could be the Mongols again. It really could be a Spirit that sort of drops down, right? It's very, very scary now, I think.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there's teams that definitely still capable of maybe squandering chances you look towards. Obviously, even the teams in that 2-0, like the Furias of the world, who maybe could struggle a little bit, the MOUZs and whatnot. But then, yeah, like Falcons in that 1-1, that can still be really scary. PARIVISION kicking about, which are always kind of just awkward to play against. Like, this could really be a dicey spot to be in for G2, and I do worry for them, to be perfectly honest. This could be really, really interesting now to see whether this side can recover and take this towards playoffs, but it's not a nice spot to be in. It really wasn't the series for them. And yes, we saw leases of life in towards that second half of this second map, but unfortunately by then it was kind of too little too late. The first half was lackluster, the first map was terrible, and that's not what you want to see. You look at the scoreboard, credit to Blitz, leading by example, 9-10, another fantastic map from him as well. Techno and Cobra, as you know, all having their moments. I think the one guy that we really probably want to highlight is actually the recovery from Sumpires. I think, honestly, without him playing as well as he did in that second half into OT, I don't think they even get to OT, to be perfectly honest. He kept them alive for a while. It was like, what, 6-13 or something?
Yeah.
It was not looking good, and then was able to bounce back. But yeah, you can just see the run around and just the chaos that ensued within this series. That's just the way Mongols like to play their Counter-Strike, right? It's really, really exciting. It's funky, it's wild, but it's always entertaining.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you look at it here, it's in that second half. You get the run of 7 out from G2. It's those 3 CT rounds that were just like mental for the Mongols, honestly. They'd lost control. They're a map up. I think they took a timeout, and perhaps Mara gets in and he's like, just send it. Like, just go for some crazy calls. They won a low buy as well in round 21 there. So, you know, really, really questionable stuff in terms of the calls, but it worked for them. It nearly got away from them, but it did work for them, and they were able to recover things back. Some hero moments required. Techno had a crazy moment to save the B-bomb site. Thank God they were playing 3 over there. Things like this. I think 9-10 might have had one on the ult where he was like low on the site. If you remember, that was at that period as well. So, you know, they really did need to lean on the gods of Counter-Strike kind of preying down on them, but it managed to result in the 2-0. I think that they, perhaps took a step back and they were like, we've got a third map if we need it. let's just try and send it. Yes. Let's just go crazy and play the Mongol style that they really sort of came up on, which is really great to see that they're able to perhaps go back to that. Mara, the wise father of the young team like this, is able to see that they're a bit restless, they're a bit uncomfortable. Yeah. They want to get out of the cage, but they just need permission to do so. And you see what happens in the end. It does indeed result in a hard fought, but a victory nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly that. But kind of a wild morning at Counter-Strike, I think, is kind of the safe way of putting it. But there's still 2 more best of 3s to be brought. I still think this K27 Magic game could be kind of interesting. There's 2 sides who are in kind of similar positions in the top end of tier 2 at the moment. That could be kind of spicy, but we'll have to see. And obviously, these are 0-2 games now, so elimination is on the line, which is really, really damning, but also exciting in its own regard. We'll have to see. And I think everyone's kind of like quietly hoping that Fisher College can get a map. I want to see this side do something. You know what I mean? I feel like, the only collegiate team we've ever had at a tier 1 event, potentially probably the only collegiate team we'll ever have. I want to see them do something before it feels like maybe they might inevitably bow out. But that is us done for today. Myself and Scrib will be back tomorrow, bright and early. You know the drill here. It's like a 5 a.m. start for us. Something along those lines, but we love it. All for the great game of Counter-Strike. We're going to be throwing over towards Vince and Anders to round out the day here on the B stream. But for now, farewell. See you tomorrow.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Next up, we have an exciting young team in K27. And for everyone who doesn't understand what X5G 7V actually means, he just told me to say X5, that's the easiest way to do it. But we should start with that. Just give me the quick version of the story of your nickname, because you told me you used to be called Stitch, which I kind of like Stitch. That's cute. That's cute.
Okay, when I was 14, I got a nickname Stitch from cartoon Lilo and Stitch, and I thought that I need to change it to something strong, or I don't know how to call it. And I was looking at my keyboard and was thinking, what nickname should I put in? I just typed X5G7V, looking at the monitor. I like it, let's play with it. And I kept it until today.
Looking at this event, this is a huge opportunity for you guys. And also you come in looking at like you're a replacement team, so you were not even supposed to be here. What's the feeling that you guys have? Like, how excited are you about this?
Okay, to be honest, before the final in our closed qualifier, we knew that we are qualified like 95% because we are replacing food. So we were already happy because we understand that even if we lose final, it's like 95% that we are qualified. We only one result could change this thing is 9Z losing to ODIC in South America qualifier. But if 9Z is winning, where is the next team who is going to qualify? So if ODIC would win, 9Z is going to be a replacement team. So yeah, that's the point.
So you had a good understanding and a good way to prepare for it all.
Yeah.
What are you seeing in your players? Now, I know Fame, he's used to these events, but in the rest of the players, what feeling do you get from them right now? Is there a level of excitement?
Okay, first of all, my team is very young.
Yeah.
Every guy is it's the first year of really tryharding on HLTV. They're not playing a lot this game. Some guys from my team started playing only in CS2. Actually, they didn't even play CSGO.
Okay.
Like they played for a while, but they were playing Kaza games like Fortnite, something like that. And when CS2 came out, they started playing. For example, I have Quinky. He's 18 years old and he was 17 until 2 or 3 weeks. So 3 weeks ago, he started to be 18.
Now, we have to talk about Fame because he's a major champion. He has so much experience at the top levels of Counter-Strike, but he's playing with you guys. For a young team, I can imagine this is very helpful. And you told me as well, you have a bit of history with him.
Yeah. For me, it's like a nostalgia, you know, when he came, because when I was 18, I was playing with him, like 4 years past. Now we're already 22, 23 years old. We're a bit older, but we're still young.
Of course.
Yeah. And for my guys, I think that's really good to have a young guy who got experience. And sometimes he is giving like advice, you know, for them. When something has happened or someone making a mistake, he says like, you know, you can do like this or this way. Telling me how he sees this game, what he likes to do in his part of the map, and bringing good vibes.
You guys have been competing very well at LANs. I'm looking at this, and you've had 6 LAN tournament wins for the team overall, and you now have Fame as well. How important has the LAN wins been for your team, and also for like now coming into an event like this on LAN with bigger teams?
The most strange thing, you know, we're a young team, but somehow we're playing better on LANs.
And you're winning tournaments, so you're lifting trophies already.
Yes, because when we're playing on LANs, everything is going much better than online. I don't know why, actually. Maybe
it's normally the other way around.
Yeah, maybe because other teams has more pressure on LAN. I don't know why, but I'm really like surprised that my teammates, they are young, but they don't have the struggles on LAN. Like, I don't know how to say it in one word, but they're showing that their potential is really higher than I think.
What makes you guys special? What do you see that can surprise some other teams and get you a good placement here, playoffs, win?
I got it. So how we can surprise is we have really strong playbook. We got good synergy. We're playing a lot together, like a year and a half maybe, like 4 guys. And when you change one guy, especially when you take Fame, it's just an upgrade for us.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna surprise someone. I hope that we'll get playoffs, but maybe we will get higher. I don't know. Let's see.
Let's see. That's what I'm looking forward to see. And from your excitement, from your words, and how you've helped me learn some more about your team, it's got me very excited as well. So let's see what happens, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. It is PGL Astana. We're on day 3 here on the B stream, and we've got some games coming up, eliminations and all. I'm Anders. With me is Vince. I say that for the audience, Vince. I know you know who you are. How are you doing this day?
I'm Anders' twin. That's who I am. Twin casting. We're bringing it finally. It's been a while. I think last time we casted actively would have actually been with PGL at Bucharest like 10 years ago. But I'm good, man. True. Like we've had a lot of one-sided maps to Anders. I'm going to be honest. I'm hoping today we're going to have some closer affairs, some closer games. It is the 0-2 bracket games, to be fair. So I suppose like equally have been poor throughout the tournament. But maybe this is where things start to turn around. I'm going to keep optimistic.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been an interesting kind of schedule on the B stream in general. I feel like, you know, for all the days, there's been like a lot of, you know, I think on the A stream, they've had some very, very interesting games. Obviously, 9C beating Falcons yesterday was amazing. I was watching that and laughing my way through that game. It was really funny. But yeah, I don't know. That's just how it plays out sometimes. You know, nobody can control it. It's a wonderful format as well with the Swiss bracket here. And you know, now we're in the crunch time. Now we're in the O2s, which means there's no more losing. I mean, there is, but you're just going to have to go home, unfortunately. It's true for both these games. So yeah, it's crunch time. Now it's where it gets really serious. We can't make any excuses anymore and say, oh, well, you know, just a little bit more and maybe they're warming up and maybe they can find more momentum in the tournament. There's none of that here for K27 Magic, Huns, and Fisher College. It's kind of now or never.
Exactly, and they're pretty much the 4 lowest seeds as well coming into this event, so obviously whenever that happens, they're going to be playing against one of the heavy hitters to kick things off. In K27's case, that was the Falcons. In Magic's case, it was the Mongols. Yeah. So it's kind of, I remember saying this about Fisher College. Obviously, we're going to be casting those guys later on today against the Huns, but it's like, I want to see what they can do against a team that's on like an even keel to them. Well, now that is no longer an excuse, because on paper, these are the closest in terms of skill level, in terms of global ratings, rankings, experience, whatever you want to call it, that they're going to have to play each other. So there is no more excuses. You lose now, you deserve to be knocked out the event.
That is true. That's the beauty of the format, right? You get your chances. I would say for someone like Fisher College, they did face some very tough teams at the beginning. So you can kind of excuse that a little bit. But yeah, they're going to have the chance finally to play a team that's maybe a little bit more on their level here. For the first game of the day, though, or I guess the third technically on the stream here, it's K27 and Magic. And honestly, Magic looked pretty good yesterday against Monte. Looked like a game they could have won, but then they kind of spiraled out of control. Maybe the mentality got away from them. Individually, they have some very high-performing players. 10Z at moments. Moon, when he's good, looks really interesting, but then again, he also disappears. Masval, I think, had a number of good rounds, and same for Fade. So, in general, very, very interesting. On the K27 side, I quite like, Cashlid, and I think Fame is still maybe potentially sort of an underrated figure. He definitely could be. And they've got, one of the most confusing name players of all time for a caster's point of view in X5G7V. I just call him X5. I can't be... I'm too old for this stuff, Vince. I can't be, dealing with it.
Yeah, we've actually casted K27 quite a bit, and we're both fans of theirs. We both actually like how they occupy the server. We think Cashlid in particular is a very exciting young AWPing prospect from Russia. But yeah, X5 is a mental name, so apologies if it's actually pronounced something completely different. But we are boomer scrubs from EU, so it is what it is. But I am quite interested that Mirage was picked first and Dust 2 was banned from Magic. Because typically, Dust 2 is a good map for them, but I wonder if it factors in yesterday to the performance that they had, where they ended up getting like straight up slaughtered on Dust 2 against Monte, where if you remember, Anders, Moon dropped like 5 kills on the entirety of Dust 2. I wonder if that factors in. They're just feeling like, okay, this isn't a map that we can feel confident on right now, so maybe let's give that one a skip.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested by that as well. I thought maybe that was going to be a place where we would end up, but instead the maps are going to be Mirage, Overpass, and Ancient. Big fan. We've got Overpass in there. I know you love the map, Vince, and I don't think we get to see it enough. It's one of those things that, just unfortunately gets banned out way too much. Be very interested to see what happens when Cash kind of introduced what happens there eventually, but yeah, Mirage and Overpass to begin with. I know you're going to love that.
I do love Overpass, yeah. It's my favorite map in the pool right now. I will say it's not necessarily a great map for K27 statistically, but you also have to factor in, on top of everything else, that they actually went through a roster change pretty recently. Just a couple of weeks ago, Fame came in on loan from VP, and he replaced Relaxi. So even though we're looking at some of these statistics and we're thinking like, oh, maybe it's not great, you have to factor in that that was without Fame being a part of this team, and he is a fantastic talent. I think he was kind of wasted, to be honest, at VP for quite a while, from Jame in particular. I always felt like this guy was capable of being like legitimately a top 10, top 15 rifler on the planet, and so it's great to see him getting another chance here and a chance to reinvent himself.
Yeah, and you know, with I guess maybe a little bit less stress, hopefully, a team that seems to be working quite well together. We're going to find out right now as we get into the action. K27 will start on the CT side, Magic on the T side. So once again, big welcome everyone here. It's elimination on the line. So you've got, you know, 2 or 3 maps, depending on how it goes, to prove yourself here, or you're going to get knocked out of the tournament. And early on, we're going to see Smoke headed up towards, it's sort of what looks like a standard A execute here. It's a great camera angle, appreciate that from the observers, but it's really the connector where the push is going to be happening from. So the opposite of what you might expect from the CT side, although they do seem to be aware of what's coming here, and that's great work. Cedo's picking up early kills, Cashlit with a headshot on Moon, and now they figured it all out. And I think X5 is listening for the footsteps of it, or maybe he's not. He just wasn't paying attention. Tensi was stomping his way around that guy's right-hand side, and he just didn't even turn around. That's pretty confusing, and that could actually loosen the round.
Yeah, that's really brought a lot of opportunities now on the side of Magic with that post plant coming in. Sure, it's unlikely that Tensi clutches. I say that as he rips another head away. Already picked up 2 in this round, and it's as if he's low either. He has the benefit of the time now working on his favor. All the pressure is on Fame, and he gets put down in this 2v4. But as you say, like, what is X5 doing? If he just stays alive, he can deny the bomb plant, and the round should be done.
Yeah, like either he could have fallen back, or at a minimum, you would have assumed that he would have reacted a little bit quicker to the footsteps. It could be one of those things where, you know, you're on land, it's right at the beginning, there's some other thing going on, maybe somebody's talking right at the same time. Like, it's hard to know exactly what kind of information is going into his ears at that moment, but it just, certainly from our point of view, felt like there was an opportunity there to react in a bigger way. But that's a wild way to get started, because they had such a great read of the situation. The fake on the A bomb side, the potential push into connector there, that I think even if they get a killer connector, they just keep going for the B bomb side. I think that was the plan all along for Magic, but yeah, K27 looked like they were ready to shut that one down. They are going to force into this round on the CT side, so definitely scary round here. Scout and even the FAMAS, because they got a fair few kills in that pistol round.
They did. A bit of a silver lining, perhaps. Just shooting that flashbang across to his teammate, and assuming the top middle control at the moment. AW only with a Mac 10 in this spot, though. It's not necessarily ideal having an SMG at that longer range, but he's not going to be tried into just yet. 4-player stack over on the A side, keeping Quinky looking into the window, which has now been smoked off. And although X5 is looking for intel, the timing is slightly against him. Goes for the jump peaks. The T's now moving up close. This could completely catch him off guard, but all that utility is going to give the game away. I think the issue for X5 is he's just about to get swarmed on from so many T's. Nice shot with the dig, but it's not going to stop Magic from planting the bomb.
It's a really smooth deagle shot, I agree. But AW also kind of showing us, I think, the power of the jumping Mac 10 entry is just so hard to deal with. And even if you somehow get it, your crosshair is going to be really far away. Quinky with another one. Hold the phone just a minute here. If you can get this, and he will. Runs down Tensi, and Moon is real far away here. Can he stop the bomb plant? Quinky keeps it going. A quad kill. And they even have time for the defuse, I think. In spite of no kit, they just did the retake so incredibly fast. What a round out of Quinky. That's just mad to get started with.
It's incredible, isn't it? Like, it just goes to show again that K27, a team that I'd imagine quite a lot of people coming into this tournament wouldn't know a great deal about. But the two of us have had the luxury and the pleasure of watching these guys multiple times, and we know it's such a young team as well. I think the average age of this team is like 20, something like that. X5 is one of the older players. Fame now joining as well, of course, is going to bump that up just a tad. But like, just incredible amounts of talent. Quinky kicks it off with that one dig, and you think, right, well, it's a nice effort, guys. You're probably just going to concede the bomb plant and go save and come back for the next round. Well, it was anything but that. I love the aggression to go back in for that, even without the kit, as you highlighted.
Well, I was just about to say that when they were getting smoked off in the market after he'd already got the first headshot, I was going to say, you know what, they could just save the rest of the guns here, and they would be dangerous in the next round. That seemed like a more logical outcome, but sometimes it's worth it to go for it. And I guess especially in an elimination game like this one, you're kind of running out of runway here. So So definitely come in and swing with the Deagle. Pretty cool stuff. Third round is here, and unfortunately, Cedo sacrificing himself a bit there. It was MOUZ close. Teammate spotted him. I think MOUZ just took the shot straight for the smoke, and they get the opening kill.
Sure do. Good shot from MOUZ. He was one of the shining lights yesterday. We talked about repping the Belarus region. He's actually against one of his fellow countrymen in Zido, also from Belarus. As X5 goes in with his MP9, is doing a good job of holding this one down, and Fame with the A4 make short work of the rest of the T's. Spray's good. Fade will at least get one, and there is a way forward for another plant here. So a bit of a weird, scrappy round across the board from both teams, but it is going to yield the bomb plant bare minimum.
Yeah, I agree. Very scrappy, and Fame making a lot of footsteps, which allows for the communication there. That was AW hearing it, and then it was Fade coming in with the reaction. Oh, good shot from Cashlid. We both said this guy is something that's really is an interesting AWP to watch, in my opinion. And I think he's started to make a little bit of a name for himself. AW, though, he's got the advantage of being hidden behind that pillar back there with the MP9. So any missed shots right now for Cashlid, it's going to be all over. But he does have the kit, so in theory, there's going to be a force here. Yeah, he has to run straight in for it. No scope on AW, but he still can't win the round. Still, pretty flashy stuff from Cashlid, which is kind of what I think of him. We talked, I think, yesterday about Afro being more a defensive AWP. I would say Cashlid is a very, very flashy AWP when it comes down to it, but he won't be able to afford that AWP again for a while here. So Magic, in spite of losing the second round, they bounce straight back.
I think I said this a while back when we were casting them for like a tier 2 tournament, and I said that Cashlid reminds me a lot of Henny. You know, when Henny first burst on the scene, he's like this incredibly like flamboyant, flair-driven AWPer, obviously over in Brazil. And I thought Cashlid has a lot of those same kind of like properties, but he's maybe a little bit more on the consistent side. So I think this guy has an incredibly bright future ahead of him. I actually think he'd be tailor-made for a team like PARIVISION if it weren't for the fact that obviously James is IGLing and AWPing over on their team. But he kind of fits the bill, you know, young, incredible talent, Russian. So definitely a player to watch out for. Be curious if K27 can keep him in the inevitable roster mania that happens post-Cologne, but we'll see.
Yeah. That is definitely an open question. They've got a couple of them out there. I still got my eyes on Fine Shine 52, which maybe some people won't know who that is, and you know that's acceptable if you don't recognize the name. But he's another one of these AWPers that sort of, in my opinion, is a bit up and coming. I haven't seen him for a minute, so don't know what his career is looking like for the minute. But I remember a couple of times I saw him play. Might have been some of those CGT games, and I was impressed. So this is going to be a tough one to defend. Nice grenade on top of the boost that was happening there. And now you can see X5 very open. Surprised he lives through that as he runs back into the flashbang. Quinky goes down. AW back with the Mac 10 on that opening kill duty. And they know exactly where he is. He shouldn't get more than one kill. The fact that he almost got the double there X5 is, I think, kind of potentially a mistake there for Magic. But I think it's fine at the end of it. So 1 versus 3 for Cedo. Even if some of them are low, it's hard to make this comeback.
I'd imagine he's posting up for some exit frags. See if he can maybe upgrade that FAMAS into a Glil or an AK. But, I mean, every step he takes forward is going to play into AW's hands. 27 HP, but he's going to have the drop every day of the week. And so Cedo will find nothing of use, nothing of value, and their economy continues to be in just this really awkward, kind of horrible state of affairs. And keep in mind as well, for those who maybe weren't, you know, catching Magic's trajectory to this point, the first map they played in the tournament was against the Mongols on Mirage, and really, for all intents and purposes, they should have won it. They had multiple map points. They ended up losing 25-23 in overtime. So it's a map that they've actually taken some of the juggernauts of this tournament to their very limits on. So it shouldn't be too much of a surprise that they've started off well here.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to remind people of. Definitely came in looking very, very interesting. And I mean, even at times when we cast them here on the B stream, I would say they've had moments where they look well drilled. The problem is when they lose the mentality a bit, when they start to fall behind, is when things kind of seem to get off the rails. But the start couldn't have been any better, right? You win the pistol, then you do lose the second round to Quinky and that quad kill, but he hasn't got any kills since. And now you've bounced back. You've shut down the CT side economy. This is probably the best possible position you could be in on the T side early on here. So they are going to be in a very strong spot, and unless they lose the USPs and maybe a Deagle and and a 5-7, they're gonna be quite far ahead going into the early stages of this map. So yeah, we love this. I really can't explain that. Does he have like that bat hearing? Is he just listening for the echoes and getting it? Oh my god, he dies. Please, Vince, please save me from this.
I don't think I can. I think we just have to fully embrace it at this point. You know, just jump straight into the black hole of Counter-Strike. It was a jumping USP shot as well, by the way, through the smoke from Quinky. So he goes to show that he's not just a deagle demon, but he can get it done with other weapons too. Magic 30 seconds left on the clock, heavily outnumbered. And although the weaponry on K27 is pretty garbage, because the time is so low, there's really no room for error here. I mean, there's going to be angles you're not going to go ahead and check. They're doing a decent job, though, of thinning out the herd at this stage. 15 seconds now left on the clock. Tenzi low. Masval also low. A lot of this is going to come down to this rotation that's coming through on the market right now, which is Moon, and he needs to start laying down some frags. Finally gets it done, and it will be Magic just about surviving by the slimmest of margins. Just seconds left on the clock.
Oh, what an absurd round. Even if you win that, you've got to walk away with the feeling that is not meant to happen. I wanna believe that Quinky has he's been practicing Counter-Strike with his eyes closed, just honing that echolocation somehow, just able to play without seeing anybody. That's pretty cool. You could argue that K27 maybe shouldn't have been so aggressive at the B bomb side once the time was low like that, but it's always hard to know when to, like, if you take that fight and you're hoping that they're already like jumping in the air or they're like flying off out of the window or something, like it's hard to find those timings. So regardless, very close round, but Magic wins it, and K27, they are back, but not with the AWP on cash rate, which is a result of losing some of these early rounds and the economy being so disjointed on the CT side. Magic coming to this one with a slow approach, and that's another painful thing here for K27. A slow round, they don't have a lot of utility already. There's no kit in play, so slowing it down like this is going to waste even more utility. Could be another really tough defense here for the CT side.
Yeah, that is a very real concern. Magic I wouldn't even say they've been playing super slowly. It's just that K27 have maybe been a bit overzealous. I mean, it's a team that hasn't got a ton of experience themselves online, especially not at this kind of caliber of event, so maybe kind of like wearing on them just a tad. Molotov up and over. Fame, I should say, is not going to be affected by that one. He at least knows where one of these T's are. Spray a little bit off, but intel has been gathered. Fade put down from Zido. And for one of the first times, K27 actually in a pretty dominant position. But they cannot afford to let this bomb site fall. As you highlight, no kits and a lack of grenades could be a real problem.
Wait, there's going to be a flank coming in. Moon actually gets the kill, but AW is going to get it either way, so kind of almost robbed a bit there. Quinky goes down. There's 3 people on the bomb site. This round you should never give up. AW hits a headshot. I'm starting to get worried already. Moon with the jump over. Takes down Fame, and with 10 seconds on the clock here, all you need is the kill. No, it's AW holding the line, and the bomb is going to be planted. How have they given this one up? Moon with the shot to drop Cedo, and an absolute collapse of the B defense from K27. That is an unforgivable lapse. They had everybody there. There was no time for Magic. They should have never lost this round.
I mean, you've nailed it. It's unforgivable. It really is. Like, you're looking at a 4v3, 17 seconds left on the clock. Every one of these CTs has M4s or a rifle. I mean, I can't fathom how you've lost this round. Yes, it's some great shots from Moon. Take nothing away from Magic, but K27 have just shot themselves in the foot with a double-barreled shotgun there. And it's so grim as well, because their economy, they were finally starting to pick themselves back up off the floor, and they've just thrown themselves back into oncoming traffic, and I just can't understand it.
Okay, that's a nice way to begin. Cashlet will pick off Spade, but I mean, ultimately, that's just such a head-scratching round. Okay, Tenzi's going down next. Now they've picked up 2 AKs. And they're going to keep on going. Over at the middle part of the map, we've got the bomb. Still at top mid, in fact. So AW wants to see if he can find a way to even out the scoreline just a little bit here. Or the kill count. But again, this is where you want to see K27 kind of fall further back. It's another dink this time. AW down to 5 health. Again, this one should be in the back. But now I'm starting to get nervous. Now, I don't want to say that anymore because we've had multiple rounds now where K27 have had this kind of a position and they end up giving it away. So, in theory, this is a round that you win almost every time.
In theory, absolutely. In practice, it's not worked out that way so far. And so we'll see if Magic even go for this, because, I mean, realistically, their money's not great. A couple of scrappy rounds in a row. Holding on to this AWP and a couple of potential rifles really wouldn't be too bad, all things considered. I think Moon has just tossed his AWP away, though. He's now rocking with the 5.7 instead. No, he's got it again. I thought maybe he'd thrown that away just to save it, but that's not going to be the case. You're looking to push him with 15 seconds. It's hard to see how you get anything done, but Zido not even getting a kill from that position. Surely not again.
Ashley, I think, has got it on lockdown here. That kill will seal the deal. The bomb's on the ground. There's no time left. But I was sharing the nervousness there that I could hear in your voice. As soon as Zido goes down, you think, oh, man. All it takes is one mistake here, and at a minimum, the bomb is going to be planted. Timeout called here as you see K27 finally picking up the second round, and it's just a very confusing start across the board here. Magic shouldn't be losing these individual fights to the 5-7. There are ways to deal with that. You can flash away around the corner. You could have a double setup there so you can at least trade the kills like that. Magic are definitely also making mistakes to get into these losable positions. And as a result of the economy, right, it's not like they have a ton of money either. So just a very scrappy game. But it's been, you can't say it's not been entertaining. I guess that's the upside, you know. It's been fun to watch.
That's true. That is very true. I mean, sometimes you have like really clinical, what you consider to be, you know, dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's Counter-Strike. Something that VP, you know, under James had at certain moments, especially on maps like Inferno, doesn't always make for a great watch. I'm going to be honest. Sometimes it's a little bit dull. And then sometimes on the flip side, you have two teams that are incredibly scrappy, but constantly at any given moment, you have no idea what the hell's going to happen. It's super unpredictable, and that makes for a lot of fun. So I think we've had very much that so far in this the opening 7-8 rounds. But then one AK for AW has been spotted in the apps. It's hard to see how he's going to get anything done, and yeah, X5 just drills him in the side of the head. So that feels like probably the chance, if any, that Magic had has gone with him.
You think that should be the case once again here. Trying to stay real slow in this round on the C side. That one AK, X5, yeah, it takes a little bit of a risk in doing that, but I appreciate it. Why give it back over to the C side so they can continue the fight? And unfortunately, they just won't have enough on anybody else. So best you can probably do in a round like this one, if you're on the Magic side, is waste some of the nades. Be slow enough that K27 keep throwing in the smokes and the incendiaries. And that's probably the best case scenario, unfortunately. So kind of finally more of a boring round, I guess. Maybe that's even a good thing.
Yeah, settles down the pace a little bit, allows both teams to bed themselves in. At the end of the day, this is an elimination match, a 0-2 game. You lose this, you're done. So it's understandable if there is a little bit of tension. It's a couple of teams other than maybe Fame, you'd say, that don't have really much experience at this level of Counter-Strike whatsoever. So you can definitely forgive them a few hiccups here and there. Quinky, meanwhile, though, is going to put down Svade. And with 15 seconds left, Masfal is going to get a kill, so it's not too bad, all things considered. He's going to weaken the economy just a little bit and dies before time. So that's kind of the best case scenario for him. Ticks his economy forward. They can buy again into the next round and did weaken the economy just a tad on the CT side. But 3-5, and it seems like K27 starting to recover a little bit. But, I mean, you could also throw, like, to play devil's advocate here, Anders, this could easily be like a 6-2 scoreline for K27 if they finished off their opportunities early on in the half.
Yes, and it's hard to know how that impacts the team, because that could be a source of great frustration. It could also be a source of motivation to say, you know, yeah, like, it's not the best start, but all it took was like a little bit, like, we're super competitive, just stop making a couple of mistakes and we're going to bounce back and take over this whole game. So depending on the sort of combined mentality of the team, that kind of experience can either be like the thing that'll keep the engine going, or it could absolutely be the thing that crushes them. And I think we've seen from Magic already, they're the kind of, they seem like, at least, I don't want to label them too hard, but they seem like the kind of team that get more frustrated than inspired by these kind of moments. K27, I mean, they're still fighting pretty hard, and individually everyone is here. Like, they're getting the kills on the CT side. In fact, if you look at the scoreboard, you might even think that K27 should be leading, with the lowest fragger being 5 kills on Cedo. Fame very nearly dies. That's so dangerous, but he gets to throw down the smoke that he wanted and kind of back on out, and actually that's enough to push Magic even further back. Very interesting.
Yeah, these last few rounds have definitely been a slower pace. The next 5 going to try and make the most of that one. Gets flashed in. That does kind of give the play away just a tad, though. I mean, typically, if you're going to be throwing utility into apps, it's going to be Molotov, a HE, maybe a smoke. Flash, that really does kind of telegraph what the idea is behind it. It does nothing at that kind of depth. Meanwhile, Magic now going to be switching up the pace, trying to get through on short.
It's a wild spray from X5. That's such a long time, but Quinky's shown up. They've been slowed down by the Molotov that was in the apartments as well. Oh, wait a minute. AW would look like practically a running headshot coming in from that short position. 3 versus 3 now with 18 seconds on the clock. Again, it's low here, but Tenzi and AW will secure the round with a couple of kills. Cash Lady can't afford to let go of this AWP. Again, a round where K27, they've got 2 people at the bomb site. There's very little time left. Backup is showing up, and they just can't stay alive for long enough to you know, like, I think if they leave 3 more seconds in that bomb site, then the backup's going to be there, and there's nothing Magic can do to probably win the round. But you've got to give Magic credit, I suppose. The fact that they're leaving the timing so low, and they still continuously find the bomb sites and find the right openings. I would say it's a scary way to play Counter-Strike, but if it's working, I'm not going to criticize it. They're up to 6 rounds.
Yeah, it doesn't fill you with a massive amount of confidence because I think K27 have been their own worst enemies in quite a few of these rounds and quite a few of how the executions and their protocols have been coming down. Against the better team, I think Magic just get punished really hard here. But listen, at the end of the day, it is all about survival today. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be clean. You just got to keep your tournament going forward another day. Take each day at a time. And so far, they're doing a pretty good job. 6 rounds on T side already. And again, it's a bit of a rough buy, MP9 for Mass, and not much money in the back burner for K27. So if they were to lose this, I mean, you could easily see 8 or 9 rounds coming up for Magic, and that feels like it could be an insurmountable task on K27.
Yeah. This is where it's kind of crunch time for them. Oh, so flashed, but Spade had just the outline of Fame, but it might not matter at all here. Quinky's shown up, double kill on the MP9, and very nearly a triple there, kind of outlining the head of AW trying to get through. Cedo now with the FAMAS to the back, and AW so low that the pistol's probably better than the AWP at this point. Or the M4 on X5 will get the job done here. I don't think with 8 health you're going to be able to get this one. Very clean headshots required. He's in an interesting position. I don't think they quite realize that he's walked through. So you might actually have the element of surprise for the first kill, especially if they were to move forward, but they're not doing that. Okay, now there's at least a thought in the head of Cashley there thinking, you know what? He could be there, and he's exactly right. So nicely done. Double kill for Quinky on that MP9, shut it down, and unfortunately for K27, I suppose, they don't live with too many people, so they can't save the AKs or anything else like that, but they get the round.
They do, yep. Another one of those rounds that looked like it was going to be fairly straightforward. They got the opening 3 kills, and then there was an attempt at a comeback into that one. Magic's economy now, though, is the one that's struggling because there's been so many back and forth, like 2v2, 3v3s. So they're scraping together with 2 Tech 9s. If K27 could bring this into like a 6-6 scoreline, I think they'll be delighted with that outcome, all things considered. But that's a big if. They still need to traverse through quite a few obstacles before we get to that mark. Molotov does just start to dissipate. And with Tenzi in there with his Tech 9, he started so incredibly powerfully, but he has dropped off just a tad. Impressively, it's AW that's top of the charts. A guy that's had, I think you were talking about this the other day, and it's like yesterday, he's had his problems, you know, individually speaking. Yeah. So it's good to see him fragging out.
Well, especially because he's been doing a lot of the entering on some of these rounds. So that's insanely hard to do if you're going to be also top fragging in the server. Yeah, cool to see. More of that. I feel like I've seen good games from AW in the past, and I've seen games where he really disappears, and that's always confusing, or it's always hard to deal with, I think, as a team. But if he's going to have the game right now when elimination's on the line, then we're not going to be critical of that at all. Smokes are coming in now towards that jungle and top connector position. They do have some utility in the back. It's a good find there. Oh, but it's going to be the A ramp where the fight's really going to be happening. Cedo takes down Masval at the beginning. Fame will follow up, and that's a great double.
Yeah, really well done from Fame. I think he brings so much to this team. Moon and Spade completely isolated from one another and just slow walking into the crosshair of Cashlid, who's not going to miss those. And now Moon, the other AWPer on the server, had an amazing amount of impact over on B early on. Now he's going to try and get something done with his Tech 9. And considering that this was a full investment into the round, if he could somehow squeak a bomb plant, it would be huge. But this pretty much is mission impossible. And he agrees. He was trying to take one of those rifles out. Quinky will reject that premise. And so K27 going into the last round of the half, looking good for a 6-6. And that would be, for me, that's a bit of an escape, considering what it could have been. Like at one stage, they were down 5-1.
Yes, and you know, again, like it's hard to figure out. I feel like this could have been an 8-4 half in favor of K27 at this stage. Like they could have had such a huge lead going into it. But I suppose, given all the trials and tribulations that they've been through so far, maybe you will be okay saying, okay, we're going to tie up the game, we'll make it a 6-6, and then if we win the pistol on the second half, it's all just fine. There are Tech-9s out on the field, so you have to be careful. And again, both teams have managed to throw away rounds that they shouldn't have. So we're not going to take anything for granted here. We are congregating towards the middle of the map. Quinky is starting to make a little bit of an attempt at it here. They blow open the smoke and they try to run straight through into Fame and CeeLo waiting on the other side. So a mean crossfire that's been set up. Now Quinky's coming through on the other side. He'll land another headshot, make it a quick double. He's up to 12 kills now. And that attempt just falls very flat. They didn't get any of the battles they wanted. Quinky with the final headshot. It's very good work here. It's a triple for him and it will tie the game at 6-6. I would say big opportunities in this one for K27 to get more, but they still seem like they're in pretty good spirits.
Yeah, I think that you're focusing on how things ended rather than how they started there. If they were focusing on the beginning, I think some tilt would definitely be creeping in. And speaking of tilt, I think, you know, Magic have definitely been guilty of that multiple times in the tournament from what we've even seen ourselves. And it has been a bit of a recurring theme. Like in both of their matches, they had a very close first map against Mongols again. They went into OT against Monte. It was a 13-11 loss that they should have won as well. I think that was on Ancient. And then the second map, they completely collapsed. They totally capitulated. And you could see there was tilt. You could see the players were unhappy. They're hitting the desk. They're sighing. They're looking completely like absent-minded while they're going through the game. So I do hope that the fact that they had such a good half and it ends up being just kind of mediocre is not weighing on their minds. And they realize, okay, let's just go. We got 6 rounds. That's a good T-half. Let's make sure we pick up the pace here on the second side, because I think they are susceptible to pressing the self-destruct button for sure.
That's been our worry, hasn't it, so far in the tournament? That's something that we've raised the question a couple of times, and I feel like it's for good reason. When they play well, it's definitely impressive, and with AW getting that many entries on the first half as well, you got to say that's a great template or a great foundation to build on. But let's see what happens. We're in the second half, ladies and gentlemen, and shout out to you guys for hanging out with us in the chat. We appreciate it. There's an A stream as well if you guys don't know. Keep both the tabs open at the same time. Quinky will start us off. First kill of the second half. He's really come alive. It's great to see. And it's a 4 versus 5 to begin with. The bomb is coming out of Palace.
Oh, and they picked up the pace as well and claimed the head of Spade. A huge opener, but Tenzi's going to make sure that they don't overrun the site just yet. They're not able to ransack it. Meanwhile, Cashlid is making moves through on B. The bomb is now escaping outside Palace. They're going to the B site. It's going to take a while before this bomb's planted, but they are going to have B completely under wraps.
I love everything about this. It's going to be this is the benefit, I think, of having so much time in the round, is that you can actually do this. Oh, wait, they bring it back again. They've changed their mind for a second time. And now the question is, Ashlyn's going to find Masval. Oh, if I'm on the Magic side right now, I am confused beyond belief. What are they doing? Why are they not committing to anything? The bomb is going to be planted, but even then, you might actually still not know if it's A or B. Might take you a second to figure out. There we go. AW's confirmed it. He knows walking into the Glock of X5, though, is not the way to do it. But I don't even blame Magic for being confused in this round. I don't know how you would calm your way out of this one.
Yeah, there was a couple of really cool moments there from X5. I'll just see what Tenzi can do from this, because he is such a good player. I don't want to assume anything on this. He could pick it up. We've seen multiple times K27 have let these rounds slip, but not this time. Zito nails him. So X5 made the most of his position and got into sandwich, and he actually heard 3 players rotating through connector and window. And as soon as he heard them, they rotated the bomb back through T-spawn. So they were playing purely off intel from X5 towards positioning, and then because of Cashlid already being in the marketplace, he gets the free pick, and everything just falls nicely into place. But yeah, I'm sure Magic's head was spinning with all the rotations and having no idea what the hell was going on.
Which is understandable. I mean, there are sometimes there are easy rounds to calm right on the CT side. We're like, hey, we got these flashbangs, these smokes. We got a pattern. I can name the pattern. I can say, oh, they're doing a heavy connector split or something. But in a round like that one, you probably don't have words for what's going on. All you can say is they could be anywhere on the map, really, and that's never ideal. There is a force-up, and there was a big stack towards the middle, leaning A side of the map, and that's the wrong spot. It turns out this was a bit of a split coming in from shorts as well. X5 will go down, and Fade, I want to see more out of him. Somehow he's only got 4 kills so far on the map, and normally he's more reliable than that. Will pick up the MP7 and get the kill on the cash lid, so it's a 3 versus 4, but the bomb is planted, and there's not going to be a kit in this round, so even if they have the man lead here, this is a very tough retake.
The only good news is that the bomb has only really just been planted, but it's already towards half of its fuse. And someone needs to take point. Someone needs to go in first here. It's a great shot from AW, and that's going to open the floodgates. Quinky, last man standing, but he's on 30 HP, and they will successfully retake. It was looking dicey, but that shot on window was huge to cracking this back open. And Magic bounced back with an authority, taking multiple rifles from the T's in the process.
That's just so wild, but I don't know why I keep sounding surprised, but it's because, you know, you watch enough Counter-Strike, you can guess the outcome of a lot of these rounds just based on, you know, the no kit. Even if you're a man up, they're inside of the B bomb side waiting. All they have to do, you can even hear it on the defuse at the end. If they just live like a second and a half each more, that's it. There's no time for a defuse. Like that's like 4.5 seconds more combined with 3 people alive, and that's it. They just can't defuse the bomb any longer. So the fact that they die so quickly means they end up losing the round anyway. Oh, that is confusing. Here we go, though. It's been an entertaining game, I've got to say. Round number 15, and Magic bounced back. Moon with a double spray down through the smoke. They can't even make it out. Oh, no. A 3rd kill. That smoke just ended them.
Yeah, you were speaking before about, like, Quinky maybe playing blind. I mean, they essentially were in this round. They couldn't see anything, and they lose 3 players just through smokes. Zido shut down in the back, trying their best Daredevil cosplay, but it turns out, more often than not, you're just going to get squashed by Kingpin in the end. And Magic, they're about to take the 8-7, and they're doing it flawlessly. This is so good for their economy, man.
Yep. That's the dream. Again, for a shaky kind of first half where both teams were looking maybe not fully like themselves. For Magic to come back in here and pick it up so soon, losing the pistol, but then winning right afterwards is great work. AW up to 16 kills. By the way, I don't know if this is true for you as well, Vince. And he's playing so well right now, but I'm fighting for my life every time I see Quinky play because I keep wanting to turn him into some sort of Teletubby. Like it's like Quinky Winky is right there for this, like right there. Like it's the rare crossover. We don't really have like crossover branding in Counter-Strike, but if ever there was one, like the Counter-Strike Teletubbies thing would go hard, you know.
There's going to be a day in the future where he's casting at a major and you're casting him, and you're going to workshop some kind of Teletubbies reference. I can feel it already. It's going to happen. You heard it here first.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to go with it. I've already got the material ready. Oh, Spade, he will end up getting outdone, but you know what? Getting just the 1 kill in that moment still makes a pretty big difference. Sometimes that's all you can do, and it's a lot better than dying straight up. But yeah, there's a lot like, you know, oh, he's got flashed as if he was looking straight into the baby sun. There's stuff like that. We can make it work. I still don't understand why the sun was a baby to begin with, but it's very confusing. There's a ton of very deep conspiracy theories around how Teletubbies is all, you know, like it's all supposed to be like Marxist or like Masonic propaganda and stuff like that. Like if you go to the deep parts of YouTube, there are people who think it's all programming to, you know, to mess up the kids. But
Mate,
not me. I'm saying like that, you know.
I feel so lucky now that I never watched it when I was a kid. I was more of a Power Rangers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Transformers type kid, you know.
Did you guys have
good stuff?
Do you guys have biker mice from MOUZ?
I don't think so. I don't recognize that.
That show went so hard. Anyway, you can probably tell Vince and I from a different generation, perhaps. But nonetheless, we don't have to talk about it. I had to get it out because it's in my head all the time. He's been playing so well right now. So yeah, you got to give him a lot of credit. They need more like that though, and you know, I still think Cashlid, he's been playing well. He hasn't dominated the server with the AWP, and that's one of the things I really want to see because I do love watching him play. So maybe get that out on the T side and start to crack open a couple of bomb sites when they have the money for it. It's a 2-round difference. But Magic have come off to a nice start, right? They've won 3 out of 4 rounds so far on the T side. And they've got a better economy as well. Looks like it's going to be Palace once again. They're trying to get out. Another smoke was just recommitted. So do they wait or do they just go for it is the question. Now they've lost like 5 and lower. Yet they have to go. They run straight through the smoke and Palace. They couldn't wait any longer. Nice flick from Moon. Oh my God. Cashlid gets blown up as well. And Moon is fully arrived here. That is some stunning shutdowns to get out of the Palace. And now Quinky and Cedo, 2 versus 4.
This is exactly the kind of Moon that we wanted to see yesterday, man, on Dust 2. Like, if he showed up on Dust 2 yesterday, they wouldn't be in this match in the first place. But here we go. Quinky has been boosted up onto the staircase. Could get the drop, but Moon is watching. I think did leg Quinky. He's down to 36. Feeling the effects. 40 seconds left. He's going to go for that wide swing. Tenzi takes his teammate. And Moon will seal up his 3K for the round. And Magic just building in confidence. Building ahead of steam. K27 have never really felt like they got a stranglehold in this game, economically speaking. And I think it factors back to something you were highlighting just before with Cashlid, not really getting much to say with the AWP. I think he only had the AWP for like 2 or 3 rounds in the entire game so far, because their money has always just been in such a treacherous position.
What a wild round from Moon there. He set up the flash in the underpass to get the opening kill, and then he just, you know, spun around and got every kill from there on out, pretty much. Very impressive stuff. But yeah, you're right. I think Cashlid, unfortunately, just ironically, without the cash to pick up any kind of, you know, his favorite weapon here. That's a bit of an issue. 2 AKs on the CT side, and the money is absurd. They've got tons of cash. Tenzi, you can see on 9,000. So they're gonna be filthy rich for a lot of this half. Tech9's on the other side. X5 could get jumped on again. He's jiggle peeking that kind of slowly, and the timing doesn't work out for him at all. Fade will take him down, and I was criticizing him earlier. I said he had 4 kills a couple of rounds ago. Now he's up to 10. It's looking a lot better. Masval taking down Quinky, and any dreams of even getting a bomb plant here are they're pretty much gone. There's so many people at this bomb site right now that you can't get through.
Yep. On the other side, though, you have pistols. You have a bike coming next round. You've got to try something. Sitting back at this kind of range with pistol, I think they're playing purely off the basis of the Tech9 for Fame and Connector. Now that's gone down. Zido, there's no reason to play shy or coy. Just get out there, get yourself killed quick so that K27 can get their rifle round up. Because realistically, as you said, objective-wise, I mean, the opportunities were absolutely zero. But now AK's come in. Again, Cashlid, he's got 58, so he can go for the AWP. I'll be curious to see if he goes for it or not here. It's not necessarily completely necessary, but he has gone for it. Okay, good. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve.
Scary pickup, I was going to say, if he couldn't afford the armor, but he just is able to. I feel like playing glass cannon AWP on the T side can just be could be a bit of a struggle. I suppose it can on the CT side too, but regardless, he will have the armor. Just no head armor, so that is could be a factor. It's worth pointing out. There are 2 M4s on the map, so yeah, right. Watch out for that if it comes up.
I think the reason why is because he knows that they have multiple AKs, so it's less of a risk. But as you say, like Tenzi and Masval both have an A4, so we'll see. I mean, that could be a huge difference, you know? Like, obviously, for those of you that maybe aren't as knowledgeable about Counter-Strike, the head armor would allow you 2 bullets from an M4 A4, but without the head armor, you are an insta-kill to the head, whereas the AK is an insta-kill to the head regardless. So these are like little bits and pieces the players have to think about as they go into the game. Looks like an A executes on the horizon, though.
See if they can defend this one Magic. They're so close to taking up this early map. And remember, this is elimination. So we're laughing our way through some of this game, but it's real serious for the players. Never forget that. So much of their careers could be on this. It's a tier 1 tournament that they're getting a chance to play in. And look at the defense. With the smoke again. Tenzi and Spade start off with a couple of kills. Both of them dying pretty much on top of each other. And that's kind of dreadful. What's the point of throwing the smokes if you can't get on there and get the bomb planted? Magic had even fallen back. You actually had a free runway to at least get a bomb plant, which I think is only half the job, really, when you're at the A bomb site. Like, you're only halfway through the round when you get the bomb planted here. But they couldn't even do that. So they're trying once again, but I think it's a lost cause. Another kill. A third one through the smokes. Fade this time, and Cedo, yeah, they're not going to respect it. Push him. Just go for it here. You know you're going to be able to do it. Misval takes him down at the end. Wall bang through the box. It's 12 rounds for Magic as they're very close to winning this opening map here. And yeah, for K27, I was impressed at the beginning because they lost some very winnable rounds, and they didn't look like they were collapsing as a team. But I feel like now you're starting to see it's a little bit more desperate. It looks a little bit more sloppy. Maybe the energy has kind of left the room a little bit for them.
Yeah, they do just feel flat at this point, and it's 12 rounds to Magic. It's only 1 round on this T side to K27, and it was the pistol round. And since then, out of 6 rounds on the CT side, they've only been required to defuse once. The last 5 rounds haven't even yielded a bomb plant. That's how dominant and one-sided this has been. They're going to run it back onto the A side, but Masval does get flashed and does get checked. So Zido, he's opened up business onto the side. They still need to deal with Tenzi, though. Good Molotov's going to force him out into the open. The best chance they've had so far.
Yeah, just don't give this one up, surely. AW, that's a mad jump! He's running straight to the smoke and somehow finds a double kill. Oh, he's a man possessed right now. That should never work. They're not going to win the round, I think, still. Moon and Fade, they're just, you know, they're a little bit too far away. They will give it a shot based off that AW double kill. If they win it, it's going to be because of that. But what an outrageous move. Let's see if anyone's going to make a mistake and peek here. Moon trying to get the first spray. Does realize what the second player is, but he can't find the follow-up. Quinky will take him down, and now it's Fade trying to pick up potentially another rifle if he can. I think the AWP is a rough weapon to retake with here, and he's running out of time regardless. There is a kit in front of him, but I just don't think you can do it any longer. Still trying to make it expensive. Cedo takes him down. Nice triple for him in this one, and K27, they're now fighting for overtime, but I swear AW almost wrecked them there. Just a quick check-in with the chat as well, Vince. We did have someone asking, how do you pronounce? There was Francisco is asking, how do you pronounce the X5 G7 whatever name is? The fact is you don't, but it's people are pointing out. We just call him X5. We don't know is the real answer. We haven't checked. We've tried to check, but we never found out.
Yeah, I think everyone just agrees that to have a mutual handshake on just X5, just for simplicity reasons. Oh, nice shot from Zido, though. Can K27 have that second win, that surge that we see so often in the Tier 2 bracket? He's about to get wide swung on with the A4, and Tenzi finally finishes off the kill onto Zido. Meanwhile, though, there's a bit of a backstab in the smoke, and X5 catches Spade completely unaware.
The madness has returned to this game. It's been such a wild game in general with mistakes on all sides, which sometimes can just make it very entertaining. The bomb has been planted. This time people are not getting shot through the smoke, and it's been blown open there. Masval was hoping he was going to be the one that was going to be able to capitalize on that smoke being blown open, but instead it goes the other way. So they'll have to back on out. Nothing they could do this time, unfortunately. So up to 9. And I said they had a lot of money, and that's still true on the Magic side. Like, look at the fact that they've lost. It's going to be a second round here, and still everyone is 6,000 or above in terms of the cash. So they can still buy quite a bit here, Magic, but eventually they will run out if this keeps going.
Yep, exactly. Hence the save. They'll be able to get away with it by the looks of things as well. I don't think that K27 in a position to deny Moon or Tenzi of their weaponry. But yes, you are absolutely on point. They can't keep this going for too much longer. Meanwhile, though, K27, they're making a real case for themselves to get back into an OT kind of scoreline. And this would mirror the match that Magic had with the Mongols. They had a pretty significant lead. They threw away a couple of match points. They went into OT. They ended up losing in like quadruple overtime. So at some point, they're going to be thinking, oh God, not again.
This is actually sometimes I think this kind of Counter-Strike can be really funny. Like, there's no question there's tons of stuff to criticize. If we had an analyst desk ready on the B stream, then you know there'd be lots of things to go through, lots of rounds. We talked about a ton of them already, but in terms of just watching it as an entertainment thing, there's nothing lacking here. I think this is the kind of stuff that you can never know what's going to happen, and that is kind of interesting. X5 jiggling again at the corner. He's done this a couple of times, and I think he's been punished a couple of times for it. But this time he's quick to fall back. They are so aggressive in the middle here, Magic, which they could do for a while, but eventually they'll have to leave this 4-man setup at mid and kind of go back to defending the bomb sites a bit. Moon, he's playing on the lip of this truck. You can just sort of stand on the rear end bumper, I think it is, and it can be a very, very hard position to clear out, actually, coming in from the T side.
I think the issue is that K27 were aggressive, but they were kind of statically aggressive at the end. They were holding positions that were pretty obvious. Flick not quite there for Moon. They're going to close the gap now, knowing that he could be vulnerable, susceptible to a straight-up push. X5, not for the first time, is going to find the perfect timing, but it's going to be Moon in the Molotov, and then he lands the no-scope onto Cashlid. That's an outrageous shot, and it could be enough to seal Magic the map.
Oh, I think it just might be. I think you're onto something here. What a way to do it as well. No scoped, and there's no time here. 20 seconds. Fame, he's stomping all over the place. He might as well. Okay, he's found AW, but that's only a third of the problem. 10 seconds, shot in the back by Tenzi and Magic. They finally put an end to the madness here. They pick up the map in what has to be one of the most confusing maps we've seen in a while here in Astana, but well done for them. It is elimination on the line, so you better believe they're going to be excited about this one, and hopefully we can clear out some of the mistakes. This map as well was picked by Magic, so we're going into the second map of Overpass, which is where K27 will try and do some of the work. So yeah, I mean, again, this is maybe not the most high-profile game, but I think we were entertained for sure. Shout out to you guys as well in the chat, keeping us company the whole way. Cara Podre was asking if there were any furries in the chat. Not exactly game-related, but you know, we like to keep a bit of chat interaction going. I think those were all in Atlanta, if I'm not wrong. I saw pictures on the internet with the other tournament that happened. So, anyway, Vince, any thoughts about the game?
I thought you were going to ask me any thoughts about furries, and I was like, yeah, I prefer not to answer that question, Anders. Thoughts about the game? Yeah, I think you actually nailed it at the end. It was so unpredictable. It was super entertaining. Not always for the best possible reasons. I'm just glad we saw Moon have a big performance here, because I felt like Dust 2 was such a bit of a disaster for him personally, and I'm sure he was feeling gutted and devastated after that. He got 5 kills as opposed to Afro, who dropped like 20 plus and had tons of impact. When you're landing shots like this, I mean, you can't fault the guy. He was instrumental in getting Magic this map. So I'm really happy for him on an individual level. You can see he's also up there on the ADR charts, which isn't always the case for AWPers. It can often be a case you get like 20 kills, but your ADR is actually quite low. It's just kind of the way it goes.
True.
And then AW, you highlighted him, player that's been struggling, but he's had a really good map here. So I think if you are on the Magic team right now, you're feeling really good about your chances going through into Overpass.
To be honest, as well, on the T side, like AW was getting so many of those entry kills. Huge props to him for doing as well as he did there. That's very, very hard to do. Top fragging on the T side while playing the entry on so many of those rounds. You've got to appreciate that. Definitely the standout player for this one. And Overpass, very different affair. Hopefully we could see more of Moon opening the same, because it was really fun. You know, no scopes and all, but on the other side of it too, right? You've got Cashlid, who, now that it's a map that they picked on Overpass, you hope that they're going to be able to show up in a big fashion. So yeah, final map is going to be Ancient if we can get there. But if it keeps going like this, I mean, in spite of the fact that there are mistakes across the board, this could go down as one of the more entertaining games that we've had here on the B stream, to be quite honest. So I'm not going to complain about it. It's messy Counter-Strike, but it is really, really fun. So gotta appreciate that. We are going into a bit of a break before we get to Overpass, so get something to drink, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Here in Astana, we've got S-Fade going through their big tournament. He's playing for Magic. You're the IGL of the team.
Yes.
It's your first big event as well.
Yes, yes.
We were just talking off camera, right? You're trying to enjoy the moment. You're trying to feel it all, right? What is it like when you come to this event, you see these players, the elite teams and stuff like that?
I just meeting with many players before, because like Monte, it's very good friend. It's very good my friend,
oh,
and
nice.
AV as well. So we are connecting with many tier S or tier 1 players before. So it's not like in first time for us.
So it feels more normal.
Yeah, it feels more normal.
And looking what's interesting here, right? I'm looking at just Magic as a team, the grind and the growth. It's not been like you guys had a quick skyrocket, you know? You've been slowly grinding through events, working hard. What does that progress looks like? Like, how have you guys done it from boot camps to tournaments to having the right players? How did we get to this point today?
Yes, we have many online experience before.
Yeah.
Like in other teams. When we come to the Astana before, just with like many works for about the structure. Many times work about the structure, not about like individual plays or something like else, just only structure and talk about like game, like everything in this game.
And getting that qualification, going to have now this position in Astana, do you feel like you have a point to prove that like the gap is not so big between you guys, and like if we look at rankings, you don't play at this level, you can play at a higher level.
Yes. I think when we started to play, it's not was difficult for us. We have many